Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was the omnipotent cursed child? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. The small baby was the sweetest thing he had ever seen. With 10 little fingers and 10 little toes, and the baby was his. Not anyone else's. The small child was his. He stared into the baby's bright eyes. They seemed to glow in happiness, just as his father's were. The baby seemed to be smiling, if that was possible for newborn infants to do. His father turned to stare at the babe's mother. Pure happiness radiated off him like a beacon. The woman smiled back happily, glowing with the same sort of happiness and pride as the man. Love reflected in both their eyes. "He's mine, my son," the man whispered so softly, turning his gaze back to his son. The woman did not bother to silence him and warn him of the danger that those words could bring. She had not seen him so happy in such a long time. No one had been happy for a long time. It was nice to have a relief from the fear, even if it was only for a little while. It was a relief to know that he could still smile. "I can't believe he's mine," the man whispered softly to himself. "He's so tiny," and he didn't bother finishing his sentence. He was too caught up with looking at his son. A look of awe lay upon his face. How could he have helped create something so beautiful and precious? How could he love something so tiny so much? He held the boy as if he was a fragile glass figurine. He felt that the child would break in his grasp. The woman opened her mouth to say something to her son and her beloved, but stopped abruptly when she heard footsteps. They both looked at each other in instant agreement. The man instantly, albeit a little reluctantly, handed the child over to its mother and pasted a smaller smile onto his face, even though his eyes, dancing with joy and laughter, could not be dimmed. A tall, dark-haired man, much like the boy's father, entered the room and smiled at the couple. He laughed when he saw the almost guilty looks on the faces of the parents as they relaxed. "Don't get too comfortable," he said, his voice full of mirth. "Moony's coming in soon. Well, as soon as he can convince the nurse that he is a friend. Peter still isn't here. I think he's still on that mission for Albus." He looked down at his godson with happiness. "Your parents are so funny sometimes." Lily scoffed at the man. "Be careful, we may just reconsider making you his godfather. You're a bad influence on him." She seemed to try to plaster a serious expression on her face, but failed miserably and smiled at the man, passing her son over to his godfather. "Me?" the boy's godfather responded innocently. "What about his father? He's worse than I am." He looked down at the boy, pushing a lock of soft hair back from the infant's forehead. "Isn't that right, Harry?" "Am not," the other dark-haired man replied in mock anger. "You're the one who always wanted to turn Snape's hair red. You wanted to raid McGonagall's office in second year, and then..." The man wisely stopped as he saw the look on Lily's face. The boy's father kicked him softly in the leg, knowing it would get them both in trouble, which was not a good thing, especially since the other man had to live with her. He tried to think desperately of something to say to make her forget his companion's comments. He was usually good at charming women, especially her, but the small babe in his friend's arms kept his attention. He was about to open his mouth to say something that he probably would regret later, when the brown-haired man, called Moony by his companions, entered the room, his ragged robes swirling around him. "Congratulations, Prongs, Lily, I'm so happy for you both," he said in a very professional, Moony manner. The child's father was glad that Moony's eyes were focused on his friends and not him, as he crept silently across the room to avoid notice by the newcomer. Before the newcomer could say anything more, the child's father playfully slinked up behind him and poked him in the back. Moony jumped almost 3 feet in the air, sending the child's father into fits of laughter. The child's godfather and mother joined in as well when they saw the scowl on the man's face. He couldn't help but join them in their laughter. They had something to celebrate and they would not let this time go to waste. When everyone had gained enough breath to say anything, Moony started to scowl at his friend. "That wasn't very nice. You shouldn't do that in a hospital. Harry could have been hurt." "Oh come on, Moony, I was just playing, and besides you were at least 5 feet away from Harry, you wouldn't have hit him," the man told his friend, looking at him pleadingly. The brown-haired man could only shake his head in response. "May I hold him?" he asked softly as he walked over to the bed, where Lily now held the small infant in her arms. Of course you may, she said, giving him a soft smile. You're probably the best influence he'll have. Between James and Sirius, Harry will be turned into a troublemaker before he even learns to walk. Mischief maker, not troublemaker. Sirius, one of the dark-haired men, said sullenly like a whiny child. We were never troublemakers, we only made mischief. Lily smiled and rolled her eyes. Well, excuse me, Mr. High and Mighty, but what's the difference? There's a big difference. Mischief makers are lovable and sweet, like me and Harry here. James doesn't follow that description. At this his friend elbowed him in the ribs and Sirius gave him a small glare that wasn't very convincing, for his eyes were still dancing with happiness. And troublemakers are just people who get into trouble and aren't sweet and lovable. Sirius nodded, happy with his small speech. Well then you are a troublemaker, she stated firmly. That is not possible, I'm too cute and sweet to be considered as a troublemaker. He gave her a simpering smile that made everyone laugh. Lily's laughter rang in his ears, like a soft summer breeze. None of them said anything to contradict him. So this is Harry James Potter. Remus, otherwise known as Moony, stated as he stared in wonder at the small child. Sirius knew that Moony was not one to handle children often, and chances were that the werewolf would never be able to have any children of his own, due to the certain laws that governed the wizarding community. He felt sorry for his good friend. He always thought that Moony was the best with children. He had always been a good teacher. It was a pity that he couldn't teach at Hogwarts instead of risking his life to help them try to fight off the Dark Lord. Sirius stopped his thoughts there. This was supposed to be a happy night, not one to dwell on the evil that surrounded them. It would do them all good to forget it for a night. He is so cute. Remus whispered softly to the child in a very un-Moony-like fashion. He has your eyes, Lily. His brown eyes met Lily's bright green ones as she smiled at him, watching her son like a falcon. It's a pity that Peter couldn't join us, he said sadly. He would have liked to see your son James. He is really good with children. Yes, it is, James added softly. Where is he? Is he still off on that mission? I thought he was supposed to be finished it by now. He was, however, you know Peter, it takes him a while to do something like that, Remus said, smiling at the thought of his friend. Yeah, Sirius added, wanting to join in on the conversation. He needs to get up his courage. Also, he probably doesn't want to hurt anyone, so he is being extra careful. Hey Padfoot, I think you learned a new word, James proclaimed happily. Did not, I already knew the word. Did too, I have never heard you use that word before. Did not. You did to Padfoot. I did not. Prongs, you did. I did not. Whatever word it was. What word are we arguing over? Anyway. A confused look came over the man's face as he tried to think of the word. James laughed. You actually used the word careful. He managed to gasp out in between breaths. I never thought it would grace your vocabulary. Of course I know the word careful. I, Sirius Black, am always careful, he said, raising his head up high in mock dignity. James snorted and started to laugh again. Hey Earth to Padfoot and Prongs, the two of you are acting like children. And you're supposed to take care of a baby. I don't think I'll leave either of you alone in the same room as he is in. Especially if the two of you are acting like that, Lily stated, taking her black-haired child back from Remus. The two men glared at her in anger, with laughter dancing in both their eyes, one set brown, the other blue. As much fun as I have had, I must really be going. Remus looked at his companions and smiled. I have some work I need to catch up on, and Sirius, I am sure that Lily and James would like to spend some time with their newborn son, so why don't you come with me and you can help me write those reports? Sirius looked at Remus as if he had grown two heads, as if he would ever voluntarily do work. It just wasn't something that he did, not even for a friend. Remus just shook his head and rolled his eyes at his friend before turning to Lily and James. Congratulations, the both of you. Harry is really lucky to have you as parents. And me as his godfather, Sirius added thoughtfully. Sure Padfoot, whatever you say, Remus told his friend. I'll see you on Wednesday. With that he left the room. Well, that wasn't so hard now, was it, Sirius? James asked his longtime friend. You only had to pretend for, what, 2 minutes? Yes, but it is so hard to trick Moony. He knows us too well. Sirius sat on the bed beside Lily and softly touched the sleeping infant's head. I don't like doing this, James. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. The great Padfoot is admitting defeat. James stared at his friend wide-eyed, then turned his gaze on Lily. Quick, get a doctor, he must be feeling ill. James dropped his sarcastic tone and moved to sit in one of the hospital chairs. Look, Padfoot, I know it's hard. It's hard for us all, me, you, Lily, even Remus and Peter. But if you give up your acting career, danger will become a reality for us all, even more than it is. As long as we lie low and keep the truth hidden, we will be able to save both Lily and Harry, and even me. Even though I am sure I am at the top of Voldemort's hit list anyways. Padfoot, you know you can keep going, do it for me, for Lily, for Harry, for yourself. James looked his friend in the eye. I know you can do it, Sirius, don't prove me wrong. I know you are right, James, as much as I hate to admit it, but it just is so hard sometimes, especially to have to lie to Moony and Wormtail like that. And stop being so serious, I'm the one who's supposed to be serious. Padfoot's blue eyes glinted in a way that spelled true mischief. Ah, Lily said from her position on the bed. Look, Harry, it's a Kodak moment. The men just ignored her comment. Sirius turned to his wife. As he did so, he saw James look away so as to give them as much privacy as he could, especially considering they were in a small hospital room. Lily, I love you. You too, Harry. He whispered softly to his family. I'll come see you as often as I can, I promise. We know, Sirius. But please don't put yourself in danger. Harry needs his father as well as his mother. Lily whispered back. Sirius smiled sadly at her and told her that he would try. He bent down and softly kissed her. She wrapped her free arm around him and held him close for a moment, their son squished comfortably between them. Sirius wished that the moment would never end. For once in his life he was content and happy. He would even give up the title of Mischief Maker to be able to stay with them, as a proper family. The handsome dark-haired man leaned down to tenderly kiss his son on the forehead. He smiled at his small family. With that, Sirius turned and walked out of the room without another word. He left his wife and child in James's care, knowing that for now they would be safe. Padfoot rolled over in his sleep, murmuring something that couldn't be heard by the outside world. He had somehow managed to finish his work early. He must have raced through all those reports on the Death Eaters recently caught, but he didn't remember doing a single one as he raced out of the office and apparated to a small town. All that was on his mind was his little son, with jets of black hair and beautiful green eyes. James had informed him 2 days ago that Lily would be in the house alone with Harry. He had told Sirius this under the pretense of asking him to keep an eye on things while he was out. Sirius raced down the street. He couldn't help it. It was so very rare that he was able to spend quality time with his wife and son. When he was there, most of the time Moony was there as well, and sometimes Wormtail. Moony. Now there was an interesting topic. Was Moony the traitor amongst the Marauders? He was far more complex than Peter, and James definitely was not revealing anything to Voldemort, or Harry and Lily would have been dead by now. So the only real option was that Remus was the traitor. Besides, he spent most of his time at Lily and James' place that it seriously did make Sirius wonder if he was trying to receive more information by spending so much time at the manor. He was beginning to wonder if Remus knew about Harry's real parentage. If he did, that would cause real problems. Sirius quickly put those thoughts away as he neared the front door. Like any other civil human being, he knocked on the hard wooden door. That is before he entered without waiting for someone to get it. But he was Padfoot, he was allowed to do that. Hello? Anyone home? He called out softly, even though he hears squeals of delight coming from the living room. Dottie. A small shrill voice answered in response. Sirius hoped that no one but Lily was home. He would be in big trouble if that wasn't the case. It was then that he heard a voice that he had dreaded to hear. James, is that you? No, Moony, it's me, Padfoot. He answered carefully. He could feel his throat tighten in terror. If Remus found out and he was the traitor, no, he couldn't think like that. Remus was not the traitor. Somehow the Dark Lord had bugged one of them so that he could listen to everything that had been said. So which one of them had been captured? If that was true. He walked into the living room, his stomach still painfully lodged in his throat. Before he could explain anything to Remus, a small black-haired figure rammed into him, nearly tipping him over. Tiny arms entwined tightly around him. The boy's head was buried partly into his knees, the black hair sticking out at odd angles. For once he was glad at Lily's insistence that they put Glamoury on the child. "Well, hello to you too, Harry," he said, bending down so he could pick the small child up. The boy laughed in glee when he flew up into the air. Sirius couldn't help but smile at the boy, his son. "So Padfoot, you've been corrupting James's boy, I see. I wondered how long it would take, especially since you visit every day," Moony said, attempting to sound strict and pitifully failing as the laughter entered his voice. "So what have you done to the poor boy?" he teased. "I haven't done anything but try and teach him to talk," Sirius grinned. "The way he acts around you makes me wonder who really is his father," James said, coming into the room. "I would almost think that you are serious, especially the way you are corrupting him." "Me? Corrupt him? I would never do that," Sirius said, failing to look aghast at what his friend implied. "Besides, I am his godfather. I have the right to teach him. I think that's what I am supposed to do." "Right, Harry," he said, nodding proudly at his speech, looking at his son, who nodded solemnly back. "See, even Harry agrees with me." He looked innocently up at James. Padfoot hated this game, but it needed to be played. He especially did not like dragging the poor child in, who must have been very confused at the changes that were made so often. One day he was Pafu, the boy's godfather, and the next he was Daddy. "That's because you spoil him rotten," James muttered back, glaring at him. Instead of answering, Sirius tickled the small boy and put him down on the ground. He waited to see what the boy did. Harry just stared up at him expectantly. Sirius laughed and put his hands into his pockets, pulling out a Muggle toy that he had found extremely amusing and couldn't resist buying for the boy. "Here you go, Harry," he said happily as he handed the small stuffed toy to the boy. Harry reached for it and laughed when it suddenly jumped out of Sirius' hand. He started to chase it, ignoring the adults who were now staring at Sirius. "Wahot?" Sirius looked at his friends. "Padfoot, old buddy, old pal, you didn't charm that toy by any chance, did you? It just moves on its own right?" Remus asked doubtfully. "You know that is illegal and you could get in big trouble for it." "I didn't do anything, just bought my godson a toy," he told them innocently, the smirk on his face revealing the truth. "Who?" Prongs nodded, smirking at him in return. "And you just happened to find a motorcycle that flew, right?" "Of course, Prongs. Right next door to the toy shop." Sirius still looked at them innocently. He quickly changed the subject. He didn't do anything wrong and he didn't like people looking at him like that. "So Moony, what are you doing here?" Remus smiled. "Well, I heard that you were coming here tonight, and since I haven't seen you in a while, I thought I would drop by. Also, I thought I would check on Prongs Jr. over there to see how much his godfather had corrupted him," Remus replied, smiling. "I haven't done anything to him. Just taught him a few words I thought he would need," Sirius whined. Remus raised his eyebrows in question, but didn't say anything. "Mommy." The three men who had been staring at each other mischievously jumped as they heard the small voice call out. Well, Lily said as she came into the room holding her son. "Who have we here?" "Daddy, Roms in Moony," the small boy in her arms declared gleefully. Lily raised her eyebrows at her son. "You mean Padfoot, Daddy and Moony," she told the small boy as he entertained himself by tugging at her red hair. "No," the boy looked at her with serious green eyes. "Daddy, Roms and Moony." Lily sighed. Shaking her head, she glanced over at Sirius, who was making funny faces at Harry. "Sirius Black, you will stop teaching my son. I will not have him not knowing who is who and then have James spends hours trying to reteach him. Which, by the way, does not work." "I agree," James added firmly, his eyes glowing in amusement. "You will stop teaching our son that you are his father, 'cause you're not." Sirius rolled his eyes, thinking of a witty comeback. "How do you know that you really are his father?" He smirked at the look James gave him. He knew that they were playing on a dangerous ground, but from the way Moony looked, Sirius doubted that Remus suspected anything of a sort. In fact, he looked more amused at the idea than anything else. "Because Padfoot, I know you would never take Lily away from me, and did know that even if you did you would not survive a minute with her. You'd end up tied to a chair so that you didn't break any of her precious furniture." At this, Lily scoffed and lightly whacked James on the shoulder. "And besides, Harry looks just like me," James retorted in mirth. "Well, it's Harry's opinion that matters," Padfoot told them seriously. Then, with an evil grin on his face, he looked at his son still cuddled in Lily's arms. "Harry, who am I?" "Daddy." The boy stated happily. Who is he? Sirius pointed at Remus. Moony. Who is that fellow over there with the messy hair? Sirius grinned and pointed to Prongs. Hey! Prongs called out, slapping his friend on the shoulder in retaliation. Wrongs! Harry called out gleefully. Wrongs? Sirius smiled happily. He had proven his point. Good boy Harry, that's right. Padfoot. James growled. You are forbidden to teach him any more words. I would banish you for a week, but I don't know how we would keep you out. Then you'll just have to live with me, and besides, why would you want to get rid of my handsome face? You would miss me within a day. He asked innocently, in a way only he could. All three of you mischief makers should move their handsome faces into the kitchen, or I'll let Harry play with your supper. Lily turned around and headed towards the kitchen with a knowing smile on her lips. The three men stared at each other. They knew that Lily would carry out her threat and leave them without any food, for Harry would destroy it, painting the walls with whatever she had made. She had done that before, leaving them to try and cook a meal by themselves, which had turned out disastrous. Sirius, a man who never turned down food, quickly followed Lily's retreating figure into the kitchen. He still couldn't believe how beautiful she was, or how proud he was when he saw her holding his son. He could hear James and Remus following quickly after him. Dinner was wonderful. Lily was the best cook he knew of, even better than his mother. Her food tasted much better after having to eat his home-cooked meals for the past week. All of which tasted like charcoal. Despite the fact that the food was a simple fare, it was the best meal he had for weeks. He ignored the conversation around him. Something about how the ministry wasn't doing their job properly, wasn't that always the story? And dug into the food like a starving man, with the occasional glance at Lily, who was feeding his son. He was a little angry at Remus for being there and cutting into his time with Lily and Harry. He rarely spent any time alone with them. If he did, it was usually only for a couple of hours and no more. It seemed like all the Marauders, and anyone who knew James, felt the need to check up on him all the time to make sure everything was going fine. Sirius scowled into his food. As much as he liked the fact that Harry had people constantly watching him, he wished they would stop coming all the time. But wishes never came true. He had so many more wishes. He wished that the Dark Lord would disappear or die, then he could stay with Lily forever and watch his son grow up. He missed not being able to watch his son grow up. At least he had been there for his son's first word, which had been Daddy. But he hadn't been able to see his son's first steps. Or even get up at night, like every other normal parent, to calm his crying son. He had once tried to feed Harry though. The kitchen had ended up being covered in baby food, with both Lily and James scowling at him, forcing him to confess that he did start a food fight with Harry. It had been the boy's fault though, he had thrown the stuff first. Then before anything else could happen, Wormtail had come in. He really did hate playing this game, tricking his friends, even though one of them was thought to be a spy. Ever since the first day at Hogwarts, the four of them were friends. They had rarely held secrets from each other and even swore, after they found out about Remus being a werewolf, not to keep secrets from each other, and now he was betraying their trust and going behind their backs. Oh, he knew well enough that James was right and telling them would send Lily and Harry right into danger. But that didn't mean he had to like it. Well, I should be going. Have to get up early tomorrow, Remus said as he stood up, breaking through serious thoughts. The man still looked haggard from his transformation last week. Thank you so much for supper, Lily. Prongs, Padfoot, I'll see you guys later, I guess. See you, Harry. Bye, Moony. Sirius waved at his friend as he attacked a fourth helping of mashed potatoes. Bye, Remus. Lily said as she stood up, going over to the sink to grab a cloth. Say bye to Moony, Harry, she told her son softly. The green eyes looked at Remus. Bye to Moony, Harry, the boy said, sending the adults into laughter. Bye, Moony, James said as soon as he stopped laughing. With that, Remus took his leave. As soon as he disappeared from sight, Sirius looked at James accusingly. How come he was over here? I thought you said it was just me. Padfoot, when Moony asked if he could come over tonight, I couldn't refuse. Did you look at him? He looks exhausted, like he hasn't slept for weeks. He looked like he needed a good supper, and besides I knew that he had to get up early tomorrow. I knew that you wouldn't begrudge a friend some comfort. You still don't think he is a spy, do you? I don't know, Prongs. But I hope he's not. I don't want to lose my friend, but Voldemort could do anything. Sirius admitted softly, putting down his fork. Everything was so confusing. He didn't know who he could trust. Has he approached you again? James asked softly in a worried tone. As a father asking his son to join him. Sirius asked bitterly. No, thank Merlin. I don't think I could stand listening to his self-righteous speeches one more time. That's good. Hey, are you two going to sit there talking of gloomy things all night? It does get rather depressing listening to all that. I suspect you are staying all night, Sirius. Lily looked at them cheerfully. Sirius knew that she hated all that talk of Voldemort, even though before she had Harry she had been an Auror like he and James were. Yep. Sirius said. All night with you and Harry. Well, and James too, of course. Well, maybe we could send him away. He could stay at my apartment. I'll sleep in my bed, thank you very much for your offer, Padfoot. Sirius smirked as he thought of an idea. A mischievous glint danced in his eyes. Oh, Merlin, help us all. Lily said, rolling her eyes to the ceiling as she saw the familiar glint. Well then, I guess you can wake up with your son tomorrow morning at 5. Lily said, handing the child over to him so that she could clean up the high chair. You always said you wanted to do that, so here's your chance. Sirius groaned. He knew that Lily had said that on purpose. He was about to get up from the table when... Crash. Sirius jumped out of his bed, startled by the noise. Remus? He called out softly. Remus was a morning person. He always had been, unless it was after the night of the full moon. Then usually he would sleep in until almost noon. He had always been the first one awake in the dormitories in the morning. It would always leave him the prefect opportunity to lay traps for his fellow dorm mates, but by himself he had never laid a trap on James or Peter. Sirius was always the target of their morning pranks. He was the one who always slept in late and had the highest record in the school for missing part of or being late for his morning classes. Remus smiled. The Marauders had figured out a way to stop Sirius' bad habit by playing pranks on him every morning. Once James even went so far as to transfigure his curtains into a rain cloud so that by the time he was out of bed there was a small puddle growing on his blankets. It was a pity they didn't have a camera then. The look on Padfoot's face as the water came pouring down on him was priceless. Silently he crept down the stairs, careful so as not to make a noise. Before, when they were in school, or even when the four of them were sharing a house right after school, Sirius and James would have slept through anything. He and Peter would bang around pots for a good half-hour before stopping, figuring that it was totally pointless. Now Sirius would wake up at the slightest noise. Probably the habit had been inbred in him after sleeping in Azkaban and then in caves for 2 years. Whereas before only the smell of breakfast that had wafted into the 2 rooms would wake the 2 Marauders up, and James and Sirius would race down the stairs trying to beat one another to breakfast. Neither Padfoot nor Prongs could cook anything. It was amazing the Sirius had survived for 2 years on his own, but then again he could always be found over at Lily and James's place. That in itself was not odd. Sirius and James had always been friends, even before they entered Hogwarts, but Remus found it rather odd that Sirius seemed always to be there. Every time Remus had been over to Godric's Hollow, Sirius had been there. 14 years ago, after Sirius was convicted, he had thought it was so that the Potters would get used to his visits, but now he knew that it was Sirius' protective nature. Who would have ever thought that Padfoot, one of the best pranksters of all time, would be so protective of his friends? When he had found out that Padfoot had been living in a cave near Hogwarts last year, eating rats, and who knows what else, he had almost fainted. But then Sirius had always been loyal to his friends, even more than any Hufflepuff that ever existed. He knew that was why Lily and James chose him as Harry's godfather. They knew that he would protect the boy in every way that he could. And he had. Remus was nearly sick of listening to Sirius worry about his godson. For every day in the last month he had to listen to how Sirius had not received any letters from Harry and how worried he was. Remus was worried too, but he knew that Dumbledore was keeping an eye on the boy and would make sure that nothing happened to him from either his relatives or the Death Eaters. Smack! Remus hit the kitchen door smartly, ramming right into it. He had lost track of where he was. He had been doing that too often. Between worrying about his friend's sanity, Harry's safety and the Dark Lord, and being a werewolf on top of it all, Remus didn't know how much more he could handle. He quietly opened the door, so as not to wake his friend, who had been getting too little sleep as it was. He made his way over to the kettle and filled it with water so he could make his morning tea. It was his morning ritual, or had been for the past 12 years or so. Wake up early, drink tea and read the newspaper, which usually consisted of wild stories that were probably exaggerated to the point where they were a lie, that he had on early delivery. He pulled out the tea bags from where they were stored in the top cupboard and put them in the cup, waiting for the water to boil. Just then an owl flew into the room, a copy of the Daily Prophet tied on its leg. Remus untied the knot and handed the owl a few nuts, sending the small tawny creature on its way. He laid the newspaper down on the table, not bothering to read it right away. He had all morning to do so, especially since Sirius would probably sleep until noon. The kettle started to whistle a tune, calling to Moony, telling him the water had boiled. Remus used an oven mitt and poured the water into the mug. Despite the fact that he had grown up in a wizarding family, he found some of the Muggle ways of doing things were so much more fulfilling than the wizard ways, which had bothered James and Sirius to no end. He sat down at the small, simple table and unfolded the newspaper. He honestly wondered what wild news they would come up with next. The last story he had read had been about how Sirius Black had taken control of the Death Eaters and was killing Muggles. The Ministry still didn't believe that Voldemort was back. Remus sighed and looked at the paper as he took a sip from the mug. His eyes widened as he read the headlines. The mug slipped from his hand and fell to the floor with a loud crash. The article couldn't be true. It just couldn't be true. End of prologue. Please review and tell me if I should continue or not. This is my first fanfic, so feedback would be wonderful. Thank you. Rescue and a felony to walk through fire. Disclaimer. I do not own Harry Potter and the characters associated with him. I am not making any money off of this, so please don't sue me. Chapter 1. Rescue and a felony. A day before the prologue. Number 4 Privet Drive, in Little Whinging, Surrey, was one of the neatest houses that could be seen for miles. The garden surrounding the small house was one of the best kept gardens that could be seen. It was surely the most normal house that there ever was. Anyone, Muggle or Wizard, who looked upon it, would think that there was nothing not normal about the occupants of the house. However, they were wrong. The occupants of the house had a secret, one they had tried to keep to themselves ever since an accident that had happened nearly 15 years ago. No one, but a select few, knew that within the walls of the house there lived a young boy named Harry Potter. Now the Dursleys would not have minded the fact that they had the boy living with them. Well, they probably would have minded, but not so much. However, Harry was not a normal boy, he was a wizard. The Dursleys hated anything that was not normal, for a Muggle that is. Up until he went to Hogwarts, the Dursleys had tried to stomp out Harry's magic. They had failed in their mission, and now they had a wizard to deal with every summer. This summer was no different. The boy, famous for stopping Voldemort, was forced to stay with his relatives once again. Privet Drive was dark. The streetlights were dull and dimly lit the street below. Not a noise could be heard anywhere. The darkness seemed to lie upon the street like a blanket, stopping all sound and noise from existing. Even the small shout from a closet could not penetrate the darkness. The cupboard from which the shout had come from was tiny and full of dust, a space that hadn't seen a mop in years. Spider webs clung to every corner and the floor was splintering. But despite all that, the boy who lay inside the cupboard was content to sit in there. At least it meant that he didn't have to see his uncle, or his aunt, or his cousin. He shifted slightly from his position, careful so as not to jar his latest injury, a broken rib, or at least he thought it was broken. He didn't dare to go to sleep. No, that would only bring nightmares and pain. Staying awake wasn't much better. His thoughts always roamed to that fateful day, when Cedric Diggory died. It was his fault. No matter what anyone else said. Sure, no one had blamed Harry outright, but he could see it in their eyes. They knew him for a murderer. He had convinced Cedric to take the cup. If he hadn't, then the Hufflepuff would still be alive and happy today. He had led Cedric to his death, just as he had caused his parents' death. He always caused bad things to happen to people. Sirius had been imprisoned because his parents had been killed. Hermione and Ron were always in constant danger because of him. He was always dragging them off on some dangerous mission that they would never have become involved in on their own. He just caused trouble and pain. Even his relatives agreed with him. He was just a burden. An affliction that hurt or caused pain to everyone he went near. If only he had disappeared with Voldemort all those years ago, then no one would have to suffer. Or maybe if he had never been born, then things would have turned out differently. But he knew better than to do anything drastic like killing himself. Even though he had killed Cedric Diggory, most of the wizarding world still saw him as their savior, and if he died then they would lose hope, meaning that Voldemort would win. Harry didn't want that. That would cause even more pain. Either way he was doomed to cause pain. He deserved to go to the Dursleys every summer. Dumbledore knew that. That was why he was sent here every summer. He deserved all the beatings he had received this summer and to be locked in a tiny cupboard during the night. He didn't deserve to be comforted by Mrs. Weasley, or play with Ron. That was why Dumbledore would not let him stay with the Weasleys. If he did stay, then he would end up killing them. He didn't wish that on anyone. No, it was safer if he was hidden away at the Dursleys, where he would receive the proper punishment for his actions. No, he had to stop thinking of those things. He should think of other things, like Hogwarts and Quidditch. No, they didn't help. It was just another reminder of Cedric, which sent his thoughts spinning back to the beginning again. Weeks ago, the thought of Hogwarts was enough to bring a ghost of a smile onto his face, and he would think longingly of it and would anxiously wait for September when he could go back. Harry had even started a calendar again. But now, he wasn't even sure if he wanted to go back. He had even stopped counting down the days till he could go back to school. He did not deserve to go back to Hogwarts. That was a place for children to learn and play, not for murderers to lurk. A part of him wished that someone would come and tell him that his thoughts were wrong. That he didn't do anything wrong. That it was Voldemort's fault his parents were dead, and Cedric was dead. Maybe Sirius would come and curse his relatives into oblivion and rescue Harry from their clutches. Then he would tell Harry that it was not his fault, that it was Voldemort's fault. But no, that couldn't happen. Sirius could then be caught by the Ministry and then put in Azkaban again because of him. His wishes would never come true. No one would want to rescue a murderer, and someone who would burden them. After a week into his summer vacation, he would even have accepted Snape as his rescuer. He would have bent down and worshipped the potions professor if he had come and rescued him, but that hadn't happened. Harry was still living, if just barely, with his relatives. No one wanted him. No one loved him. Harry had not heard from his friends since they had departed from the Hogwarts Express. He had asked Hermione to look after Hedwig for him, since he didn't think that the owl would survive one more summer being malnourished. As much as he didn't want to lose her company, he knew that she would be safer with Hermione. His friend would probably have more use for her than he would anyway. She didn't have an owl and Hedwig could deliver the letters for her. He had also given his trunk to Ron for safekeeping. He didn't think that it would be a good idea for the Dursleys to get a hold of his trunk. It held everything that he considered valuable within it. Also, if he was caught, he didn't want the Ministry to find some of the items in there, such as the letters from Sirius. The only thing that he brought the Dursleys with him was his wand, which even now remained miraculously hidden within a transfigured pocket. He had thought that he might need it if the Death Eaters came after him. He wanted protection, even if he would be kicked out of Hogwarts. It hurt that his friends had not tried to contact him. He had not even seen so much as a white piece of paper addressed to him. Not even his godfather had written him to tell him that all was well. Harry could understand why his godfather did not send him any letters, but he did not understand why his friends did not. Was it because they did not want him as a friend anymore? Of course it was. He knew that that had to be the reason. Who in their right mind would want to be friends with a murderer? He wrapped his arms around him as if to ward off the thoughts. He whimpered softly as he jarred his left arm. He was sure that it was broken. He could not move his fingers and it hurt every time he shifted it into a new position. Aunt Petunia had not let him bandage it in a sling, saying that he deserved it for teasing Dudley. Harry had accepted her punishment, but not for that reason, but because he did deserve it. It had been his fault that Dudley had to put up with him. It was his fault that his parents were dead. The cycle had started all over again. He sighed, and regretted it. His broken rib dug sharply in his lungs. Maybe it was better to sleep. He had several hours left until Petunia would unlock the cupboard and expect him to make breakfast for the family. He had gotten precious few hours of sleep over the past week. He sighed and closed his eyes, laying his feverish skin against the wall. He had not slept all night ever since he had returned to the Dursleys. The first few nights had been terrible, with Vernon attacking him every time he woke his uncle up. He had learned since then to not make a sound even as Voldemort mercilessly held one of his followers, and Harry, under the Cruciatus curse for what seemed hours. He was tired. So very tired, and sore. His scar had started to become a constant ache, along with his ribs. At first he had thought it was due to the number of times his head was banged against the wall, but the burning feeling in his head wasn't from Vernon's attacks, it was from his connection with Voldemort. He turned his head, trying to find a cooler spot on the wall that would help cool down his burning face. He was sure though that his stomach hurt worse than his head. The constant hunger that had plagued him since coming to Privet Drive had been driven away by a different sort of pain, as if his stomach was churning around. He had tried to eat what little his aunt gave him, but he could barely keep it down. He had hardly kept any food down since last week. He knew that he was losing weight that he could not afford to lose, and very rapidly. Harry knew that he would not last much longer. He would not be able to live to see Hogwarts again unless someone came and rescued him. Harry would rather have faced Voldemort than stay with the Dursleys for much longer. He knew that he deserved it, but he could not stand being there for much longer. No, he physically could not last there much longer. A human being could not live on moldy cheese, stale bread and sour milk. A human being could not mentally stand the snide remarks that he heard day in and day out. Soon Aunt Marge was coming for a visit. Harry knew that he would perish when she came. He was already at his limits. And he wished for release, no matter how it came. Even if that meant that his friends had to know what had happened to him this summer. He closed his eyes. Maybe it was better sleeping after all. The room was dark. Only glowing coals in a small fireplace sent any light over the room. It seemed deserted at first. Or would have had the coals not been glowing red, sending shadows of a figure onto a crumbling white wall. It was a room that looked as if it had lived long past its days of glory. The room was decaying. Walls no longer had any covering on them. The little that was left was yellowed with age. The carpet was the only colorful object that took away from the dreariness and the gloom of the room. It looked as if one time it had been bright pink, but now it was only a shade of its old color, though it was the only thing that was an actually color in the room. The only furniture lay in the center facing the fireplace. A tall cushioned chair, covered in some sort of black material, stood directly in front of the coals. It looked about as old as the rest of the room. Little white patches showed through the black material, which could have actually been a dark blue, in the sunlight. It was not the chair itself that would draw attention, but the occupant. Sitting on the dark cushions was a dark-clad figure. He was tall. There was no doubt about that. Standing he would have stood taller than most men. But it was not his height that drew the fear of his men. It was the anger, the hate, that encircled him, that radiated off of him. The blood-red eyes that glared through the hood of the cloak sent chills down their backs. A power that seemed to glow around him, sent them scurrying around him, hoping not to disturb him. Currently though, no one was around the man, but his attendant. A short balding man, no older than 40, who looked as if he should have been more plump than he was, stood in front of his master. Sweat dripped down the man's head and neck. He was quivering with fear in front of the man he had given his soul to almost 15 years ago. He did not look into the eyes of his master, but keep his once kind brown eyes on the floor in front. Wormtail. The black figure hissed softly, but dangerously. Is everything set up as planned? His red eyes pierced into Wormtail. Why yes moss stir. The man stuttered. Are you sure of that? A dangerous glint entered the red eyes, as if he knew that Wormtail, as he was called, had lied to him. No ma aster. The man cringed even as he spoke. What are you not telling me, Wormtail? The red-eyed figure hissed angrily. The WW wards Master A are causing SS some trouble, he managed to stutter out. Malfoy H had trouble putting the C. Charm you up. We don't know if it W will work. He had some Muggle P place it inside. But everything still worked out. The explosion will still take place when Potter leaves the house. Voldemort hissed. Why yes Master. Wormtail replied meekly. The Ministry is alerted that Potter may try to attack his relatives. The man asked again. Why yes Master. Good. Lord Voldemort muttered under his breath. A strange glint appeared in his eyes. One that promised death and pain. One that would have sent his followers running to obey his orders. Wormtail, I would have expected better reporting from you. Master? Wormtail asked cautiously. One could never be too careful around this man. Next time you will report everything before I have to drag it out of you. Dismissed. The dark figure hissed, sounding bored. The balding man turned to leave. Wormtail. Crucio. The balding man fell to the floor screaming. Harry Potter woke up with a sudden start. Fire ran through his veins, searing his body. He bit down hard on his lip to avoid calling out. If he did, then the Dursleys would not be very happy. The last time that had happened, Vernon had come and beaten him nearly senseless. He did not want it to happen again. The pain slowly started to fade away. Then the second wave of pain came. His jarred ribs screamed in agony as he gasped for breath. His forehead was on fire. His stomach was a mass of burning pain. Harry clenched his teeth together tightly, waiting for the pain to pass, trying to calm his rasping breath. Slowly the pain started to dull. This always happened after he felt the Cruciatus curse. All his other injuries would burn with the rest of his nerves. After a few minutes, Harry was able to think rationally once again, despite the fact that his body was still throbbing in pain. He was used to that. It was the pain that he lived with every day since he came back from Hogwarts. He thought back to his vision. So the Dark Lord had finally decided to create a plan to attack him, one that would remove him from the Dursleys. He did not know if he should be happy that someone finally wanted to take him away from the Dursleys, or cry because of the hopelessness of his situation. But what was it? What did Voldemort have planned? Something about an explosion. He couldn't remember any more than that. There was also something about the Ministry and them being alerted to something. He had no idea what it was. He gently fingered his wand through the thin material of his clothes. He hoped that he would not have to use it. He did not want any more blood on his hands. But if it would help the world, then he would do it. It was almost time to get up. He was sure of that. He could hear the floorboard above his head creak softly as Petunia moved around in her room. He had a precious few minutes to himself before he would be forced to see his relatives. Harry tried to savor those last few minutes, but it was impossible. His thoughts returned to his dreams. He wondered what Voldemort was planning for him. He did not like surprises. Especially ones that put lives on the line, even if they were his relatives. Clunk. 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 His aunt was slowly descending down the stairs. He closed his eyes. The nightmare had started again. It had happened every day. His aunt would slowly descend down the stairs, giving him time to figure out what was coming. Then she would open the cupboard and kick him until he crawled out. He would then have to go cook breakfast for the family. And then he would be given a list of chores that he was expected to do without question. Harry quickly stopped his line of thoughts before they reached the point that he dreaded the most. His punishments. He quickly stopped thinking. He was not brave enough to think about that. He did not think he could face one more day of punishments, as much as he deserved them. His Gryffindor courage failed him during those times, and despite his resolution not to cry out, he always did. Maybe he didn't deserve to be a Gryffindor either. He heard the door unlocking. It opened with a creak and his aunt's horse-like face appeared. Up! She screeched silently as she possibly could so that she would not wake her Duddykins. Harry groaned softly to himself and forced himself to crawl out of the cupboard before she started to kick him, bruising his ribs even more. It was a miracle that he could actually stand up. He closed his eyes as the world twisted and tilted in strange angles. He waited a few seconds and opened his eyes to find that the world had once more righted itself up. He strode. Well, actually he limped painfully, into the kitchen. Petunia had taken her usual seat at the table and was reading one of the many Martha Stewart magazines. Harry winced. Most of the decorating ideas at the Dursleys were from those magazines. Harry couldn't imagine who would actually want to use the horrible ideas in them. No offense meant to anyone who likes Martha Stewart. He quickly brought out a pan from the cupboard, trying to not allow it to hit any of the other metal objects. The last time he had pulled out the pan carelessly, it had banged on a pot, which had supposedly caused his cousin to wake up from his precious beauty sleep. He had been punished that time before he had even started his chores. Moving as quietly as possible, he opened the fridge door, which happened to creak if it was not opened properly. He pulled out the bacon and eggs. It was what Dudley had requested for this morning's breakfast. Well, that was what he had requested last night. Knowing Dudley, he would probably change his mind this morning, so that Harry had to do more work. He was sure that was the reason why Dudley changed his mind every day. He quickly opened the package of bacon and laid them out on the frying pan. The bacon sizzled as it hit the hot pan. Harry was glad there was no oil in there, or he would have been splashed. Not that he didn't deserve it, quite the opposite, but Harry would rather not be burnt by large globules of bacon. It made it especially difficult to concentrate with burning hands. With the bacon frying, Harry went to scramble the eggs. He kept a careful watch over breakfast, despite the constant ache in his right ankle from standing on it. He thought that the limb had been sprained when his uncle had thrown him down the stairs last week. His burning ribs did not help either. Just as the bacon and eggs were almost done, Dudley came in the kitchen, his smelting stick clutched tightly in his grasp. He avoided Harry as much as he possibly could. When Harry had first come back from Hogwarts, Dudley had stayed in his room all day, just so that he could avoid his cousin. Harry thought it was because of the trick Fred and George had played on him last year. What Harry had been most surprised at when he had first seen his cousin, on the second day he had been at the Dursleys, was that he was no longer an enormous pig. He was thinner than, Harry was sure, he had ever been his entire life. Aunt Petunia had complained that her Dudley was starving because of the diet he was forced to live with. Harry, however, suspected that it had something more to do with Fred and George's trick. As a matter of fact, he was positive. He had not seen Dudley sneak one candy into his room since he first arrived on Privet Drive almost a month ago. Dudley also must have stopped eating so much, for now he did not eat as much during meals. He actually ate less than Petunia did, which was saying a lot. Harry suspected that Dudley liked being thinner, since he seemed to have so much more energy now. He had actually started to invite his friends over so that they could play their favorite sport, Harry hunting. Actually now it was more like Harry teasing, since Dudley did not want to lose his slave. They would sit there and insult his parents, trying to see how far they could go before he blew up. At first that had bothered Harry, but he was too tired and sore to care anymore. His parents did not deserve him defending their memory either, he was unworthy of it. Harry set the dishes on the table. He did not begrudge his relatives the meal. He did not think he could swallow one bite. Just the smell of it was making his stomach churn uncomfortable, almost sending him to the bathroom, to heave out anything that he had managed to eat. Yesterday. Or was it the day before? He wasn't sure. "Boy, get my Duddykins some chocolate milk," Petunia demanded, bringing Harry out of his reverie. He quickly poured Dudley the chocolate milk and handed it to him before a hand could come and smack his already sore face. He had to place it in front of Dudley, for his cousin would not take it out of Harry's hand. Just then a squeak announced that Vernon was coming down the stairs. Harry quickly poured the coffee into a cup and set it at his uncle's place before the man could punish him for being tardy. "Good morning," he said brightly to his wife and child, scowling in Harry's direction to tell him that comment was not for him. The large man, who seemed to have grown larger since Harry last saw him, sat across from his son. Harry went and retrieved the mail for his uncle before he was asked. If he could please his relatives, maybe then they would let him have one day of peace. One day without punishments. He picked up the mail and looked through it. Ever since the accident when he was 11, Harry had always looked through the mail first before he brought it near his uncle, just in case he received a note. There was nothing for him. A couple of bills. Vernon would not be happy about that, the newspaper, and a notice that announced some important event or another. Harry really wasn't interested in reading it. He quickly walked into the kitchen, so as not to make Vernon think he was looking through the mail. His uncle did not speak to him. Actually, nobody really spoke to him. If they did, it was a brief command of what they expected, or when his uncle yelled at him. If they could avoid it, the Dursleys did not speak to him. Vernon just raised his arm out towards Harry, expecting him to put it in his hand. Harry did not bother with breakfast. He had no stomach for it, and anyway stale bread and water had no appeal to him. He was sure that the beggars on the street ate better. Harry waited until his relatives were done breakfast and then cleared off the table, just like a servant, or more a slave in this case. Drying his hands off with a tea towel, Harry could hear his uncle get ready to leave the house to go pick up Aunt Marge. He really did not want to be around to hear his relatives say goodbye to one another. He quickly picked up the chore list that his relatives had written. They did not think he was capable of thinking of chores himself, and looked through it. Clean the windows inside and out. Weed the garden. Water the garden. Twice, once in the morning and once at night. Vacuum the house and tidy it up. Clean Dudley's bathroom. Gross. Sweep the driveway. Clean out the fridge. Clean the garage. Clean out the shed. Clean out the eaves troughs. Mow the lawn. Paint the fence. Repaint the garage. It was messy the last time. Do it properly. All chores must be done before Aunt Marge comes home at 6 p.m., or more punishments will ensue. Harry groaned. He knew that he could not finish this by 6. It was already 10. A really healthy person, who was full of energy, would be hard-pressed to complete these chores. For Harry to finish them, it would be impossible. No, he couldn't think that way. He deserved to do all this, to be a slave to the Dursleys. That was why Professor Dumbledore had sent him here. He could not complain. Vernon was right. He was ungrateful and did not deserve to stay there. He had to finish all this for the Dursleys, for all they had done for him. Harry sighed and left out the back door to do the gardening. Just as he was about to take a spade out of the shed, he saw the house explode. Wooden boards and bricks flew everywhere. There was a loud noise that echoed throughout the neighborhood. Harry stood there in absolute shock. What was left of the house shifted in an unnatural angle, sending more debris flying. Flames licked at the ruin, happily consuming everything in its path. A brick flew towards Harry. He could see the flying object head straight towards him. Maybe, had he not been in shock and fully capable of movement, he would have dodged it. But shock held him still. The brick rammed into his head. The last thing he saw before he fell unconscious was the dark mark flying above the roof of the Dursleys' now burning house. Then blackness came over him, dragging him into the depths of its sea. Thank you so much to everyone who reviewed. 11 reviews in one day, and this is my first FIC. Thank you. Bows her head to you all. You guys are the greatest. Of course I will continue the story, so don't worry. However, it may not be updated until a little later, since school is starting again and I don't know how much time I will have to write. I will try to update as often as possible. The reason this chapter was out is because I had already written it before I started to post the story. The reason why I decided to post this was because of all your reviews. Thank you. I always liked the idea and decided to break down and write this. Please keep reviewing. The more you review, the more encouraged I am to continue writing this story. Also, suggestions would be wonderful. I have an idea where I am going, but any other ideas would be wonderful. Thank you so much to all those who reviewed. Chapter 2. A Fate Worse Than Death to Walk Through Fire. Disclaimer. I do not own Harry Potter and the characters associated with him. They belong to J.K. Rowling. I am not making money off of this story, so please don't sue. Chapter 2. A Fate Worse Than Death. Pain, no agony. He was in agony. No, it was something beyond. Every inch of his body was on fire. It was like the Cruciatus curse, only 100 times worse. Was he dead? No, he hurt too much to be dead. Death was supposed to bring peace, right? Or at least he didn't think there was supposed to be any pain. Maybe he was in the underworld to rot here for an eternity. No, he did not see any flames. He didn't see anything. Was he dead? No, he did not want to die. No matter what happened to him, there was still a part of him that did not want to die, despite the pain. That primitive urge flowed through him. He started to become frantic. He clawed at the darkness, trying to find his way out. It held close to him, like a blanket. It was suffocating him. He couldn't breathe. Maybe oblivion would take him now. No, he must fight. He could not die. He did not want to die. He clawed through the darkness again, trying to pull it away from where it clung on his body. It was futile. There was no way he could pull free of it. He gave one last desperate attempt to pull himself out of the darkness. He gave everything he had left into his effort. Even the searing agony did not pierce through his concentration. He pulled with all his might at the darkness, trying to break through it. Just when he felt he had nothing left to give, a blinding light appeared. He closed his eyes in a desperate attempt to stop the fiery pain that ran through his head. He took in calming breaths that sent his ribs into new waves of anguish. He just kept taking in breaths, gulping the air as if it were his lifeline. The pain in his head slowly started to become bearable. He did not bother contemplating on how the rest of his body was. He seriously did not want to know. Slowly the agony started to dull. It was still painful, but not intolerable, as it had been before. Harry Potter did not open his eyes again. He was afraid to open them, frightened of what he would see. Instead he listened. For what, he honestly did not know. He listened for a sound that would tell him where he was. Dead, sir. There was nothing we could do for them. They were crushed. We could hardly retrieve them from inside the house. A strange feminine voice was saying calmly. There were no curses on their bodies, they were just crushed. We searched for every curse we could think of. A pity that they are dead. We shall have to have a private memorial for them. It was a terrible thing that happened here. A familiar voice said emotionlessly. One of our own attacking his own family. He shall have to be punished. We can no longer have a mad boy wizard running over the world. Harry wondered what they were talking about. Were they talking about him? Was he mad? He knew that he was seriously injured and a little insecure. But mad? He wasn't mad, or insane. He opened his mouth to try and correct the man. Only a groan came out. A weak soft groan that could not be heard. Harry tried again, but he did not have the energy to do so. Instead he listened to the man talk. Who was this man? It is a shame that we were not able to save his relatives. We should have looked into this case sooner. We should have known that it was Harry Potter who killed Cedric Diggory. Especially with the story he came out with. You know who coming back and all that. I am sure that he believes that Sirius Black is a very nice man who was innocent. The man muttered darkly to his companion. I am sure that he was too, Minister. Did you actually hear him talking about you know who coming back from the dead? The women asked in awe. Minister? That meant that this man was Cornelius Fudge. If Harry could have moved he would have jumped up, instead he jerked quickly sending a searing pain throughout his body. Had Dumbledore abandoned him to the mercy of the Minister of Magic? Did his friends care so little that they left him in the care of Cornelius Fudge? The man had wanted to put the blame on him for everything. He had known it ever since that day in the hospital wing, when Fudge had claimed he was crazy. Harry whimpered, maybe it would have been better to die after all. Did you hear that? The minister asked the woman suspiciously. It sounded like someone was whimpering. The boy, sir. It came from the boy, he is waking up, the woman answered almost anxiously. Harry heard some movement, but he did not bother opening his eyes. He knew that he did not want to see the man's face. Harry. He heard someone whisper his name softly. It's okay, Harry. Come on now, you can wake up. Harry wanted to swat Fudge away. He did not want to open his eyes. He did not want to listen to the man. Fudge was essentially a liar, who would do anything to keep his good name. Harry could care less about it as he already knew the truth. Come on, boy. The man's voice grew harder. Harry winced. The voice sounded too much like Uncle Vernon's. He could not help it. Harry opened his eyes. Not even his Gryffindor courage could have stood up to that voice. Years of ill treatment and a few weeks of no punishments, and Harry automatically responded to the hard voice. The sunlight was bright. It hurt his eyes, sending fire shooting through his head. He made to move his arm to block out the light, but instead only managed to cause his dull throbbing arm to burn in agony. He hissed in pain and closed his eyes again. Not even for his parents would he open his eyes, it hurt too much. He heard something move through the pain. In the back of his mind he wondered what was going on. At the moment though, he did not care. He hurt too much to care. Once. Again Harry took deep breaths trying to calm the pain. Trying to reach the equilibrium again. It seemed like hours this time though, before the pain started to dull. Then the minister's voice came back. Come on, Harry. You can do it. Just open your eyes for us. The light is gone. It won't hurt anymore. Harry did not know whether he could trust the man or not, but the voice was getting more persistent. It was starting to cause a headache in the back of his head. Gathering all the ragged courage he had left, Harry took a deep breath and wished he hadn't as jagged pain pressed into his chest. He ignored it and opened his eyes, fully prepared to feel the fiery pain coursing through his head again. There was not any fiery pain. There was no more pain than there was before. Harry almost sighed in relief, but stopped himself before he caused his ribs any more damage. It was then he saw the head. Cornelius Fudge was leaning over him, whispering in his ear. The man's body was blocking the sun from view, for which Harry was grateful. The light was just too bright. Suddenly the man realized that he had actually opened his eyes. The man's eyes widened in surprise as if he had not actually expected Harry to open his eyes. The brown eyes met Harry's deadened green ones. Harry Potter. The man stated, not in greeting, but more as an accusation. Harry did not bother to answer. He did not think that he had the kind of energy it took to talk to the man. It was a waste of breath anyway. The man would not listen. Fudge waited for a second then continued. Can you sit up? What a strange question to ask a person who had just been whacked in the head by a brick and had been lying unconscious for hours. Harry did not think he could sit up, not without help anyway. But something inside him still wanted to prove that he was worth the effort, that he was stronger than everyone thought he was. He nodded. Only slightly, but enough that the minister caught it. The man did not even help him get up. Harry was forced to push himself up on one weak arm, his left one hurt too much to use. He refused to give up, even after he fell the first time. He would not allow Fudge to see how weak he had become. Harry heaved himself with all his might. He could have sworn it was an hour before he was able to push himself up, but he managed. As soon as he managed to get himself into a sitting position, the world tilted dangerously sideways and started twirling around. Harry closed his eyes in an attempt to stop the twirling and twisting. He concentrated on his breathing, which was harsh once again. Even to his ears it sounded forced. It was getting harder and harder to force air out of his lungs. It felt as if his ribs were crushing his chest. As soon as his breath slowed down, Harry deemed it safe to open his eyes once again. The world looked totally different from this point of view. Fudge was still crouched down near him, blocking the sunlight out of his face. The man's face was hard, cold and accusing. There were several others behind Fudge, all dressed in robes of dull earth colors. They all looked at him accusingly too. Though pity decorated a few faces, Harry did not recognize one of them. He turned his gaze back to Fudge. The man looked at him for a second. "Mr. Potter, do you recall what happened here this morning?" Harry decided against shaking his head. That would only make his world spin once again. He did not think he could stand that anymore. His stomach was already churning enough. "No," he managed to croak out to the man. Fudge's eyes turned suspicious. "You do not remember anything? Even when you woke up this morning, or went to breakfast?" Harry thought for a moment. He tried to remember that morning. He hadn't slept last night. No, that wasn't right. He had managed to sleep for a few hours, then had a strange dream with Voldemort and Peter Pettigrew in it. Fudge would not believe him, so Harry decided not to tell him that. There was something else about that morning. Oh yeah, he had made bacon and eggs for breakfast. Then he had gone to get the mail to give to his uncle. He gave his cousin some chocolate milk. Wait, wasn't that before he got the mail? He did not think it mattered. He relayed this information to Fudge. His own voice was unfamiliar to even his own ears. "Then I went out to do my chores. I decided to do gardening first. When I started to go to the shed, the house suddenly blew up." He managed to choke out between breaths. "I think a brick came flying towards me." He added softly in the end. No, there was something else that he had not told them. What was? The dark mark. He had seen that above the Dursleys' house. But how? He did not tell that to Fudge. The man would think him a lunatic. Well, more so one that he already was. "Is that all, Harry?" Fudge whispered dangerously. "Yes." Harry muttered softly without shaking his head. Fudge looked at him suspiciously, as if he did not believe Harry's story. Why he wouldn't, Harry did not know. He had told Fudge everything that he remembered, well, everything that the man would want to know. "Harry, do you remember doing any magic? We found traces of your magical signature all over the house. Then there was the death mark above the Dursleys' house. Your signature is all over that too," the man asked, almost viciously. "No, I didn't," Harry pleaded. "Please sir, I did not do anything wrong. I was just going outside. I swear I did not do anything wrong." It hurt to talk, but Harry had to relay this information to the man. It was important. He was guilty for many things, including Cedric's death, but he refused to be accused of something he did not do. "Harry, are you sure you do not remember anything else?" The man leered closer towards him, as if to intimidate him. "No," Harry whispered softly. "That's all that happened." Fudge stared at him for a second. He then turned around, allowing the sun to shine past him. Harry was glad that he was now sitting up, even with the effort it took to stay in that position. The sun did not glare into his eyes this way, it just passed right by him instead. "Ladies and gentlemen, what is the verdict?" Fudge asked. He claims that he did not do anything wrong. But if he was a Death Eater, he would not consider killing his victims as something wrong. Look how he twists the words and turns them into something that sounds so innocent. "So what is your vote?" Harry stared at the minister in surprise. Their vote for what? For him being a Death Eater? Now that was outrageous. Why on earth would he want to be a Death Eater? He wanted to tell him that he wasn't guilty, that he did not destroy the Dursleys' house, that he had not done anything wrong. He wanted to beg them not to take him to Azkaban. He knew, beyond a doubt, that he would not be able to stand the prison for more than a few weeks, even without the Dementors looming over him. Please no. Guilty. 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 The voices all called out. Not a single one thought him not guilty. He wanted to beg them that he did not do it. He was not guilty for destroying the Dursleys' home. He had not used any magic. He hadn't touched his wand since early this morning, or was it last night? Harry Potter. Fudge said, still standing. The man was now looming over him, glaring at him coldly, as if he was a dirty mutt found on the streets. You are guilty on 3 counts of murder. The murder of Cedric Diggory, the murder of Mrs. Petunia Dursley, and the murder of Mr. Vernon Dursley. You are accused of attempted murder on a Mr. Dudley Dursley. We have reviewed the evidence and it all leads directly to you. You are accused of the use of dark magic, and the use of 2 of the unforgivables, the Cruciatus Curse and the Imperious Curse, used during the Tri-Wizard Tournament. We have taken into account the charges. Mr. Harry Potter, due to your age we were not able to sentence the Dementor's kiss. Harry almost begged him to reconsider, at least then he would be taken into oblivion. This was a nightmare, even worse than one of Vernon's beatings. Mr. Potter, you are sentenced for life to Azkaban. Harry felt any hope of rescue fade. He was done for, his life was over. He would die in Azkaban, with no one to rescue him. Sirius was not going to come rescue him. He had no hidden family relations that would come take him away from the Dursleys. Every dream, hope and wish he had ever had was shattered. He felt something break inside of him right then, something that even Vernon Dursley, with all his punishment, had been unable to break. Something that may never be able to be fixed again. The man stared at the small boy clutched in his arms. The boy was too small to be 15 years old. He had seen an 11-year-old larger than this boy, an underfed 11-year-old at that. It wasn't just the boy's size that worried him, it was the bruises that decorated his face. Minister Fudge had said it was because of the explosion, but the man knew that it was something else. Those bruises were too old to be just given to the boy. He knew that. He had always been getting in fights with others. Those bruises were days old. But Minister Fudge was usually right. The man sighed. He did not like questioning the minister. He had seen where it had gotten others. He wanted to go somewhere, not just sit at the bottom or be fired. Fudge was usually right. When the headmaster of Hogwarts had told the students that he who must not be named was back, he had spent days reassuring his son that the man was a senile old fool trying to scare the children. How could you know who be back? It was not possible. Even in the wizarding world it was not possible for the dead to come back. The dead were dead. He shifted the boy in his arms. Still those bruises were days old. Maybe the boy had hit his head against something. Yes, that was it. The boy had probably been playing some cruel game with his cousin and hit his head on something. But one of those marks looked suspiciously like a hand. Right on the boy's cheek. He had seen a mark like that before, on his own face in the mirror. His father had given it to him as punishment for something he never could quite remember. It looked almost the same, but it couldn't be. No one would dare hurt the boy. Why on earth would the boy's relatives attack him? They had no reason to. They had a famous wizard living with them. The boy probably was treated with great care, maybe even better than his cousin was. So what was that mark from? Maybe it had been because of a fight he and his cousin had had. From his son he knew that the boy was known to insult Draco Malfoy in the halls, and try to attack the Slytherin. That was probably it. Then why was the boy so small? Because a small voice in the back of his head said, the boy was probably being abused. The man ignored it and continued on. There was nothing in that house that would indicate the boy was being abused. Nothing at all. There was another thing that worried the man though. The boy looked suspiciously like someone he known years ago, someone who had been a really good friend. He could not quite place it. The boy did not really look anything like the Harry Potter in the newspapers. Now the boy's facial features were different. If only he could place it. He knew though, that this boy was Harry Potter. The telltale scar lay blandly on his forehead, refusing to be hidden by the tufts of black hair that fell behind him. The man shrugged it off, even though he knew that it was going to bother him for days on end. Maybe he would bring out the old photo album and look through that. See if he could place the name. He slowly walked towards the docks. He really hated going to Azkaban. As a matter of fact, he hated it. Everyone there was raving mad. There had only been one prisoner who had managed to stay sane. No, he did not want to think of that. He still blamed Sirius for the deaths of Lily and James Potter. Well, now everyone in there was mad. He hated listening to their voices cry out in pain at certain memories. Or beg for mercy. He hated their pleas, their begging voices. And most of all, he hated the Dementors. Even though those creatures were moved to different areas when the men came around, he could feel a certain residue in Azkaban, left from the Dementors. He looked down at the boy. Even if he really did do those crimes, a part of his mind shouted. The man pushed that thought away. Even if the boy had done those crimes he was accused of, he should not have to suffer behind the bars in Azkaban. He had heard what had happened to Harry Potter when he was near the Dementors. His son, Robbie, had written to him then asking about the foul creatures and telling him how Harry Potter had fainted when he met up with them. He honestly did not blame the boy, especially after seeing his parents murdered by he who must not be named. The man shuddered at that thought. He was glad that he was able to take a vacation after this. He would then be able to spend a month with his son. That was worth 1,000,000 trips to the Dementors. He slowed down even more as he approached the ferryman at the dock. "Mr. Brown, I'm surprised to see ya so soon," the ferryman muttered. "Ya said ya was not goin' to come back again." Mr. Alexander Brown, for that is what he was called, grimaced at the man's words. The man was right, he had said that he would not come back again. But there was really nothing the man could do about it. As one of the strongest Aurors there was, he was required to take the boy to Azkaban. Yes. Minister Fudge decided that the boy should not run free any longer. He is to be situated in Azkaban where you will no longer cause trouble, Alexander said stiffly. He really did not like the ferryman. The man was a squib who had grown up on the docks. The man's accent bothered him greatly. He really did not like spending time in areas like these, where thieves and cutthroats lived. "All right, if it is Minister Fudge's orders. Please see th papers," the man told him. The accent grated on Alexander's nerves. He shifted the small boy once again and pulled out the papers, placing them into the man's waiting hand. He was careful not to touch the ferryman's hand. This man was almost as mad as those who were kept in prison. The ferryman just nodded, probably sensing Alexander's dislike for him. He motioned for the other man to walk onto the small ferry and they set off. Alexander never really liked riding in boats. If on one long enough, he would throw everything he had eaten plus all his organs up. He was thankful that this ferry only traveled a little way. Long enough that he would start to feel queasy, but short enough so that he did not feel like spitting out his guts. He was glad that the boy in his arms remained unconscious. He did not think he could deal with the boy as well, especially if he started fighting. But Alexander did not think that the boy would start fighting. As a matter of fact, he was almost positive that the boy would not fight. He had seen all the fight left in the boy leave him as soon as the teenager had heard that he was going to spend the rest of his life in Azkaban. The boy had fainted after that. But Alexander had seen it in the teen's eyes. The young boy had given up hope. He had lost everything that he had ever fought for. "We're air, sir," the ferryman said, brining Alexander out of his thoughts. The brown-haired man just nodded and left the small moving boat. He knew that the ferryman would wait for him. He was expected to wait for all Aurors no matter how long they stayed there for. Alexander quickly brought the boy to the office. He did not want to spend any more time with him than he had to. "Prisoner for Azkaban," he said gruffly to the commanding officer, "a Mr. Harry Potter." The man just nodded. "Follow me," he answered back. At least the man would not waste time. He followed the short, stocky, bald-haired man through the maze of Azkaban. It was a death trap to any who tried to escape. There were curses and spells everywhere. Alexander could feel the magic hovering in the air around him. He shuddered. Alexander almost closed his eyes and followed the man blindly. He decided against it, since one of the other prisoners could snatch him. That was not a very entertaining situation. He had been there before. He moved away from that memory and concentrated on the commander's back. He was led down to a small holding area, used for the high-security prisoners. Alexander wondered why they would bother. The boy had no fight left in him. He would not bother trying to escape the prison. He knew that he had no hope to survive. "In there, sir," the commander stated formally, pointing to one of the smallest cells in the corner. Alexander quickly put the child in the cell. This was the exact place where Sirius, no, he would not think of his one-time friend. He placed the child on the bench as carefully as he could. Despite the fact that he believed the child guilty of murder, his paternal instincts kicked in and would not allow him just to throw the boy in the cell. As he placed the child down, a corner of the too large shirt was pulled away from the child's neck. Alexander froze. He stared at the small patch of skin that was revealed. Around the boy's neck there were bruises that looked exactly like handprints. The man started to breathe faster. Memories came flying back to him. He quickly pushed them away before he had to relive his painful past. He turned around. He could not look at that mark anymore. Quickly he left the cell, leaving behind an exasperated officer. He ran down the maze that was Azkaban and left through the doors into the sunlight. Gasping for air, Alexander stopped on the stones. He knew what those marks were, where they had come from. Someone had tried to choke the boy. He knew that the marks on Harry's face were not just bruises from the explosion. Someone had slapped the teen. He knew what he was going to do. Somehow he did not believe that the child was guilty anymore. He had to prove it somehow. Alexander ran for the boat. He needed to talk to someone and quickly. Minister Fudge sat in his office chair. A triumphant smile decorated his face. The fools had actually believed him. They had condemned an innocent boy to life in prison. The fools. How could they even believe that Harry Potter, the boy who had defeated who was a Death Eater? It was beyond him. But it worked. This way he could kill two birds with one stone. The boy would be blamed for everything that went wrong so far, including the attacks that had been recently reported, and he would be able to stop Albus from telling the world that who was back. There was no evidence to back the man up. He smiled even more. Now he would be able to keep his reputation from being destroyed. He liked the power of being able to control the wizarding community. He almost understood why who did what he did. Almost, not quite. Now all he had to do was make sure that Albus was going to keep fighting who and his evil minions. If the senile old man kept fighting him, then none of the public would know what was going on, and they would still trust them. He had worked so hard to get this position. He would not allow some crackpot old fool and a boy to ruin his chance for greatness. Ruin his chance as a leader. It was a pity he could not use the boy for something else, in some other way. Why would the boy not cooperate with him and just give in? Just tell the world that he was telling a lie, that Cedric had died some other way. But no, the boy had told him a story about the Dark Lord coming back. Oh well, at least the boy had been of some use, just as his godfather had. Fudge grinned. The boy's godfather had conveniently been right where Fudge had wanted him. Oh, he knew that Sirius Black would never kill James and Lily Potter. The man was too loyal to his friends than that. He knew that what Black had said had truth to it. He had used the fear people had against Black. He would make sure he thanked the man just before he was given the Dementor's kiss. That was when they caught him. Fudge scowled again. That good-for-nothing innocent convict still escaped his clutches. True, he was working on other things, but still, Fudge grinned. The man was loyal to those he loved, and if Fudge had any idea, he knew that the convict cared more about the boy than he did about himself. The boy would lure Black out of hiding. That was 3 birds with 1 stone. This was just getting better and better. Now if only he could find some way to discredit Arthur Weasley. That man was gaining too much power. Too many wizards were starting to believe him. Alexander passed another nurse. He really did not like hospitals any more than he did Azkaban, but something about the story was not adding up. He needed information. He needed to know if he had just put an innocent boy into Azkaban. He did not think he could live with that. He quickly strode down the halls of St. Mungo's. Luckily he was an Auror, so no one questioned his authority. Room 112. That was the one he was looking for. That was the one that held Dudley, Harry's cousin. It had been decided by the minister that the boy would be sent to the hospital until he was well enough. Then his memories would be erased. Alexander hoped that it would not be too late. He pushed open the door, probably harder than he should have, only to come face to face with a large boy with blonde hair. Dudley Dursley. "What do you want?" The boy whispered softly, as if afraid of him. The boy seemed to shrink further into the blankets. Unlike Harry, Dudley seemed very well fed. He actually was quite overweight. The only bruises on the boy's face were from that day, Was it really only today that the house exploded? I just want to speak with you, Mr. Dursley, he said softly. It would do no good if he frightened the boy. He did not want the nurses to interfere with his questioning. If anyone found out, then his chance to save Harry would end. Is that all right? The blonde boy just nodded. Did anyone in your family beat Harry? Alexander asked. He decided to get right to the point, in case someone came in. The boy stared at him, going paler than the bed sheets he lay on. He opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. He tried again and again. Alexander could have sworn that he saw the boy shaking underneath the blankets. It's all right. I won't do anything to you. I just need to know how Harry came to have those bruises all over his body, he said softly. It was Dad. The boy managed to finally spit out. He was fed up with having a freak in the house. He wanted the freak to do his share of the work instead of being lazy. So he started to give him lots of chores to do, and as a punishment he would punch Harry and beat him. Alexander felt his face become pale. So it was true. Harry had been abused. How long has this been going on for? He asked softly, almost afraid of the answer. Dad just started to beat him this summer. The large boy mumbled under his breath, trying to dig deeper into the blankets. Alexander almost sighed in relief. That was until he realized that the boy had lived there for more than a year. What happened to Harry before that? He was starting to fall back on his old habit. That was not good. We ignored him mostly, the teenager said almost arrogantly. Except 1 year Dad locked him in his room and we barely fed him anything. And before he went to that school, we used to lock him in the cupboard. Even as the boy spoke, Alexander felt his face grow paler and paler. The boy seemed to believe that the wizard was becoming frightened, for he started to almost brag about what happened to his cousin. It was then that Alexander realized that the boy was starting to reflect his true colors. The boy hated his cousin. He seemed to enjoy the fact that Harry had received the kind of treatment he did. This summer he got what he deserved. The chubby boy announced daringly. Alexander felt anger grow inside him. How dare this boy believe that another human being deserved to be beaten? How could a human be so cruel? Was this what Harry had to live with? Alexander feared it was probably much worse for the boy. He remembered the pictures in the Daily Prophet of Harry. The boy had been trying to leave the picture. He had never really thought about it before, but it made sense. The boy had been ignored for most of his life, told he was freak, as his cousin put it, a no-good creature, who had been thrown on that family. The poor boy probably just wanted to be left alone. And Alexander Brown, or, had taken him to Azkaban. One of the worst places he could have possibly gone to. Guilt sudden ran through him, as if in his bloodstream. He had sent an abused boy to Azkaban. A boy who had spent his entire life being put down. He highly doubted that Harry had created that explosion. It would take years of study to be able to do that, and from what the blonde boy had just told him, Harry was probably not allowed to do any homework, or read any books about magic. They were abnormal to muggles. There were spells that could be used to cover one magical signature with another. Whoever had blown up the Dursleys' house had probably done that. He had just sent an abused, innocent boy to prison. He glared at the boy who lay in the hospital bed. It looked as if the boy had been given the lap of luxury, while his cousin slaved away doing chores that would have made even an adult sweat. He gave the boy his best glare, one that stopped his colleagues from asking more questions. The boy turned away, frightened. Alexander knew he would be back, if only to tell the boy off. He quickly walked out of the room. He wanted to check out his second suspicion. Who was it the boy reminded him of? As soon as he was out of the brightly lit, whitewashed hospital, he apparated home. Alexander pushed the box away. It was the 5th box he had gone through. There had been old photographs, but not what he had been looking through. He pulled the 6th box towards him. He would have to clean that attic soon. His wife would not. She was busy with her work. He slowly searched through the box. It seemed almost pointless, especially since the other 5 boxes had shown nothing but family photos. He pulled out the first few pictures out of the box. They were old. He stared in amazement at them. They were his old Hogwarts photos, the ones he had taken during school. He grinned. He had thought that his wife had thrown them out along with the rest of his junk. One innocent-looking photo caught his eye. A photo with 5 boys standing around in graduation robes waving at the camera. There he was with the famous Gryffindor quartet, the Marauders, his friends. He looked at James, studying the man, whose son he had just condemned. The boy looked nothing like his father, despite what everyone said. So why did the boy look so familiar? He studied Peter Pettigrew, the smallest of them, who stood timidly waving beside him. His eyes moved to the straight figure beside Peter. Remus Lupin, a werewolf, who stood straight and tall, as if prepared for anything the world could throw at him. He skipped over the picture of himself. He knew what he looked like, and besides, he did not want to feel old. His eyes fell upon Sirius Black. The man was grinning mischievously at the camera. Alexander gasped. Harry Potter did not look like James Potter. Harry looked like Sirius Black. So was Harry, Sirius' son. Did Black betray James before that fatal day? No, it was not possible. He had seen Black and James together after Harry was born. There was not even a little bit of guilt in Sirius' twinkling eyes. The man looked proud, even more so than James. So what was the true story? Did James know of it all along? Did Sirius really betray James and Lily? Alexander felt even more guilt flush through him. He knew the answer to that question. He had seen Sirius in Azkaban. The man was innocent. He was not the one to betray Lily and James. The Auror stared at the picture in fear. The more he learned, the more frightened he became. And somehow he knew that this was not the end of the tangled web of lies and intrigues. He had only begun to unravel it. Beware of the tangled web you weave, when you learn to deceive. Anonymous. End of Chapter 2a. N. Thank you so much for your reviews. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They're just so encouraging, and it makes me want to keep writing more and more. I even managed to finish this chapter quickly. Death Eater. You really think that the story is that good? I didn't think it was. I noticed that I was put on your favorite story page. I can't believe it. Thank you so much. You do not know how much of a compliment that is. Thank you so much. Lady of Arundel. You actually reviewed my work? You think it is amazing? Thank you so much. Don't worry. Harry will be saved, eventually. I read your story, Color of Crimson. It's excellent. I loved it. I hope you update soon, as I can't wait to see what is going to happen next. I don't like waiting for the next part. What happens to Harry? Is he saved? Please update your story soon. Evian. You really liked it. Thank you. Don't worry, there will be another chapter, soon I hope. I don't know how long I will have to write with homework, so I'll try my best to update at least every week. Sirius B. Padfoot. Actually, the last chapter was supposed to be a part of this chapter, but I decided that since I received so many reviews on the prologue, I would be nice and let everyone read the next part. I know what it is like waiting for another chapter of a story. So since I wasn't done the last part, one decided to post anyways, and it ended up being a cliffhanger. I don't like cliffhangers either. I'll try not to make too many, but no promises. It's just so easy to make them. Thank you so much for reviewing. I'm glad you liked my story. The Serious One. You think it is intriguing? Really? I'm speechless. Thank you so much for your compliment. As I have written before, I will try to update as soon as possible. Dark Phoenix. You really like where I am taking this story. I hope I didn't ruin it with this chapter. I hope it's still good. I wrote this chapter almost in one sitting, so I don't know how well it will turn out. Ratgirl. Thanks for the review. I'm sorry I confused you with the broken arm. I myself have never actually broken my arm, only badly bruised it, so I don't know how someone would fare with that. I will try to fix it as best I can. What happens though is that Harry just keeps it still as much as possible and uses his other arm to do everything. Thanks for catching that. I never realized it before. Cat Sitar. I'm on your favorite story page too. I can't believe it. Do you really like the story that much? Is it that good? Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You don't know how much that means to me. Thank you so very much. A.N. Thank you so much, again, for reviewing. You guys are great. The more reviews I have, the more that I want to write, so please keep on reviewing. Tell me what you think, suggestions, comments, anything. I'll even accept flames. Please note that Alexander will make an appearance again. He is important to the plot, however it shall only be for a little while. I'm not too fond of other characters myself, but he is necessary to the plot. Oh, and please feel free to correct me on any mistakes, especially with words from the Harry Potter books. I do not own any copies, so in order to look it up I have to borrow my brother's copies, which won't happen too often. Thank you again. Up next, Sirius and Remus return. Chapter 3. Reactions and Plans to Walk Through Fire. Disclaimer. Once again, I do not own Harry Potter and the characters associated with him. They belong to J.K. Rowling. I am not making money off of this story. So please don't sue. This chapter starts off right where the prologue left off. Chapter 3. Reactions and Plans. The day after Harry is taken to Azkaban, same time as the prologue. Crash. Sirius jumped out of bed startled by the noise. "Remus?" he called out softly. There was no answer. Sirius did not dare call out again. It could be a Death Eater attack and running down recklessly would only allow him to be captured too. That would not help Moony at all. Sirius reached over the bed to pull a wand out from under the pillow. When he realized that he had already grabbed it as he was jumping out of the bed, he just shook his head in surprise. At least he knew that he could be prepared at a moment's notice. The wand was not actually his, but it would suffice for most of the charms and spells he could use on the Death Eaters. Quickly and stealthily, with speed and agility only a marauder could have, Sirius slipped out into the hall and down the stairs. He was careful to stay in the shadows. He knew how to do that quite well, especially now that he had escaped from Azkaban. He crept down the stairs, automatically skipping the ones that creaked and groaned. As soon as he was at the bottom, he looked around for any signs of trouble. There was none. Not yet anyway. He carefully looked over at the living room. Everything was the same there as it was last night. Sirius was sure that the noise had come from the kitchen. Quickly he made his way towards the room. What worried him was that there had not been another noise after that initial crash. What if Remus had been taken hostage? What if Moony had been killed so that they could lure him away? Did that man know he was here? How could Tom Riddle know where he was hiding? Wormtail. He would bet that. Pettigrew told his master where Sirius could be found. Sirius gripped his wand tighter, ready in an instant to yell a couple dozen spells in a row. He moved away from the kitchen door and slammed it open, staying to the side of it. If any curses were to be thrown through the door, he would not stand in the way of them. This had been how the Aurors would search a house many years ago. This was what he had been trained for. Sirius waited a moment, but no curses came. Not a single spell was blasted through the door. That was curious. Had they taken Moony hostage, so that he would have to go rescue him? He desperately hoped that his friend had not been taken hostage. He did not think he could face Voldemort again, not after their last meeting. Sirius quickly steered his thoughts away from that memory. He had other things to worry about. Now was not the time. He had to check on Moony. Padfoot looked through the door cautiously. No one was in the room except Moony, who sat motionless staring at something on the table. His teacup was on the ground smashed to tiny pieces. Moony was never that careless. It was an ambush. They had petrified Moony, and when he came into the room to rescue his friend, they would take him away. Sirius froze. A nameless fear came over him. He would not talk to that man. He refused to talk to that creature, who would dare offer him power. But he had to rescue his friend. His instincts kicked in and Padfoot knew that he had to go check on his friend, even if it meant being caught by Tom Riddle's lemmings. He ran over to his friend, so as to avoid any curses that might come flying his way. He skidded to a stop beside Moony and looked around. There was no one else in the room. No one. Only Sirius and Moony. So what on earth was going on? Had someone petrified his friend and then ran outside in fear of something? No, that wasn't right. There was only one way to find out the truth. Sirius touched his friend's arm. Remus jumped up, at least 2 feet in the air. Sirius would have been on the floor laughing at the man's expression if he was not so worried. Remus looked at him in surprise, something close to pure terror reflecting in his brown eyes. Sirius stared at his friend. "You okay, Moony?" he asked quietly. Remus just nodded and moved his hand so as to cover something up. Sirius caught this and was about to grab it from his friend's hand, when Remus spoke. "I am fine, Padfoot, just a little surprised at today's article. I did not think the prophet would keep reporting all those lies." Something in his voice was not right. Padfoot could hear it. After knowing the man for some 20-odd years, Padfoot could hear that he was trying to keep a secret. But what about that article was Remus hiding? At least there were no Death Eaters attacking the house, as he had feared. Before he could ask about the article, Remus spoke. "Why on earth do you have your wand out, Padfoot?" He seemed to try and looked amused, but to Sirius' eyes, he failed miserably. Even the man's smile was a little jagged. I thought someone was attacking the house. I heard your cup crash to the floor and I thought. Sirius stopped in mid-sentence. Remus would never understand. It's all right, Padfoot. I was just a little shocked at the article today. Remus said, curly the paper up. Sirius stared at his friend skeptically. For all the years he had known Remus, the man had never once seemed as ruffled as he was now. Something about that article scared the man. And that was enough to start alarming Sirius. Moony was not a person one could frighten easily. What's in the article, Moony? What's it about? Sirius asked suspiciously. Moony did not meet his eye. The man looked down, as if ashamed at what was written on the paper. He looked at the pages crumpled in his hands, then at Sirius, who stood waiting on the balls of his feet. Nothing, Padfoot, nothing for you to worry about. Sirius knew something was wrong. Moony had always given decent explanations for everything. Had it been nothing, he would have given Sirius a brief summary. Knowing that he would never get information out of his friend, Sirius dropped his wand and dove for the man, reaching for the newspaper. Remus moved the newspaper out of his reach just as Sirius crashed into the man. They rolled on the ground. Sirius kept trying to hold Remus down and reach for the newspaper, while Remus tried to keep it out of his friend's reach. Despite the fact that Remus was stronger than Sirius, the man was more agile, probably due to his time on the run. Padfoot grabbed the newspaper, trying to tear it away from his friend's strong grasp. Moony held tight. Sirius jerked in Remus' arms and pulled away, taking the newspaper with him. Remus tried to wrap his arms around his friend in desperation. Sirius felt his ankle being pulled and he fell with a crash onto the floor. His prize still clutched tightly in his hands. He tried to roll out of the way so that he could run upstairs into his room long enough to lock the door. But Remus held him tightly. Sirius tried to find some way to dislodge his friend's hand. It was then his eye caught the headline of the article. He froze. Remus seemed to realize that he had read the headline of the article, for he stopped tugging his friend's leg. All Sirius could do was sit and stare at the headline of the article. He did not hear his friend's worried pleas not to read it. Sirius read the headline once again, continuing on with the article. The boy who lived murders relatives and sent to Azkaban by Wanda Knight. It has been discovered by the Daily Prophet that Harry Potter has been accused of murder and sent to Azkaban. Yesterday morning, ministry officials felt large amounts of magic being used at the Dursleys, Mr. Potter's relatives' home. Since Mr. Potter is the only wizard in that house, they were sent to investigate. Upon nearing the house, the officials realized that it was no longer there. Only a pile of ruins remained of the house. A dark mark decorated the sky above. A quick search revealed the bodies of both a Mr. Vernon Dursley and a Mrs. Petunia Dursley. A Mr. Dudley Dursley was found just barely alive. Harry Potter was found in the backyard relatively unharmed. Rescue crews were called in. Upon quick investigation, it was discovered that Mr. Potter's magical signature was all over the house. It was Harry Potter who did blow up his relative's house. He also created the dark mark that decorated the sky for nearly 12 hours before disappearing. Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, appeared on the scene later that day. It appears he has been watching the boy recently and believed that Harry Potter was truly a Death Eater. He questioned the boy about what happened. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, claimed to have murdered his own relatives, even claimed to have fun doing it. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that he was indeed a Death Eater. Minister Fudge is saddened by this news. He wished that his suspicions last year at the Tri-Wizard tournament were false. Ever since the tournament, private court sessions have been going on looking into the death of Cedric Diggory, a Hogwarts student. Just a day before the house was destroyed, the judge announced that Harry Potter is the one who murdered Cedric Diggory. With the evidence coming out of his mouth and his signature, the minister wasted no time in sending the boy to Azkaban for life. The boy is guilty of the murders of 3 people and with attempted murder. Mr. Potter will not be seen anytime soon, for he is to spend a lifetime in Azkaban for his crimes. This Daily Prophet reporter only hopes that it is enough to stop more murders and attacks from happening. Sirius stared at the page. No, this was not happening. This could not happen. It was not possible. Fudge would never go so far. How could someone send a 15-year-old boy to prison? To Azkaban nonetheless? Especially when they knew the boy was innocent? Sirius read it again, and again, and again, hoping that the next time he read it the article would change, but it didn't. The words remained the same. Remus stared at his friend. Sirius did not look good. He had gone completely pale, almost white. He could see his friend's hands shake as he held the article in front of him. Sirius remained on the floor, where he had fallen when Remus had grabbed his foot. He had tried to keep it from his friend. He knew that the article could drive Sirius over the brink. "Sirius," he pleaded softly, even though he knew that his friend had already read the article, probably several times over. He did not know what he would do if his friend decided to go insane at that moment. If this man was anything like the Sirius he knew, then he would fly out the door ready to rescue the boy in an instant, even braving the halls of Azkaban. He locked the door with a soft whispered spell that his companion would not hear, if he was even listening, though Remus highly doubted it. Remus had a feeling that he should not wait for his friend to pull out of his reverie. He himself had been contemplating the article for quite a while before Sirius had come in. Moving quickly, he knelt beside his friend and shook the man's shoulders. Sirius jumped up from his place and looked around, a mad glint in his eye. That worried Remus. He hoped that the article did not push his friend, his last best friend, over the edge. "Padfoot?" he asked softly as he stood up to come face to face with the man. Sirius' blue eyes met his for a minute. The man stared at him silently, though Moony doubted that Sirius saw him. His friend was probably miles away in a prison, reliving memories that were best left alone. "Sirius Black," he called out, ready to shake life back into the man. Sirius blinked for a second and looked at Remus once again. They sent him to Azkaban," Padfoot whispered in shock. "Moony, those fools sent my son to Azkaban." At that Moony's brows furrowed. What on earth did he mean by that? He knew that Sirius cared about the boy, but he didn't think that Padfoot considered James's son his own. "Do you know what it will do to him? Do you? It will destroy him? Harry never did anything. I swear he would never hurt a fly. He even saved Pettigrew's life." "Moony, he didn't do it," Sirius started to shout. For a moment Remus was afraid his friend was going to break down and cry. He was glad when his friend just kept shouting. It was almost easier to deal with Sirius when he was raging with a fiery anger. But right now he knew that shouting was not helping Harry. His one-time student would not be able to last long in the presence of the Dementors. "Sirius!" he shouted, breaking into his friend's outburst. He was having trouble remaining calm listening to Sirius' outburst. He totally agreed with everything his friend said, and it was taking all his self-control not to give in to his anger, to his hate and charge in Azkaban himself to rescue the boy. "I know that Harry did not do it. I know that." Sirius jumped in surprise, startled by his friend's outburst. Remus was never one to yell and shout, especially when Sirius lost his temper, even in the most dire situations. Remus looked at his friend who was now silent. "Yelling and screaming will not help Harry," he said softly. "We need to set up a trial, or if worse comes to worse we need to break him out of prison." Sirius stared at his friend, his blue eyes darkened by thought. Remus did not like the look on the man's face. It looked like it did when he was thinking of Azkaban. Sirius shook his friend and met Remus' soft brown eyes. He looked heartbroken, as if his whole world had fallen apart, which, Moony knew, it would if Harry died. The black-haired boy was Padfoot's pillar, his only hold on the world. If he died, Remus did not want to think what it would do to his friend. "No, Moony, we won't be able to set up a trial. Fudge will never allow us to. I even begged for a trial before I was sent to that place, and was never given one. He knew I was innocent. He even told me so before I was sent there. I would bet everything that he knew Harry was innocent." He whispered softly. "That idiot has convinced the crowd that Harry is a murderer, and in their eyes that is how he will stay. We would never be able to convince them. No, a trial would not work even if we had solid, hard proof." Remus met Sirius' watery blue eyes. "It is hopeless, Moony. We'd never get him out that way." Remus could not stand seeing his friend this way. He had never seen Sirius like this before. He had never seen Sirius give up so fast. He knew he had to give his friend some kind of hope before Padfoot fell apart. Was it his memories that caused him to give up so fast? Or was it that he doubted himself? He opened his mouth to say something reassuring when Sirius spoke again, his eyes to the floor. "And to break into Azkaban is impossible too. Did you not read the papers after I escaped? They tripled the guard there and strengthened the wards. I could hardly break out as it was." Sirius looked up again. "No, Moony, I would not take you there. I could not stand it if you became a convict too." A coldness came into Sirius' eyes, One that Remus had never seen there before, one he hoped that he would never have to witness again. "You stay here." Sirius' voice had become cold and bitter with resolve. Remus could see the man thinking of a plan. "What are you going to do, Padfoot?" he asked softly. As badly as he wanted Harry out of Azkaban, he would not let his friend risk his life on a suicide mission. "I am going to get Harry out of Azkaban. I know where he will be, which cell block. I am going to get him out of Azkaban no matter what," Sirius said coldly. "Even if it means I have to go back there." "Padfoot, please, don't go. You will be caught, and then Harry will have no hope," Remus pleaded. He did not know if he could live through the deaths of his best friend and his other best friend's son. And Harry could not last long in that prison. If Padfoot ran in, then Harry would never be freed. He needed Padfoot for planning. Sirius had always been one of the lead planners in their pranks. He was good at adding logic to the plans, not creating them. "I am going, Remus. I don't care if I get caught. I need to free Harry," Sirius stated callously. "Sirius, listen to me. If you go into Azkaban, you will be heading into a trap. That is exactly where Fudge expects you to be. He knows you will go after Harry. He will have quadrupled the guard around Harry, just so that you will be caught," Remus begged. He did not know if that was the truth, but it might be the voice of reason for his friend. "And in being caught, you will be doing Harry more harm. He needs you, Sirius. When we get him out of there, he is going to need you. You're the only one he trusts enough to confide in. You can help him through whatever horrors he has seen. Think about how happy Harry was when you said he could live with you. Would you throw that all away with your recklessness?" Sirius stared as his friend as the words penetrated his mind. Would he throw away the chance to let Harry have a home, a family, with his careless planning? No, he would not, could not do that to Harry, but he would not leave his son in Azkaban. It was worse for Harry in Azkaban than anywhere else. At least at the Dursleys he had a place that he could be left alone without his memories terrorizing him every moment. He could think happy thoughts. At least at the Dursleys he could mail his friends. But the Dursleys were dead. So where would Harry go if he died? Remus could look after him, but the boy would be an innocent convict, just like he himself was, and nobody would believe that Harry was innocent. What kind of life would that be for a 15-year-old boy, especially after staying in Azkaban? It was hopeless. There was nothing he could do to help Harry. They could not break into Azkaban. No one had been successful at it yet. It had been hard enough getting out of the prison as an anime guy. It would be nearly impossible to enter the prison. Then there would be the near impossible task of finding the way to the high security cells. And then they had to take Harry out of the prison, while avoiding dementors and spells. No, that was impossible. Absolutely and completely hopeless. Sirius felt the memories of Azkaban come back to him. He could feel the dementors near him. Their coldness blanketed him like death. He could hear the screams of a man as he died by a curse. He could see Pettigrew in the streets blaming him for killing Lily and James. He could see his son, a small babe, tears in his eyes and a new scar etched on his forehead. Those memories had played over and over in his mind. Every bad situation he had ever been in, he had relived. He brushed those memories away before they could take him away in their grasp. Harry would see all his horrible memories too. Offhand, Sirius could name two that would drop even the bravest of souls on their knees. Harry would never be able to stand it. And Sirius would not leave his son to that torment. He would never. Sirius black. He felt something smack against his cheek. Sirius blinked. And blinked again. The fuzzy image of a man came into focus, showing the very concerned face of Remus. "Sirius? Padfoot, are you there?" Remus' worried voice penetrated through his void. "Yes." Sirius answered tiredly, hopeless. "It's all right, Padfoot, we'll think of something. We managed to come up with some brilliant plans before," Remus said. Sirius knew that he was trying to sound reassuring, but it did not help him. Of course they had managed some brilliant plans, but getting a convict out of Azkaban was not like planning to curse Snape's bed so it shook. There was no way to free Harry from Azkaban unless... No, it would not work. But maybe it could. If done right. Would it? What if Sirius asked Voldemort for help? The man, no, the creature, would be all too glad to have access to Azkaban. All Sirius needed to do was think of some story that would allow him to free Harry. Would it work? Would the man actually help him? The price would be high, true, but if it freed Harry, he would gladly pay. He would even agree to the man's earlier offer and join him. It would work. He just had to plan it properly. Sirius? Remus broke into his thoughts once more. Couldn't his friend allow him to think a little? He knew that Moony worried about him, but his friend kept at it, not leaving him alone even when he needed to be the most. I'm still here, Remus, he said softly. He needed to think. Suddenly he missed James. He missed being able to tell someone everything he was thinking, everything he was planning. He missed the friend that had been there forever, so what would James think about his plan? James would wonder what happened to him for him to be so desperate. He would stare at Padfoot as if he were raving mad. Prongs would probably think about locking him up until he came to his senses. Then his old friend would ask him how Lily would feel about that. Lily. She would look at him as if he was mad for risking his life and his son's life. She would give him a tongue lashing for even thinking of trying to do that. She would tell him that he should be ashamed he even thought of it. Lily would tell him that it would jeopardize his son's life. It could reveal one of the most closely guarded secrets. No, that plan would not work. He had to keep Voldemort away from Harry. He had to keep the knowledge of his son's parentage a secret. If Voldemort found out, Sirius cut his thoughts off there. It's hopeless, Moony, he whispered softly, defeated. Sirius felt a hand touch his shoulder in a comforting gesture. It's not hopeless yet, Padfoot. It's not hopeless until we see Harry's body, until we know that he is dead. He's not yet, is he? We need to think of some way to bring him out of there. Sirius looked at him skeptically. We shall go see Albus and see what he has to say about this. See what he thinks about it, especially before you go running into Azkaban with a crowbar, Remus said reassuringly. Remus started to move towards the fireplace where the flow powder was kept. A crowbar? Sirius muttered, stopping for an instant behind his friend. What on earth is a crowbar? Sirius stepped out of the fireplace into the headmaster's office. He always hated using flow powder. He honestly did not blame Harry for complaining about it. The boy had told him in one of his letters over last summer about it. It was about just as bad as using a portkey, but it was one of the only quick ways into the headmaster's office. He studied his surroundings. The room had not changed since he had last been there 2 weeks ago. Everything was in its proper place. Sirius' eyes traveled over to the desk where an older man sat, his normally twinkling eyes dim. All three of them stood there staring at one another in a silent contest. Sirius glared at the tall man. He had let this happen to Harry. Albus Dumbledore had left Harry with those good-for-nothing relatives. Dumbledore lowered his eyes to Sirius, as if to say that he was sorry. Sirius, Remus, Albus said as the two men walked silently across the room and took their seats. I did not expect you so soon. I didn't think you would be up until later, Sirius, he said, looking at the two men, both of which looked ruffled from their battle over the newspaper. Sirius did not bother responding. It was unimportant that he had gotten so little sleep, especially since his son, his little baby boy, was in Azkaban. He shuddered. Oh, how he hated that place. To think about it brought chills down his spine. Before his thoughts could go any further, Sirius fixed his eyes on Albus and gave him the best glare he could. It was best to be direct. He did not think he could stand listening to pleasantries anyway. How do we get Harry out? He asked, not bothering asking if Albus knew the news or not. Of course the man did. He knew everything just after it happened. Albus raised his eyebrows in question, but seemed to read the worry and desperation that filled the man's face. Well, we will not be able to break him out. They have put him in a high-security cell, as I am sure you guessed, Sirius. The wards around Azkaban have been strengthened again. If we tried, it would only end with you getting caught again, Sirius, and sending the rest of us to prison as well. Sirius glared at the man. He had already thought of that. Well, he hadn't thought about the rest of them being caught just for associating with him. But he had already figured out it was hopeless to dash in headfirst. Moony had convinced him of that in their earlier talk. However, Albus said before either man could speak in protest, if we can prove that Harry really did not kill his relatives, then he will be let out. There is no way they will keep him in there if the public thinks that Harry is innocent. But Albus, Remus said, cutting in before Sirius could go on another tirade about how it was not possible. How will we prove that? The Death Eaters have been very thorough in their planning. All the evidence points to Harry. They even managed to copy his magical signature. And what about Cedric Diggory's death? Sirius watched his friend. Suddenly a thought hit him. It had been the Death Eaters who had set that up. He had never thought of it before. He had never thought of why it had happened, only a way to get his son out of that place. So that meant his last plan was definitely out of the question. But why on earth would Voldemort want to send Harry to Azkaban? It did not make sense. Sirius always thought he wanted just to kill Harry so that he would not have to worry about the boy anymore. Remus was still talking, but Sirius, who was not listening, interrupted him. Why would the Death Eaters do such a thing? It would be pointless to put Harry in Azkaban, and then Voldemort could never claim that he killed him. What would the point be in that? Did they want Harry to go mad? Did they put Harry in there for safekeeping? Was Harry supposed to be taken during the raid, but he only stepped outside the backyard instead of going down the street where they could take him? Or did they put him in there because they are going to take over? Sirius stopped where he was. That was it. He knew the creature well enough to know what he was going to do. Voldemort wanted the Dementors on his side, and he wanted to free those in Azkaban. To make everything easier for himself, the monster had put Harry in there as well. He could feel the blood draining from his face. Remus had gone deathly pale, and any twinkle that had been in Albus' eyes had winked out. I had thought of that possibility, however I believe we still have time on our side. Voldemort, Remus winced at the usage of that name, still does not have the power to attack Azkaban yet. If we work quickly, we will be able to free Harry before Voldemort has a strong enough force against Azkaban. We just can't give him time to suspect anything during the next little while. If he knows what we are doing, he will try to jumpstart his plans. Albus Dumbledore told the two men. Now Remus is right, and the Death Eaters were very thorough in their planning. However, they forgot one little thing. They forgot to allow the object they placed the spells on to self-destruct. Sirius wondered how Albus Dumbledore had figured that out. If we could find that object, then Harry would be freed. Sirius stared at the man incredulously. It was nearly impossible to find one of those objects. But the headmaster did have a point. It would prove that the Death Eaters were coming back into power, that they were starting to raid. It would prove that Voldemort was back. And that would prove Harry's story is truth. Sirius could feel the small bubble of hope, that had been slowly shrinking, rise a little. They could have used a pebble as their object. Remus muttered, earning a reproving glare from Sirius. He was starting to gain a little hope. He did not want Remus to destroy it. As silly as the idea was, it just might work. It was more of a hope than they had before. The headmaster seemed to have heard Remus' comment, for he gave them a small, secretive smile. You are forgetting, Mr. Lupin. In order for the spell to go off, Harry had to touch it. How could they be sure that Harry was going to touch that certain pebble, or a small stick on the driveway? No, they would have used something else. It had to be something from outside. According to the sources I have, the explosion took place in the kitchen. That should give you somewhere to search. The Muggles were told that there was a gas explosion, so they should not go near it, and the Ministry considers the case closed, so they won't bother with the house. They'll just leave it for the Muggles to take care of. The men nodded, anxious to be off. They took the hint. Anything to help they would do. Sirius was just itching to go. He knew what was happening to his son. He had been there. Harry must be so frightened and hurt. He prayed that Harry was all right. All they needed to do was find the evidence. Suddenly a thought broke through, one that sent chills down his spine. The hopelessness that seemed to have burrowed itself in his stomach came back full force. Professor, he whispered softly, what if we can't find any evidence? What if there is nothing left? It was Remus, the optimist, who answered. Padfoot, we will find the evidence, don't you doubt that. Harry needs us right now. We can't mope around worried about scenarios that haven't happened. Sirius just smiled and nodded. That was not a comforting thought, but he knew Harry needed him, and for once he might be able to help his son. But deep within him, the part that still lived in Azkaban, knew that it may not be possible to save his son. That the boy would be destroyed before the week was out because of his memories, because of who Harry was. The two men said their goodbyes to Albus, turning back to the fireplace. Sirius refused to acknowledge the fear. It would not help. Their task was already hopeless enough. Alexander woke with a start. He gazed at the room around him in curiosity. This was not the room he and his wife shared, nor was it his office. He gazed around the room again. His eyes fell upon the picture in his hand. It was an old picture from school, at his graduation, with James Potter, Peter Pettigrew, Remus Lupin and Sirius Black. He was in the attic. Alexander groaned. He must have fallen asleep trying to unravel the mystery that lay before him. He was not an unspeakable and did not look into mysteries like this. But he needed answers. Something about it all did not add up. A part of him knew that he needed to find the answers. In finding the answers, everything would be set right again. Alexander stretched and groaned. Boy, was he stiff. He was getting too old to sleep in odd positions. He knew he should go downstairs and check on his son and reassure his wife that he was all right, but something held him to that spot. A gut instinct told him that another puzzle piece to the mystery remained inside that box. He had followed that instinct for the past 15 years and it had served him well. He would not let it down now. He placed the photo down and started to sift through the contents of the box. Most of the photos were of his old friends in Hufflepuff. A few more were of James and his gang. Alexander scanned the photos before taking them out of the box. There was nothing there that he did not remember. Then one small photograph caught his attention. It did not move as the others had, instead it was still like a Muggle photo. Alexander looked at the photo curiously. He did not remember taking that one. Actually, he had never created a Muggle photograph in his life. He studied the man more carefully. If he did not know any better, he would have said the man in the picture, sitting so solemnly, was Sirius Black. But Sirius was never serious in pictures. He was always smiling, with a mischievous glint in his eye, well until he went to Azkaban. The man had black hair. His eyes were the same shade of blue as Sirius were. Alexander picked up the picture of the graduation, placing them side by side. The two men could have been brothers. Or father and son. There was no way the two men were not related. Alexander flipped the Muggle photograph over to see if anything was written on it. Indeed there was. In neat handwriting in the center of the photo were the words, Tom Riddle. Tom Riddle. Who on earth was Tom Riddle? Alexander had heard that name before, but he did not know where. He started to think back to the names of all his old school friends. No, none of them had that name. None of his relatives carried that name either. He would have sworn he had heard that name in school though. But where? Something told him it had to do with school, to do with Hogwarts. He closed his eyes and took a silent tour of the school, down the halls, past ghosts of people who had been there many years ago. None of it fit. Then he came to the trophy room. He would remember that room on his deathbed. He could have drawn every detail down to the last little stain in an instant. He had cleaned it more times than any two students put together. His mind's eye looked at it. And there, on a trophy against the corner, was the name Tom Riddle. So that was where he had seen it before. But why was it important? And then it hit him. Tom Riddle was he who must not be named. Albus Dumbledore had told him that after he had asked for the 20th time who the man was. So why did Sirius Black and the Dark Lord look alike? Were they related? No, they couldn't be. Sirius was playful and funny. He was not evil. That was until one of his friends were threatened. Sirius had always protected his friends with a loyalty that rivaled any Hufflepuff's. He had never thought of Sirius as evil. That was until the man was sent to Azkaban. That was until James and Lily were betrayed by their secret keeper. But even then Sirius had not seemed evil. He had even visited his one-time friend once in Azkaban. Sirius had been heartbroken about Lily and James's deaths. He had begged to know how Harry was, if the boy was safe, if he was well taken care of. He had even tried asking who had custody of the boy. Alexander had refused the last request. He was not about to tell a murderer where the boy was. He closed his eyes and tried to remember how Sirius looked. The man had looked absolutely terrible. His face was gaunt and sallow. But when he had told the man that Harry was safe, a bright twinkle had come into the man's eyes, as if he was glad of it. Even then he had not seemed evil. So why did Tom Riddle and Sirius Black look alike? End chapter 3a. N. Sorry that this chapter is so bad. I find it really choppy, especially the part where you see Sirius' reaction to the article. If you have any suggestions to improve, then by all means tell me. I would love to improve this chapter. I hoped you liked their reactions. It was not exactly what I had planned, but Sirius did not want to cooperate. It's hard to keep him in character. No matter how many times I re-edited it, the chapter was still choppy and did not cooperate. I hope it is okay. Please tell me if you have any suggestions for improvement. A.N. Thank you so much to all those who reviewed. Thank you. Author gravels at reviewers' feet. You guys are the best. It just makes my day to read those reviews. Coke Freak. Well, here's another chapter. I'm glad you liked it. Thank you so much for your review. Author smiles in gratitude. Please keep reviewing. Tell me what you think of this chapter. Hope. Thank you for your review. I'm so glad that you did. It makes me want to write more. Is it suspenseful? You really think so? Well, thank you. I didn't think it was. Probably because I am the one writing the story. I am trying to update quickly, but this chapter was hard to write, and I still don't think it's that good. What do you think? Mrs. Mooney. I am glad that you like my story. I will keep writing, no matter how long it takes, till the end of the story. I want to finish it. This is the longest story I have ever written so far, almost 30 pages. Death Eater. Thank you so much for your review. Thank you. Bows down low to reviewer. When I read it, it made me feel giddy that someone actually felt that way while reading TWTF. And it means so much that you actually took the time to review again. Please keep reviewing. I love to hear your opinion, especially as the story progresses. Have I really won your most attention-demanding fic award? I can't believe that. Is it really that good? I am amazed. No, shocked that you actually were able to feel for the characters. I don't think that has happened to any other story I have written. Please tell me, what do you think of this chapter? Is it okay? And don't worry about your reviewing skills. They're pretty good. Mine are worse by far. Sarah Minks. Thank you. No, I am not JK. Probably will never be JK. You really think that my writing is that good? I don't think that this chapter is up to par with the other chapters, but it would not cooperate. I hope it's alright though. Don't worry, Harry will get better, eventually. And yes, all will be revealed in time, like why Sirius is lying about his and Harry's heritage. If you keep reading, you'll find out why. Thanks so much for your review. Sirius B. Padfoot. Thank you so much for your review. Well, as you probably know from reading the chapter above, Sirius finds out that Harry is in Azkaban now. He doesn't know that the Dursleys were beating him, or else I think our Padfoot would track them down into the underworld and curse them into oblivion. I think that he will eventually pay a visit to Dudley, near the end of the story. What do you think? I am trying to write more, as quick as I can. I hope this chapter is alright. Wish the characters had cooperated better. Stonehenge. Thank you. More will be coming soon. Hopefully by Friday at the latest. Just hope that my teachers don't give me a lot of homework. Nikki. Thank you for your review. You like the Auror? I think you are the first person to say that. I kind of like to think that some of the Aurors can think for themselves, even if they do follow Fudge. He will be back for just a little while longer, then he has to leave. VMR. You liked the last chapter? Was it really that good? I thought it was okay. Better than the prologue, definitely. Thank you so much for your review. I will keep writing as long as you guys keep reviewing. Harry's twin. Thank you for your review. Was this chapter okay? Were Sirius and Remus reactions alright? I won't be offended if you say no. Feedback would be really good, and I would like to fix this chapter up a bit when I have a little more time. Please keep reviewing. USA 32. Thank you so much for your review. As I have said before, I will keep uploading as long as you guys keep reviewing. The more reviews the better. Links. Brilliant. My story is brilliant. I'm speechless. Thank you so much for your review. How were Sirius and Remus reactions? Were they that out of character? Please review and tell me. Lady Python. Thank you for your review. I am glad that you think my writing is okay. And you actually added me to your favorite stories list? I'm absolutely shocked. I can't believe it. Thank you. Myth Try. Thank you so much for your review. Harry will get out of Azkaban, eventually. He should come out before the 6th chapter is written, I hope. Nagini. Thank you for your review. More will be coming. Please keep reviewing. A.N. Thank you so much. Mucho gracias. Merci beaucoup. Wish there was a way I could show you guys my gratitude for the reviews. I was going to say that the next chapter wouldn't come out until 20 more reviews had been written, but I decided to be nice and I won't put that restriction on. The next chapter will come out whenever it is ready. I have only begun to write it. What's in it was not initially part of what I had planned, but I decided that it would be a good idea to add. Please keep reviewing, everyone. I don't care what you write, theories, suggestions, comments, questions, anything. Please review. A.N. Please tell me if I spell anything wrong for spells and stuff like that. I don't have the books. Must buy books, check, it's just that they are expensive where I live. Well, they cost more than a 1,000-page novel, so please tell me, that would really be appreciated, thanks. Chapter 4. Friends and Foes to Walk Through Fire. Disclaimer. Once again, I do not own Harry Potter and the characters associated with him. They belong to J.K. Rowling. I am not making money off of this story, so please don't sue. This chapter is set during the same day the article came out. Chapter 4. Friends and Foes. It was an old book. An ancient book that had been passed down through many generations of people. Its yellowed pages smelled of dust and age. How she had found it, she had no idea. It could have been a worthless piece of junk according to its cover, which was a faded black, almost gray color, with no words to tell the book's title. But what it held inside was worth more than its weight in gold. Hermione slowly flipped the page, staring intently at the handwritten words. She had found it in flourish and blots when she had convinced her parents to take her to Diagon Alley at the beginning of summer. The little book had been stashed away, hidden between books on Quidditch. She had just been snooping around, seeing if they had any new books on Quidditch that Harry might like for his birthday. Instead, she had found this. The plain cover and the faded spine had intrigued her. Most of the books in flourish and blots were new, unless you went to the used section. She had wondered how the book had been placed there. In opening the book, she had found a single name written on the inside of the cover. Sirius Black. That had mystified her even more. She had flipped the yellowed page. And upon the next page lay the simple title. Animagus. Hermione had bothered investigating the book further. She bought the book without a second thought. And now, days later, she had finally found time to look at the book. She did not bother reading it word for word. She would have plenty of time for that later. For now, she just flipped through it slowly, scanning the contents of each page. It had everything about an animagus transformation that a wizard or witch would ever need to know if they wanted to become one. This must have been what the Marauders used to become animagi. Every once in a while she would read little comments written in black ink in the margin, most of them correcting an assumption that the book made. She smiled. Now Harry would be able to follow in his father's footsteps and learn how to be animagus too. Along with Ron and herself. Of course they would become legal animagi, unlike the Marauders. Well, eventually they would. She wondered what animal she would be when she became an animagus. And she wondered what Harry and Ron would become. Would Harry be a stag like his father? It would be really interesting to find out. She wondered if there was anything in the library at school about animagus. Maybe she could owl Sirius later and ask him about it. Yes, she would do that. He would. Hermione. Her father broke into her thoughts. There's an owl here for you. Coming. She called, quickly stashing the book away under her blankets. She had told her parents about animagus one night over supper, and they knew that it was illegal and dangerous. They would be astounded that she would actually think of becoming one, much less reading a book whose last owner was supposedly a dangerous murderer. Hermione ran down the stairs to the kitchen, where an owl clung firmly to a wooden chair that stood before a simple wooden table. A newspaper was tied to its foot. She untied its burden, and scratched it on the head before it leaped into flight out the window. She had renewed her subscription to the Daily Prophet, telling her parents that it would help her studies if she knew the current issues going on the wizarding world. Well, it did in an odd sort of way, and her parents liked the fact that she also read something other than textbooks. And it was the only way she could know how bad things actually were, even with Ron owling her with confidential information about the ministry. However, the articles seemed to have become wilder than she had ever seen them before. One journalist even dared to write, in yesterday's newspaper, that Sirius Black was gathering the Death Eaters together and was Voldemort's place as the Dark Lord. The journalist had then even dared to go far enough to blame Sirius for the deaths of several Muggles and the disappearance of a few wizards. They had not even founded this on any evidence, just suspicions. She unrolled the paper, curious what she would read today. Her hands shook a little as she unrolled it. A strange feeling told her that what was contained within this newspaper was something to dread. That it was something terrible, something sinister. But it really couldn't be worse than anything else she had read, could it? She was wrong. She read the headline on the first page. It was worse. Definitely worse than anything that she had read. Her best friend was in Azkaban. Hermione started to shake as she read the article further. It was the Death Eater who had killed Harry's relatives, she was certain of that. Harry would never hurt anything, not even his relatives, no matter how mean they were to him. She had seen him torn up over Cedric's death. Poor Harry. There had to be some way to get him out of that place. There had to be, but how? She knew what she needed to do. She needed to find out exactly what happened, and the only way to do that was to owl Ron. Hermione ran up to her room, ignoring her parents as she raced up the stairs. Only one thing was on her mind. Harry, one of her best friends, sitting in Azkaban. Even as she wrote the letter, she could feel her hands shaking in fear for her friend. Ron yawned and stretched his arms out, trying to get the kinks out of them. He looked around his room. Something did not seem right. But what was it? He sat there thinking for a minute. His mother hadn't come to wake him up. Yes, that must be it. He was never up before his mother came into his room to get him out of bed. He was able to sleep through the constant noises that plagued the burrow, and would have slept long past noon if he was allowed. So why did he wake up before Molly had come in to get him up? And why did he feel so refreshed? Maybe his mother was right. Maybe it was better to wake up earlier. Then again, he had never felt so rested at Hogwarts when they had to get up really early so that they could eat breakfast. He shrugged it off. It really didn't matter anyway, did it? The redhead looked over to his window, as he did every morning. That was strange. The sun was higher than it usually was, noticeably higher. He blinked, thinking that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He looked at the clock on his night table. It was a Muggle invention that all witches and wizards use. 11:57, it read. Ron blinked. And blinked again. It did not change. He knew that it hadn't stopped, for it had been charmed to continue without any Muggle devices. Fred and George couldn't have cursed it. That was not possible. They had tried once long ago. Suddenly the unease, that had plagued him since he woke up, increased tenfold. Panic rose in his throat. What if something had happened to his family? His mother would never allow him to sleep. This late? Not in a million years. He had never slept in this late. What was going on? Ron quickly stumbled out of bed, trying to detangle the sheets that had wrapped themselves around him. He tripped and fell to the floor with a bang. His hands moved in jerky, frantic movements as he pulled the sheets off his legs. He stood up, grabbing his wand from beside his clock. With long strides he raced down the crooked stairs. His bare feet pounded on the ground loudly. He skipped over the last 2 stairs and raced into the kitchen, only to find his mother sitting on a chair staring at a newspaper. He watched his mother for a few minutes. She just sat motionlessly on her chair. Her hair was down around her face as if she hadn't bothered to brush it this morning. That was odd. Molly had always had her hair up some way. She had never left it down. What was going on? What was so important about the news this morning? What ludicrous story had they created now? And why was his mother reacting this way? Molly turned her head towards him and Ron caught the tears in her eyes. What had made her cry? He opened his mouth to say something, anything, but he couldn't think of what to say. Something was definitely wrong. Ron, she whispered softly to him, putting the article on her lap. Come, sit down. We need to talk. Ron Weasley, a boy who was never at a loss for words, unless he was furious at Malfoy, just stared at his mother. He slowly walked towards the table, knowing fully well that whatever she had to tell him would turn his world upside down. It took all his Gryffindor courage to traverse the short distance from the door to the table. He carefully sat on his seat, ready to jump up in an instant. What is it? He croaked out. His mother did not say anything for an instant. They stared at each other silently. Ron waited patiently for his mother to answer, but it seemed that she had lost the courage to tell him the news. He was about to get up and go find one of his siblings to tell him, when his mother spoke. Ron, sweetie, I want you to know that we are doing everything to help him. That we are all looking for a way to get him out of that place. Even Professor Dumbledore is helping. Your father is risking his job trying to convince others that it's not true, that it was set up, she said tearfully in a rush of words. Ron stared at his mother in bewilderment. She was talking nonsense. Or was she? Who could the Ministry have caught that everyone knew was innocent? Sirius. That was it. Sirius had been put into prison, had been sent to Azkaban to receive the Dementor's kiss. They couldn't do that. He was an innocent man. Poor Harry, he would be heartbroken if they did not win Sirius freedom. Ron was about to stand up and demand what he could do to help, but Molly stopped him. Ron, I know this is unfair, yeah, He agreed with that wholeheartedly. It was unfair that an innocent man might die because his friend had betrayed him almost 15 years ago. But we need to convince Fudge that he was wrong, that it wasn't his fault. That he did not blow up that house, that he did not murder anyone, that is, he not a Death Eater. We need to prove to the world that he is just an innocent boy who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Sirius and Remus are doing everything they can for him, everyone is. Ron stared at his mother in amazement. His mouth open in astonishment. She wasn't talking about Sirius. Who on earth would she be talking about other than Sirius? If the article did not say that Sirius was caught, then what was she trying to say? What was his mother trying to tell him? There was only one person who he knew was in the wrong place at the wrong time, but who on earth would call Harry a Death Eater? Unless, no, he refused to believe that. He needed answers and needed them now. What on earth are you talking about, Mom? He exclaimed in exasperation, unable to stand the suspense anymore. Despite his desperation, his voice came out hoarsely. He winced at the sound of it, but he didn't care. He needed to know who she was talking about, what she was talking about. Harry, she sniffed, blinking her eyes as if she was trying not to cry, was sent to Azkaban. Ron stared at his mother in amazement. How? How was such a thing possible? He felt his mouth go dry and his hands shake in both fear and anger. How? No. He yelled at his mother, jumping out of the chair. That's not true. Harry couldn't be sent to Azkaban. He's the boy who lived. He evaded her grasp, shaking his head in denial. It was not possible. It was another ludicrous story that some part-time journalist had created for extra cash. Ron, it's true, even Dumbledore agrees with that piece of information, she said, pushing the newspaper farther under the table. Ron stared at it. That had something about Harry on it, and he wanted to read it. He wanted to know what they had written there. He needed to know what was happening to his friend. If what his mother said was really true. That it was not just some ludicrous story made for the enjoyment of the wizarding world. Can I read the newspaper? He asked softly in a sad voice, one he knew his mother could not resist saying no to. Molly handed her son the newspaper slowly, as if she did not want him to read it. Ron took it out of his mother's hand slowly and froze as he read the headline. The boy who lived murders relatives and sent to Azkaban. No, that was not true. Harry would never murder his relatives, never in a million years. His friend was one of the nicest people he knew. Harry would not hurt a single creature, not even one of Hagrid's many friends. Harry had been so torn over Cedric's death. And the young Gryffindor did not even know Cedric that well. How could anyone believe that Harry would hurt his relatives? He had even lived through their torment for 15 years without much complaint. Ron read the article and stared at the paper in disbelief. He felt anger and hate quickly growing inside him. His face turned bright red and his hands shook harder. He would not allow anyone to do that to his friend. Harry deserved a family who loved him, not a life sentence in Azkaban. Ron, his mother asked tentatively. Ron just glared, fury blazing in his eyes. And hidden behind the fury was desperation. A part of him knew that his friend would not survive a week in Azkaban. Harry had hardly been able to stand being near Dementors. Their constant attention would kill him. Severus Snape stalked down the empty hallways. His feet made no noise as they hit the smooth stone. The only sound that could be heard was the gentle swish of his robes. His mouth was set in a scowl, and his eyes stared forward coldly. Had any student seen him like that, they would have run the other way. But to be honest, Severus Snape was not annoyed, nor mad. He just felt cold inside, especially after the raid 3 nights ago. He could still hear the happy young couple's screams as they were tortured. The young boy had been trying to protect his young wife from whatever damage he could. But he had failed miserably, and in the end both had died. Their voices would haunt him for the rest of his life, screaming in disharmony with the many others he had been unable to save. It was all his fault they died. He should have known about it earlier, should have been able to warn Albus about Voldemort's plan. However, he did not, and so the young couple had lost their lives. It reminded him of Lily and James. The two of them had been so young, so naive. Lily had been a saint. She had become friends with him, even though her other friends had laughed at her for it. She had helped him through his charms class, as he had helped her with potions. They had been good friends, even after their graduation from Hogwarts. He had never been friends with James though. Maybe they could have been once, long ago, had the man not known Sirius Black. But the dice had fallen differently, and in the end he and James had been on different sides of the board. And James had become the prefect role model for everyone, especially after his death. He had done everything right, no one remembered anything he did wrong. That bothered Severus. For James had never been a hero, in fact, as loath as he was to admit it. Sirius had dragged in more Death Eaters than James had. And Lily had been the one who had saved Harry. Harry Potter. Now there was an interesting topic. The boy could have been James's identical twin, if it wasn't for his age. He was smart, or would be if he bothered to actually study, and he had a charisma that made people want to follow him, just like he had seen in James, and in Albus. The boy also had an excellent knack for finding trouble, and dabbling in situations that were not meant to be interfered with by a child. That is what he was, a child. And Severus found it enough work keeping the boy out of trouble. He had promised Lily that he would, long ago. Swore to her that he would watch over her son no matter what happened. Now he had to keep the boy, who reminded him of James, his archenemy, safe. He did not hate the boy. Severus actually respected him for his courage, his loyalty, and his dislike of fame. He actually felt empathy for the child. Potter had grown up without knowing the love of a parent, just as he had. Nevertheless, Potter was James's child first and foremost, and for that Snape could never forgive the boy for being that. Even though, years ago, he had heard otherwise, and he could not tell anyone about his role as a protector, or he would lose his life. What a thin line he walked. With one wrong move he could end it all. Fudge hung on one side of the balance and Voldemort on the other. Any error and he would be dead. But now was not the time to think about that. Albus had arranged for Severus to have lunch in his office that day. He had agreed, if hesitantly. Usually the headmaster would never arrange a lunch with one of the professors unless something important was going on. And usually that something was not good. So Severus was going, if hesitantly, to see what the man wanted. Severus stopped at the stone gargoyle, which would open to a passageway into the headmaster's office. He muttered the password under his breath and watched coldly as the stone gargoyle slowly swung forward, revealing a set of ancient stairs. As quietly as ever he slowly ascended. All too soon he arrived at the door into the office. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He really did not want to listen to any more bad news. Things were bad enough as it were. Voldemort was gaining power more quickly than anyone could have anticipated, and they were unable to stop him. Especially when no one knew the truth. Severus knocked before more thoughts could assail him. "Come in," a voice called. Severus walked into the warm room, looking straight at the older man who sat behind the desk. Albus had become old. That was without doubt the first thing he noticed when he looked at the man. It seemed as if his age had suddenly caught up on the old man. He was half slumped over in his chair, as if he could no longer hold himself up, and wrinkle lines covered his face. The second thing he noticed was that the old man's eyes were barely twinkling. That worried him more than anything else. What had happened that could put Albus Dumbledore in a state like this? What could take the merriment out of the man's eyes? "It's nice to see you, Severus. Please have seat, there is much that needs to be discussed." Dumbledore motioned to one of the two formal chairs standing before his ancient desk. Severus quickly took a seat in the chair, which despite all appearances was comfortable. "A terrible event has happened yesterday. We have only recently heard of it today in the Daily Prophet." Albus began. He did not even ask Severus if he wanted a candy, and this bothered the potions professor greatly. Whatever the man had to tell him, it was bad. The headmaster pulled out a crinkled newspaper and silently handed it to Severus. "The article can explain that event much better than I ever could." He took the rumpled newspaper cautiously. Whatever it was written upon the wrinkled pages he did not want to know. He looked down at the page, surprised to see how old it looked, and froze. He blinked. And blinked again. And yet again, like so many others had done since reading the article. How could that be possible? The potions professor scanned the article silently, not moving even a millimeter. How was it possible? It was a bunch of hogs wallop. Who would believe that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was a Death Eater? Even Severus knew that Harry would never kill another living creature. The boy had been torn over Cedric Diggory's death. Even Severus, a cold potions professor, could see that. He looked up to Albus. "This is not true, is it?" The reporters had been telling lies for weeks now. It would not surprise him if this was another of their intricate plots to destroy the life of another wizard. "I am afraid not." Albus looked at him sadly. "I wish it were. The two men sat in silence for a moment, unable to say anything. Professor Snape heard the man across from him move slightly. He looked up and met the headmaster's blue eyes. "Severus, did you know anything about this?" Albus' eyes hardened as he asked the question, as if the man was preparing himself to hear more bad news. "No," Severus whispered softly, emotionlessly. "No, I did not. You suspect Voldemort?" It hurt him that Albus had felt the need to ask that question. He would never have let harm come to Harry, no matter how much he hated the boy's father. Albus seemed to relax visibly as those words were spoken. "Yes, I do." Fudge would have no reason to set up an attack on Harry's relatives. He was already planning to send Harry to Azkaban on the basis that he killed Cedric Diggory. Voldemort, on the other hand, would have everything to gain in doing this. Everyone would look at Harry as if he were filth and no one would harbor him in their house, except for his very good friends. This means that even if he could escape Azkaban he would have nowhere to go. And if Harry has no relatives, the blood spells that we used are no longer able to function. The older man told him. If that was true, Severus began slowly, then how was it that myself and many of the others were never informed of this plot? He looked directly at the headmaster. He already knew the answer, he just needed to say something before the rage that had been slowly enfolding him took over. What Albus had said was true. Fudge would have sent the child to Azkaban without a second thought. And that angered Severus. It angered him that someone would actually try to harm Harry. And in the back of his mind, he wondered when he had started to care about what happened to the boy. Voldemort does not yet trust you. He probably suspects a traitor in his midst, and you are probably high on his list. Walk carefully, Severus, I do not want to lose you. Albus' concerned eyes met his blank ones. What is he planning next? He is planning a raid on a mysterious high-security ministry building, however no one knows where it is situated, or which building this is. No one knows when either. Severus confessed softly, it was not like him not to know more of Voldemort's plans, even if they were not revealed to him. But Voldemort had been very secretive since he came back. Hardly any of his minions knew his next actions, their next commands. And now Voldemort had condemned a 15-year-old boy to Azkaban secretly without any of his followers knowing of it. For now, Severus, I would ask that you go to this raid and do everything you can to make it successful. We need to keep you from being suspected. Keep your ears open for anything they say about Harry, we may need that information to rescue him. Albus declared tiredly, his words sounding forced. Take care, Severus. And with that Severus left the office, thoughts swirling in his head in a maelstrom. He could feel fury rise out of his chest. How could they have sent Harry to Azkaban? Even if the boy had murdered his relatives, how could they send a 15-year-old boy to Azkaban? They had not even had a formal trial for the boy. Fudge had fallen right into Voldemort's hands. Fudge had sent the boy, who could possibly be their savior, to Azkaban. The boy could be destroyed there. And not only that, the boy could possibly start to hate all the wizards after that and want nothing to do with them, sending them all to their doom. Or even worse, he could become Voldemort's heir, his second in command. That man could have destroyed the only hope the wizarding world may have. Severus glared ahead of him. And then a new thought rose into his mind. He had failed Lily. He had not been able to keep his promise to his friend. He had not been able to protect her son from Azkaban. In his mind's eye, he could see her glaring at him in disgust. He had failed her. She would never forgive him for that. Maybe she could forgive him for not protecting her, not saving her, but she could never forgive him for not keeping her son safe from harm. But that was not the true reason he was so upset by this whole situation. Even if he would not admit it to himself, or anyone else for that matter, he liked Harry. Somewhere between the time that Harry had started his first year at Hogwarts and last year, Severus Snape had actually started to like the boy. For the first time in his life, Severus forgot that Harry might be James's son. And now, the boy, no, Harry, was in Azkaban. The look in the potions master's eyes would have sent even the bravest student running. Fudge would pay for hurting Harry. That man would pay tenfold what harm was done to the boy, and Voldemort would pay 100-fold. If it was the last thing he did, he would make sure of that. He marched to the dungeons already thinking of a plan for revenge. Albus stared at the space his one-time pupil had occupied. He smiled sadly. He had not known how Severus would have reacted to his news, but he had never suspected that the man would have reacted in that way. He had seen the man's eyes go blank. Sure. Sign that the potion's master was angry. The man had looked ready to go attack Fudge in an instant. To be honest, Albus was too. He wanted to go knock some sense into the Minister of Magic. He wanted to destroy Voldemort. He wanted to take Harry away from the horrors of Azkaban. Things were happening too fast, and in the wrong directions. Harry was supposed to be safe at his relatives'. He was supposed to be left alone there over the summer. That was the reason Albus had left him there. But instead, Harry had been dragged into the middle of everything. Like he always seemed to be. Albus wished that he had agreed to Sirius' request this summer and allowed Harry to stay with Remus and him. Then no one would have been able to hurt the boy. It was too late for wishes now though. He needed to think of a plan to take Harry out of Azkaban. If Sirius and Remus could find the artifact used for the spell, then he might be able to convince some people that Harry was truly not a murderer. He would not be able to convince those who mattered, though. Fudge had those people too far under his spell. He could raise a protest against Harry's imprisonment if he had enough time, that was. But he did not. Time was against them. They could not even break him out of Azkaban. Fudge had made sure of that. How long would it be before Voldemort took over Azkaban? He would bet everything he owned that the Ministry building that the Death Eaters were going to raid Azkaban. But when? When were they going to attack? Convincing Fudge that he was wrong was no longer an option. The man would not listen, even though the recent events had screamed the truth of Albus' words. It would take too long to convince the man that the Dementors needed to be removed from Azkaban. That the prisoners needed to be relocated. He needed more time, and Harry was going to suffer if he did nothing. The boy would not survive long in Azkaban. Albus had seen Harry's reactions to the Death Eaters. The boy was going to pay the price for the lack of options. For Fudge's stupid actions. For Albus' incompetence in protecting him. And even if they did manage to get him out of Azkaban, would he survive? He had almost spent a day there. He had heard of people going mad long before a day was out. He desperately hoped that his student, that the boy he cared about, would have enough strength in him to live through this. That he would survive against all odds and live through this. It was not his promise to James that he would protect his son that drove Albus now. It was the fact that he had come to care for the boy like one of his own kin. He pulled out a parchment and a quill. If nothing else, he would talk to Fudge and hear what the man had to say about his actions. He could not sit and wait for the events to unfold. Actions were needed now, not patience. Ron stared at Hermione's letter. It had arrived shortly after his mother had managed to calm him down. Hedwig had delivered it to him, arriving at his house in record time. The letter had been written hurriedly, not in Hermione's small, neat scrawl, but in hurried, messy writing that looked as if the writer's hand had been shaking. He read it once more. Ron, I need to know more about what happened at the Dursleys. If we can piece the story together, maybe we can free Harry. I think I have an idea, but I need more information. Send a reply as soon as you know more. Don't get mad. We need to free Harry before any revenge is taken. You know how he is with Dementors. Hermione. That was it. He did not know any more than she did. No one did. Not even his father. He was sure that not even Professor Dumbledore knew any more of what had happened. The only people who did know were either Death Eaters, Fudge's minions, or Harry. And none of them could tell them what had happened. He wondered what idea Hermione had. The only way to find out would be to ask her. But it was best not to send plans by owl. He would have to ask her in person. And the only way that would happen is if Hermione came over for a visit. Ron looked at his mother, who was mechanically going over her daily routine. Mom? He asked softly. Yes, dear? She turned to face him. Would it be okay if Hermione came over for a visit? He hoped that his mother would allow it. Normally she would be thrilled to have Hermione over. She liked having another girl in the house. But now, he did not know if his mother would want the company. They stood there in silence looking at one another. Ron hoping that Hermione would be able to come over, that his mother would allow it. Together the two of them would be able to think up something to free Harry. And if not, they could think of something that would help Professor Dumbledore. Somewhere, in the back of his mind, he knew that he needed his friend's support now more than ever. Harry was his best friend, whose life was in danger at this very moment, and he was helpless to help his friend. Yes. His mother's voice brought him out of his reverie. Yes, I think it would be a good idea for her to come here, if her parents agree. Ron gave her a small smile. Now he would have a friend to talk to. It was nice having brothers to talk to, but they did not understand him, not like his friends did. And Hermione would be able to think of some way to free Harry. He knew it. He ran upstairs to his room. He started to search for a quill and parchment. After a few minutes of searching, he wished he had listened to his mother's advice and cleaned his room last night. It was a disaster. He could not find anything. He scanned the room. It would take hours to find a quill and parchment in that mess. Unless he had some hidden in his trunk. He quickly skipped over some dirty clothes and knelt down beside his trunk. Quickly he flung the parchments, books and clothes off of his trunk. He pushed it open. His trunk was a disaster too. He quickly stirred it around and came up with a quill and a ripped parchment. It was not what he was hoping for, but it would do. He slammed the lid of his trunk down and quickly scrawled a note to Hermione, only dipping the quill in ink once. Hermione, can you come over to my house? We can discuss everything better here. Right back as soon as possible. Ron. He ran down the stairs. His bare feet slammed down on the wood. The message he held in one hand and a string in the other. He would not use Pig for this errand. Hedwig was more reliable and probably faster too. He raced into the kitchen, which was currently empty, and found Hedwig eating a small bit of food Molly had left for her. Hedwig, I have an errand for you, he told the bird, feeling a little foolish for talking to her, even though Harry did it all the time. I want you to take this to Hermione. He did not know if it was his imagination or not, but it seemed as if the bird had nodded. He tied the letter onto her leg and watched her fly through the kitchen window. End chapter 4a. N. I hope that you guys liked this chapter. I'm sorry that it's not that interesting. I just thought that it would be a good idea to show what is happening to everyone else and not ignore them. In the next chapter Harry will come back and Sirius does too. I hope this chapter isn't that bad, even though it is a little choppy. I'm sorry about that. I tried to fix it, but it didn't work. N. I'm sorry that this chapter was out a little late. I never expected for the week to go as it did. I'm not sure when the next one will be out. I have several tests next week, so I am not sure if it will be out by Friday. But I will try anyways since next week shouldn't be as busy. N. Thank you so much to all who reviewed, and since you guys waited so patiently for this chapter, I decided to make it another 1,000 words longer than I usually make my chapters. I was planning to stop after Albus wrote his letter, but I decided to be nice and make the chapter longer. That is my reward for all those reviews. Thank you guys so much for all those reviews. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I never thought that I would ever receive 59 reviews. It's astounding. No, it's shocking. Author bows to all the reviewers. You guys all deserve awards for reviewing. Thank you again. N. I'm sorry if I miss anyone. Death. You read all 4 chapters at once? Thank must have taken a while. It's almost 40 pages long, in Times New Roman 9-point font. I'm glad that you liked it. You'll find out what happens next soon. I don't want to ruin any surprises for you. But if you try to guess what happens, then maybe I'll tell you whether it might happen or not. Thank you so much for your review, and please keep reviewing. VMR. I am glad that you liked the last chapter. Thank you so much for your review. USA 32. You like Alexander Brown? I do too. It is kind of nice writing about another character because then I don't have to guess what his reactions would be to everything. Even though I like Sirius and Harry better. He will be returning in the next chapter hopefully, if I follow my storyline. Phoenix 353. It's getting better. Really? I thought it was getting worse. Something seems to be missing from the last chapter and this one too. I don't know what though. I hope you like this chapter alright. It really is more of a transition chapter than anything else, but I hope you like it alright. As to your questions, you will find out what Alexander does in the next chapter, so be patient. I don't think I can give you any hints without ruining what happens. Author smiles secretively. She will not tell Remus finds out about Sirius and Harry about the same time Dumbledore does, which is coming up soon. And as to your third question, I can answer completely. No, Albus does not know about Sirius and Harry. As to the reason why, you shall find out in later chapters. Thank you so much for your review. Death Eater. A trophy? I actually received a trophy? Author stares in awe at the picture. I cannot accept it. I do not deserve the trophy. My FIC isn't that good. Is it? So I didn't blow it on the last chapter? It really is not that bad? I'm glad that you liked it. Author reads rest of review and cannot believe it. Your favorite fix spot? Author drops in a dead faint from surprise. Thank you so much. You don't know how much that means to me. Author quickly starts writing next chapter, wondering what kind of reviews she'll receive on it. I hope that this chapter wasn't too bad. Mitchell de Quevedo. Well, whether Sirius is related to Voldemort you'll find out. Author smiles. She does not wish to give away information and ruin the story. I am glad that you think this fic is interesting. I update as soon as I possibly can. Usually I update just after I finish looking through the chapter, which is just after I finish writing the story. Thank you so much for your review. Nikki. I am glad that you liked this chapter, and thank you for correcting me on that. I just thought it would be good to add that in, but apparently not. I will correct it later if I have time, probably after this story is done. Thank you for that. I'll remember so that in later chapters I won't mess that up. Sorry about that. I am planning to get the books this weekend if possible. I have been given advice on where I could find the books for less and will hopefully be able to get them. Thank you for your review, and I do try to update as much as possible. Would it be better if I made the chapters shorter and updated more often? Acacia Jules. I'm sorry to hear that you are sick. Hope you get better soon. Thank you for the review. I am glad that you like the story. Snowway 54. Do you want the chapters to be longer? If they were, it would take a bit longer to get them out. I hope that you liked this chapter and that it was not that bad. I know what you mean though on how the chapters never come fast enough. There are several fics that I really would like to hear the ending of, but the chapters don't seem to come out fast enough. I try my best though. Author bows in apology, wishing her timetable was more open. Thank you so much for your review. Please keep reviewing. Silverfang. I like your name. That would work if Alexander did go to Dumbledore. Author smiles and shakes her head. She refuses to tell if Silverfang's guess is right or wrong. Silverfang will just have to keep reading the story. I'm sorry. I know I'm cruel. You'll see what happens in the next couple of chapters. That should answer your questions. Mrs. Mooney. Did you write any stories? I think that I may have read one of them if you did. Author thinks for a moment, but she can't remember if she did or not. The last chapter was good too. I'm glad you liked it. And no, Dumbledore doesn't know that Harry is Sirius' son for reasons that will be revealed later. Hope you liked this chapter. Things should become more interesting in the next chapter. Thank you so much for reviewing. Malina. I read your Demello. It was really good. I really liked it. Sorry I didn't write any reviews for it, but I am a horrible reviewer. I haven't really written any reviews. Actually, Demello sort of inspired this story, especially the part where Harry goes to Azkaban. I hope you like the chapter coming up. It has Harry actually in Azkaban. I hope I'm not too far off of what his reaction should be. I've also read Bored Beyond Belief's Never Alone, Never Again, and I think it's wonderful, even though I wish Bored Beyond Belief would update more quickly. Can't wait to read what happens next. I would suggest that any who have not read it go read it now. And don't worry Malina, Harry will get out of Azkaban. I won't leave him there. Do you know of any other fics where Harry goes to Azkaban? Thank you so much for your review. Dark Phoenix. I guess that it would be hard to portray Sirius. There aren't that many surprises in the story, are there? I can think of 2 and a third one on its way, but I can't think of any others. Thank you so much for your review, and I'm glad that you don't think I destroyed the last chapter. Charlie Girl. An evil fanfic writer. How can I be an evil fanfic writer? Alright, I like to leave cliffhangers. I don't mean to, but it is kind of fun to watch everyone's reactions. I am glad that you reviewed and I am so happy that you like my story. Why are you thanking me? I haven't done anything yet, just write a story in my spare time that I highly enjoyed. I thank you though for reviewing, and please keep doing so, it makes me want to write more. Myth Try. No, I'm not toying with you. At least I didn't think that I was. You actually think that I am writing this like a good suspense novel? Really? I can't believe it. Thank you. I know that this chapter isn't that fast moving, but the next one should be. I hope you liked this one okay though. German Nobody. I'm glad you like my story so far. I hope this chapter didn't scare you away. That is so neat that you speak German. I would love to learn another language. I have a couple of language books that I am trying to learn from. Dead Red Socks. Insane? I am not insane. Not yet. I am just unique. Author smiles jokingly. More will be coming soon, I hope. Thanks for reviewing. And yes, Sirius is Harry's father. However, it has not been directly stated that Voldemort is Sirius' father. Lady Python. You loved my last chapter? So it wasn't that bad? I am so glad. Fairy tale. Well, that is true, that my Sirius is a little different from J.K. Rowling's Sirius, but I don't want him to act too OOC. You like my story? I am glad. I read part of your story, The Last Marauder. It is good. Well, as far as I got. There needs to be more time in a day. Sorry I didn't review. I will try when I finish it and start on the sequel, but no promises. Remus will find out soon, within the next 3 chapters I think. And with Tom Riddle being someone's father, there is another FIC by Triskelion called No Higher Praise, where James is Voldemort's son. It's really good and I would recommend that you read it. It has Harry in it too. It takes place after the Tri-Wizard tournament. That story also sort of inspired this one. Thank you so much for reviewing. Witchchild. Well, I didn't mean for the confusing to suddenly become clear in this FIC, however, that is how it turned out. I'm glad that you liked it that way. Thank you for reviewing. Sarah Minks. I think someone else told me about Remus saying Voldy's name, but thanks for telling me that. I'll be able to use it later in the story so I don't have Remus saying you know who, which is a pain to type. All the time. I am glad that you enjoyed the story and I hope that this chapter wasn't that bad. I'm glad that you liked my story. Raven. Thank you so much for reviewing. Kimmy. You'll see in the next chapter. Thank you for reviewing. A.N. Thank you to all those who reviewed. Thank you so much. Your reviews encourage me to continue writing this chapter. It was not the most interesting to write and the characters weren't cooperating again. I hope that it is alright. Please keep reviewing. The more you review, the quicker I try to get my chapters out. All reviews as of September 14, 2002. Chapter 5. Fear and Revelations. To walk through fire. Disclaimer. Once again, I do not own Harry Potter and the characters associated with him. They belong to J.K. Rowling. I am not making money off of this story, so please don't sue. Chapter 5. Fear and Revelations. He sighed softly, collapsing onto the small wooden chair. It had been a long day at work. He had been up before sunrise and home long after sunset. He cradled the cup of tea in his hands, savoring its warmth. He wouldn't be able to stay up long. He had to wake up early tomorrow too, but he enjoyed his time alone, away from the hustle and bustle of the cities. The light-haired man reluctantly let go of the warm cup to reach for the newspaper, which still remained a rolled cylinder. It was his ritual every day, to read the newspaper late at night and drink tea. He found it very relaxing. Besides, he did not have time in the morning to read it before work. But as of recently he had found the stories in the news more and more disturbing. Just the other day they had accused Sirius Black of becoming another Dark Lord. He had never known the man, but he suspected that Sirius Black could not become a Dark Lord. The man had actually sat in Azkaban for 12 years. If he truly was powerful enough to be a Dark Lord, then would he not escape out of Azkaban after only a few years? No end. To add to that, the man had read articles about the heroism of Black, saving many innocent people from the Death Eaters. It did not add up. He knew that Sirius was not the new Dark Lord. The man probably was not even a Death Eater. If the news had been that he who must not be named came back from the dead, then he would have believed it, well more than he would believe the trash that the reporters had written. Or he would even have believed the reporters if they had said that Lucius Malfoy had become the new Dark Lord. He wondered what story that the reporters had come up with next. Tentatively he unrolled the newspaper. He wondered if he should even bother reading it, especially with the news recently concocted by the journalists. Maybe, if the news was no better today, he would listen to his friend, cancel his subscription and read textbooks about more important things. What lay on the front page shocked him, and like so many others he froze and read the headline once more, then again, and again. Wondering if he was hallucinating, his mouth hung agape as he read through the article. No, it just was not possible. How on earth could Harry Potter, the boy who lived, be a murderer? And like so many others, the man just sat and stared at the article in amazement. He, like many others, believed that it was impossible, that the boy had been accused falsely, that someone had mistaken the facts. But others, ever since the morning, when the first paper had been delivered, had shaken their heads and told their neighbors that they known that Harry Potter would become evil, that he was a no-good spoiled brat. And others still, those who had known Lily and James, and those who had not, when they read the article had cried softly, feeling the betrayal of the boy who had left the light side, the good, and joined those who had murdered their parents. and others who had been good friends with Lily and James cursed Sirius Black for killing the two Gryffindors, for taking away any guidance from Harry. And so, through that one article in the Daily Prophet, the news of Harry Potter's imprisonment spread like wildfire. Once again Harry Potter had sent the wizarding world into pandemonium. But this time, he was not their savior, he was their foe. Agony. That's what he was in. No, that was not the right word. He was in anguish. No, please. Not Harry. He hurt everywhere. More than he had ever hurt before. Even more than at the Dursleys. You are not worth anything to anyone, you freak. He shuddered as images of Vernon Dursley flashed through his head. He could feel every blow. He could feel every punishment. He did not think that was normal. He had never felt anything in third year when he had come close to the Dementors. But maybe. He couldn't think. It was so hard to think with images bombarding his mind. He could feel coldness creeping into his skin. It was not the numbing kind of coldness, a coldness that would take the pain away. It was the kind of coldness that came with death, a death suffered in Hades. Take my body back for me. Sorry, I'm sorry, Cedric. He tried to call out, but nothing came but a hoarse whisper. It was his fault Cedric was dead. His and no one else's. He should have been the one who was killed, not Cedric. The Hufflepuff had people who loved him, he wasn't a burden on anyone. You've burdened us long enough. From now on you will help around the house. He winced as he saw Uncle Vernon come towards him, the big beefy fist held high. Sorry, he tried to call out, but this time nothing came out. He tried to push himself into oblivion. He knew that he did not deserve it, that he deserved to suffer like this, but one could only stand so much, and he had hit his breaking point. He heard a voice scream in agony and a flash of green light. No, not his mother. She should have given him up. She should have let him die. He deserved it. He was just a burden on everyone. He did not deserve to live. She was a good person, one who should have lived instead of him. If it wasn't for him, then she would have been able to spend the rest of her life with his father. No. Rihanna. Another flash of green light filled his vision. He watched as the young couple died again. Died because he was powerless to stop Voldemort. Powerless to help anyone. The only thing he was good for was burdening others. Leave her alone. She's a child. No, He gave a dry sob as he watched the young woman die, her daughter already dead on the floor. He hadn't been able to save them either. She had been just a child. He tried to curl tighter into a ball, tried to protect himself from the images. He hardly felt the agony as new images bombarded his mind. Ones that had been haunting him ever since summer began. He was reliving the worst moments of his life. Memories no 15-year-old should have to life with. Crucio. He cringed as he relived yet another one of his dreams. No, he howled hoarsely, please don't hurt them. It was useless. He knew it was useless. But he was losing himself. He could no longer establish the difference between the past and the present. It was all one and the same to him. He knew that he was losing his mind. He could hardly remember who he was anymore. Harry Potter. That was his name. The small boy held on to that knowledge with all his might. He knew that if he lost it in the whirlwind of memories he would lose himself. His mind. His identity. How had Sirius survived so long? Who was Sirius? No, please. Not Harry. Another dry sob racked his body. It was agony. He knew that he would not last much longer. How long had he been in here? A day? 2 weeks? Years? He could not tell. But he knew that no one was coming to save him. He was a burden, they did not want him around. The only question was which would give out first. Would his mind break first, or his body? He hoped it was his mind that went. Then he would no longer be able to feel the anguish tearing at his body. Master. Lucius bowed deeply towards his master. Lucius. What news have you today? The man hissed quietly, staring down at Malfoy, motioning for the man to stand. Many of the citizens of England, especially those who are very influential, believe that Harry Potter is guilty of murdering his relatives. Fudge has, very foolishly, accused Harry Potter of Cedric Diggory's death as well. There are several wizards and witches who refuse to believe that a 15-year-old boy could do such a thing. The minister is trying to stop these rebels before they can free Potter. Lucius lowered his head, pleased with his report. Excellent. The Dark Lord hissed softly. Those fools in the ministry are falling right where we need them. What of our other plans? Is everything ready? Yes, my lord. The traitor has agreed to lower the wards for us tomorrow evening. Azkaban will be ours. He has even planned for some trainees to stand guard instead of the regular trained guards. Lucius beamed as the cracked lips of his master curled into a cruel smile. His master was pleased with him. Good. My plan will work out wonderfully. Not only will we have Harry Potter, but those traitors as well. Yes, master, it is an excellent plan. The traitors will not suspect a thing until it is too late. Lucius grinned. It was perfect. They would attack Azkaban tomorrow, just as the moon was rising. They would be able to fight through the guards without any problems and take over the fortress, freeing bloodthirsty criminals. Then the traitors amongst the Death Eaters would pay. Anyone who was not loyal would be revealed with a certain charm Lucius had found in an ancient book. It was so obscure, he was sure that not even Albus Dumbledore had known about it. The best part, though, was that Potter would become theirs, all because of the Minister of Magic. And the beauty of it was that no one suspected a thing. Have you told them there is no mercy tomorrow, that they are to kill everyone? Lord Voldemort stared at Lucius, his red eyes blazing into the top of the blonde man's scalp. Yes, master. The Death Eaters were all given those exact orders. Even Crabbe and Goyle should understand them. Lucius nodded, not daring to look into the eyes of the Dark Lord. He may be the highest in the ranks of Death Eaters, and he was very proud, but he knew the cost of looking straight at Lord Voldemort. Wormtail had shown them what would happen time and time again. A knock from the door broke Lucius' thoughts. He glanced up at his master, who was staring intently at the door, as if debating whether or not to let whomever was outside in. Come in, Wormtail, he hissed dangerously moments later. The small balding man tentatively stepped into the room, as if it was a volcano about to explode. Well, he should be considering how he had once more interrupted Lord Voldemort when he had been told to specifically stay away until he was called. Sorry for interrupting, master. But I thought you would like to read the News PP paper today. Malfoy watched emotionlessly as a chubby hand gave the newspaper to the Dark Lord. Wormtail. Lord Voldemort hissed viciously, you know the rules, you are not to interrupt me unless I specifically ask for you to be here. Now drop the newspaper on the ground. The rat-faced man did so quickly. Malfoy grinned. He liked what was about to happen next. Before Wormtail could plead for forgiveness from his master, the rat fell to the floor screaming in agony. Severus stood frozen on the spot. He knew that he should move before Voldemort found out he was standing at the door eavesdropping, but he could not move. He did not even wince as Wormtail's screams increased in volume. They were going to hurt Harry, the last hope for the wizarding world. The boy who lived. The lost boy that Snape had promised to protect. He knew that attacking Azkaban with Harry in it had been their master plan, but he had never thought that they were going to move so fast. He had thought that Voldemort would wait a few days. He needed to get Harry out of Azkaban and quickly. He could not go to Albus. No, the headmaster was out on business. Probably urging Fudge to free Harry. No, he had to get the boy out before Voldemort and the other Death Eaters could capture him. But how? He was not to join in on the raid. Voldemort had wanted him to work on the potion instead. Little did the Dark Lord know that Severus had already finished the potion with an antidote to the pain it would cause. He would not tell his master that now. Instead, he would use the little time it bought to rescue Harry. He heard the scrambling of feet on the other side of the door and knew that he had to disappear before anyone noticed he was standing there paralyzed. Quickly he ran down the crooked, rotting stairs and out the door. He slipped into the shadows beside the house and apparated away before any of the Death Eaters noticed him. Severus stalked down to his chambers, which lay hidden deep within the dungeons. How could he help Harry? How could he help the boy escape Azkaban? It was hopeless to try and convince anyone to free him. No, he knew that would not work. It would take far too long to convince the Ministry that the boy was innocent, even if Black found the object which had been cursed. They would never be able to convince the Ministry on such short notice. He pushed open the door to his chambers softly so as to make little noise as possible, and closed it gently as he walked into the dark room. He could always break into Azkaban and take the boy out. That would not work either. He doubted that even Black could enter the prison and leave it alive without being captured. There were too many spells, charms and curses around Azkaban for anyone to break in. Tomorrow evening, however, the spells would go down, just before the Death Eaters attacked. If he waited long enough at the prison he could run in before any of the Death Eaters came in. That would not work either. He needed a better plan. The other Death Eaters would recognize him in an instant. He needed someone to go in there and take the boy out before the Death Eaters could capture him. Who could he trust to do something like that? Black? No, Black was far too impulsive. The man would have them caught within an instant. Before he was in the prison the man would be caught and put into the jail right beside his godson. That raised another question in his mind. One that he had wanted to know the answer to for almost 15 years. One that he had never been able to find out on his own. Who was truly Harry's father? The boy did look like James, almost a carbon copy of the man. He had the same hair, the same cheekbones and glasses. But something did not seem right about it. He had never met a child that looked so much like one parent and hardly like the other parent at all. Something about that did not seem right. Once he could have sworn that the boy looked like Sirius Black, rather than James, but he could not prove it. And Sirius had gone over to the Potter's house almost every day when Harry was born. That was not his only clue. He had first started wondering about the truth 14 years ago. They had just had another meeting. It had been crowded in the tiny room and Severus had been dying to leave. It bothered him to watch the poor muggles suffer. As much as he did not like them, he did not think they deserved to be treated harshly. The meeting had lasted for almost 2 hours. 2 hours of watching Voldemort torturing some poor muggles and wizards who had been captured in the raid yesterday. He left the room and the building as quickly as he could without raising suspicion. True, he could have claimed that some urgent Hogwarts business was calling him away, but his instincts had told him to stay, that something important was going to be revealed. And it was the first time his instincts had failed him. He should have left the meeting earlier. He walked towards the trees, to the end of the anti-apparition spells. The meeting had been pointless anyway. He learned nothing to help Albus. The forest that surrounded the old house was ancient, with trees that towered over the building. Some of the trees were so wide that it would be difficult for 4 full-grown men to encircle their arms around the trunk. At one time, long ago, the forest would have been beautiful, but now Severus thought it resembled the creature who lived in the mansion beside it. The spells created to protect the house ran part way into the ancient forest. He had finally reached the hidden marker that distinguished where the wards were located. He was preparing to apparate when he felt someone tug at his arm. Severus. A hushed voice whispered. Severus Snape turned around to face another Death Eater dressed in black. It frightened him that this man knew his name. Very few Death Eaters knew who their comrades were, for safety reasons. And now this anonymous man had recognized him. That was not good. Severus? Can I talk to you? The man sounded desperate. Severus nodded. Please do not let this man know that he was a traitor. He could not afford to lose his position now, not at the height of Voldemort's power, not when Albus needed him the most. He followed the small shadowy figure further into the forest, probably where none of the others would suspect them to be. Severus Snape hoped that what he could offer the man was enough to keep him quiet. Maybe the man would only plead for his life, even though Severus did not know his identity. The dark figure stopped and turned around towards Severus. I know that why you don't want to be here right now, but I needed to talk to you about something. What? Severus asked, irritated. If the man was going to accuse him of being a traitor, then he better do so quickly. This was a waste of his precious time. And part of him feared that the man would go straight to Voldemort with information better left alone. Well, I have this PP problem and I did not know who to talk to. Then I thought of why you. The man stuttered out softly, his face still hidden in the hood. That voice sounded very familiar, but he could not tell whose it was. I have been watching Lillian J. James. I have a feeling that Harry is not truly James's son. Severus stared at the man as if he was a lunatic. Why would he care if Harry Potter was James Potter's son? He hated the man, had hated him for years, ever since he had began Hogwarts. He waited for the man to continue. He knew that Voldemort had his eyes on James. And Lily, for some reason, the couple had gone into hiding a few weeks earlier, but what did it matter if Harry was James's son or not? The reason I think this is because I heard them cast a glamoury spell on Harry. And I was eavesdropping on them one evening before they disappeared. Sirius Black was there too. Sirius called Harry his son. Severus was beginning to become very annoyed. He could honestly care less if Harry was James's son or Sirius' son. The two men could have been twins. And your point is? He drawled out slowly before the man could continue. Was wondering if I should tell T the DD Dark Lord. You think he would like it if I told him this? The man asked uncertainly, as if he finally figured out that it was an unwise choice to talk to Severus about this. I honestly do not think it matters if James or Sirius or even some strange dark-haired man is Harry's father. I do not think that the Dark Lord cares. He told the man emotionlessly. I would think that you would be wiser to leave your betters alone, unless they ask for that. Specific information. We have been told that Harry Potter is going to be a powerful wizard, and I do not think that it matters who his parents are. Yes. You are right, Severus. It does not matter who they are. The man nodded in thanks and disapparated in front of Severus. He shook his head, angry that he had been asked about something to do with James. He could not even use that information to bother James if Voldemort fell. It would hurt Lily too much to be teased about Harry. He had seen how much she loved that boy. He apparated to Hogwarts, his bad mood growing worse. Since he was late, he would have to start those potions for the school nurse all over again. He had not discovered the identity of the figure until too late, long after Sirius Black had been sent to prison for murder. Actually, he had not thought of that meeting until Harry had started school, not until from the corner of his eye, he could have sworn the boy looked like Sirius Black. And now it bothered him more than anything else. His instincts were telling him that it was important to know who Harry's father was. If Harry was James's son, then he was Gryffindor's heir. That would make sense, since he had been able to pull Godric's sword from the hat. But the Sorting Hat had spent several long minutes deciding where to put the boy. If Harry was truly Gryffindor's heir, and James's son, then he would have gone straight into Gryffindor. If Sirius was Harry's father, he would not be so important. But then, Voldemort had once told them that he had a son. Could Sirius Black be that son? Severus quickly ran to his desk and pulled out a box of pictures he had kept of his previous life, to remind him of it, even though he needed no reminding. He rummaged through it until he came up with a picture of Tom Riddle, as a student, a boy he had worshipped in his youth. He pushed other photos and papers aside trying to find the graduation photo that had been taken. Right near the bottom he found it. Putting the two pictures side by side, he gasped. Sirius Black, in the third row besides James and Remus, looked very similar to Tom Riddle. This could not be a coincidence. Riddle's relatives were all dead. The only explanation could be that Black was Riddle's son. How could he have missed that before? He had no idea, maybe because the idea was too ludicrous to even think of. Black was an annoying boy who wanted everyone's attention focused on him, while Riddle was an evil man who had no morals at all. Was that the reason why Voldemort wanted Harry? Because he was his grandson? No, that could not be the reason. He would bet that Voldemort believed that Harry was James's son, that Wormtail had never told the Dark Lord his discovery, just as Severus had advised him. So how was he to save Harry now? Even if the boy was related to Voldemort or Black, he would rescue the child. But if there was any truth to his discovery, he needed to remove Harry away from Azkaban before Voldemort could find him. If Voldemort found out what he suspected was true, then chaos would ensue. Then Voldemort would have his heir. He pulled his thoughts together and seriously started to think of a plan to free Harry. His revenge on Fudge and Voldemort could wait till later. Harry needed to be rescued quickly. His plan thus far was to send someone in there just before the attack to remove the boy from the clutches of evil. Not a great plan, but it was better than anything else he could think of. But who could he trust to send in there? Remus? No. The werewolf was Black's best friend. He would drag Black in there too. It was best to leave them out of this. He rested his head on his hand, looking down at the desk. His eyes flashed to the pictures and he caught sight of a brown-haired man standing politely at the end of the line. Alexander Brown. The man was an Auror now, wasn't he? Severus knew that once he believed the truth, Alexander would go to great lengths to save the boy. All he needed was to convince the Auror that Harry was innocent. How could he do that? Severus groaned and started to glance through the rows of students. Many of those in the picture were dead, missing, or had not been heard from in many years. Not that he cared really, it was just disappointing he could not find anyone else who would be easier to convince. But a trained Auror would know how to fight Death Eaters, and if worse came to worse, that quality would be needed. Yes, Alexander Brown would do very nicely. Now how could he convince the man that Harry was innocent? He looked down at his arm, the one with the dark mark marring his skin. Its blackness like a poison that killed the soul. Severus glanced away, he hated seeing that mark. A small smile came upon his face. He had an idea and it just might work to convince the Auror to rescue Harry. It would not work until tomorrow of course, but he could wait, he was a patient man. Severus pulled out a book from the bottom drawer. Now was the time to perfect his idea, as crazy as it was, he knew that it would work. Alexander watched his wife and son from the hallway. The small brown-haired child was talking animatedly to his mother about Quidditch. He was moving his arms around in imitation of the players' movements. He smiled. He hoped that his son would be able to make the Quidditch team this year, especially since they would be short several players. He stopped his thoughts there before they could go back to the small boy huddled in Azkaban because he did not have the strength to contradict Minister Fudge's orders. He should have sent the boy straight to Albus Dumbledore and let the headmaster protect him. That man had protected Harry ever since that fateful accident almost 14 years ago. His wife, Emily, laughed as her son whispered something, her golden locks gleaming in the sunlight. He watched as her eyes sparkled and danced in happiness. His son's back was to him, but he knew that his brown-haired child had a large smile decorating his face. Alexander loved watching his family. Harry did not have a family, no one to talk to or to laugh with, no one to be a parent and scare the monsters away at night. Alexander pushed that thought away, trying to forget the lost, green-eyed boy. He entered the room before any more thoughts of Harry and the mysteries surrounding the boy could attack him. "Good morning," he said cheerfully to the two seated at the table, who jumped suddenly at the sound of his voice. "Dad, you're home." Robbie jumped from his seat and wrapped his arms tightly around Alexander, who pulled the boy tight against him. "Did you hear the news?" Robbie jumped up anxiously. Harry Potter was sent to Azkaban for murdering his relatives. The boy looked up into his father's eyes. Alexander just nodded. If he did nothing to help the boy who lived, he knew he would be tormented for the rest of his life. "Yes, I have," he said solemnly. This was not the conversation he wanted right now. He hoped that Robbie had enough sense to know that the news was wrong. "Good morning, Alexander, sweetie." Emily stood up and gave him a hug. "When did you get in?" "Late last night, I had something to check up on in the attic and I fell asleep there," he confessed quickly. He knew neither one of his family members would ask what he was doing up there, especially if they thought it was work-related. "Would you like some breakfast? Robbie and I were just about to have some." She sat in her chair again beside Robbie, who had already sat down and was watching his father curiously. "I would love some," he said graciously, taking his seat beside Robbie. "So how are the Chudley, SP. Cannons doing?" he said to change the subject. "Great, Dad, they're doing better than they have ever done before, especially with the new players that have been added to the team. Could we go to their next game? Please, Dad, it's just before school starts." "Please?" The boy's face was all alight with happiness. That was one of his favorite subjects, Quidditch. "We shall see," he muttered. Actually, that was what he and his wife had planned to do to celebrate his son's birthday. Of course the boy did not know that, but he had no need to know. He wondered if, no, it was his vacation, he should be able to spend it with his family not thinking about work. "Please, Dad. Pretty please with a cherry on top," the boy pleaded, almost falling out of his chair. "Robbie, as I told you, we shall see. Please, Dad, I'll do the laundry every day for a week, and I'll take out the garbage without having to be asked, and..." Alexander looked at his son firmly in the eye. "If you do not stop begging, then I will not even consider it," he told the child, and silently laughed as the boy immediately quieted. He caught Emily's eyes, which were laughing too. One of these days he would take the boy up on his offer and have him doing the laundry for a week. It would do the boy some good to do a little hard work. Harry probably had to do all of the Dursleys' laundry. Stop. He refused to think of that boy anymore. "So Robbie, do you have all your school books?" he asked as he sipped his coffee. "Yes, Dad, Mom took me yesterday. We have the strangest defense against the dark arts book. It is all about curses and hexes, nothing else. There is nothing in the book about dark creatures. Most of the curses in the book seem very far advanced from what we normally practice." Robbie told him with almost the same enthusiasm as he had talked about Quidditch. Alexander smiled at the boy. His son had always admired his job and wanted to be an Auror, even though Alexander had advised him not to be. Since when did children listen to their parents' advice? I hope that we actually get to learn them this year, and not just study the theory of them. I heard from one of your professors that a retired Auror is coming in to teach this defense against dark arts this year. He told his son. One of my old colleagues many years ago. The boy perked up at this. He had heard stories of many of the Aurors before, including Sirius Black. Was he really related to you-know-who? Who is it, Dad? Who? Is it Gavin Walters, or Joyce O'Grady? Alexander thought for a moment of leaving the boy with the knowledge that he would be taught by a retired Auror. It would be highly entertaining to see what his son would come up with. He wondered if Robbie would start naming old Aurors who had lived thousands of years ago. No, he shook his head. It is. The boy slid closer to the table, curiously wanting to know who his next defense professor would be. Arabella Figg. Really? Robbie asked in amazement. His hazel eyes opened wide. The Arabella Figg who held off 10 Death Eaters while waiting for reinforcements to come to the building? The boy's voice was full of awe. Yes, that exact one. Alexander nodded, picking up his plate and washing it off in the sink. His family followed suit, cleaning off their dishes as well. Are you coming to Glasgow with us, Dad? Robbie asked as he put away the last dish. Alexander opened his mouth to say yes, to say that he was definitely going with his family, but something stopped him from answering immediately, the memory of a black-haired, green-eyed boy looking totally and utterly defeated. No, he could not go and enjoy himself in Glasgow with his family, not while the innocent boy remained in Azkaban. He would do anything for his son. He would walk through fire, or face he who must not be named alone. But his son was not in immediate danger. Harry Potter was. And he had no one to rescue him. The boy had no one to care for him. No father to take him to Quidditch games, or to teach him new spells. No one to help him with his summer essays when he could no longer continue because he had no ideas left. Even if Sirius Black was his father, the man could not properly care for the child. The man was in Azkaban for 12 years. No one could remain the same after that. And Harry had grown up with people who could care less what had happened to him. No, he could not abandon a child who had been abandoned all his life. The boy needed him. He was the only one who truly knew what the boy was going through, what had really happened to him. It would hurt, telling his son no, but he had to do it. If he did not, he would be forever haunted by those green eyes. No, I can't. He whispered hoarsely. He did not look at either his wife or his child. He did not want to see disappointment in their eyes. I have some very important work I need to finish before I can go to Glasgow. He studied the floor. There had never been so many scratches in it before. But Dad, I thought today was supposed to be your day off. Robbie asked tentatively. Alexander sighed. Robbie was growing too used to having him leave during his holidays on urgent business. That must be the price he paid for being an Auror. And if it was, he did not think he could pay it much longer. It was. He looked at Robbie in the eye. It hurt, but he needed to make sure his family was all right before he left them. But something has come up that cannot be left till later. I'll come as soon as I can. Maybe I'll even be there tomorrow. He forced a smile on his face. Yeah, sure. Tomorrow. Robbie muttered half-heartedly before disappearing up the stairs. Alex. Emily touched his shoulder softly. Are you sure you cannot leave this to one of the others? He shook his head. It hurt. He was being rejected by his son. But the life of another boy, not much older than his own son, hung on the line. And if it was his son, he hoped that another man would do the same thing for Robbie. No, he did not like the confused look on his wife's face. But he could not explain it now. She would not understand until she saw the boy. I cannot explain, not here, not right now. He apologized softly. She smiled softly at him. She understood. From the very beginning she had known that she had married someone who would not be around all the time. He was thankful that she at least understood. I'll talk to him now, and when you come to Glasgow you can talk to him then. He wrapped his arms around her, thankful that she was his. He did not deserve such a wonderful woman. Thank you. I love you, Alexander, be careful. She murmured in his ear. I love you, Emily, and don't worry about me, have fun. He took his leave, only stopping to take his cloak and hat with him. He needed to visit Harry before he decided the drastic measures that needed to be taken to release the boy from prison. Albus stared at the man in front of him. The portly man sat pinned straight, not even fidgeting under Albus' gaze. "So, Minister, what do you plan to do about this situation?" he asked the man politely. It had been tiring trying to convince the man the advantages to liberating Harry from Azkaban. In the end, he feared it had done nothing but more harm. "I plan to do nothing about this situation, Headmaster. It is really of no concern to you. You should deal with your school, not important political issues that have nothing to do with you," Fudge said primly. Sometimes Albus just wanted to knock some sense into that man. "You have a pupil of mine locked away in one of the most high-security prison that has ever existed. This situation does concern me," Albus said shortly. Neither man dared bring up the topic of how Albus had helped the minister in more situations than anyone had before. The minister knew it would cause more trouble and he would not listen to Albus if the man dared bring that topic up. "The boy is no longer a concern of yours, Albus, seeing as he is no longer your pupil. You may return to Hogwarts and deal with the affairs there." Fudge dismissed him. Albus did not go. He would make Fudge listen to him if he had to tie the man down and force potions down the man's throat. To reach this man he needed to make a different approach. How? He needed a second to think, that was it. "Minister, do you really think young Harry Potter is guilty of those crimes he has been convicted for?" "To be truthful with you, Albus, and if you are recording this down I will deny every word with my last breath. I believe that the boy did no such thing. He does not have the heart of a murderer. I doubt that he would hurt a fly unless it was killing someone he loved. No, he is innocent, just like his godfather," Fudge told him superiorly. Albus gaped at the minister. He had known that Sirius Black was innocent and he had not kept him from prison. He knew that Harry was innocent and he was sending the boy into Azkaban. "Why?" was all he managed to croak. Out of all the ridiculous things he had ever thought Fudge would say, he never could have predicted that Fudge would say that. Never. "Because, my dear sir, I needed a scapegoat. The public will believe anything as long as it is closely related with a few facts to support it. Harry was the only wizard at the Dursleys' house that morning, and so it would be logical for anyone to figure that Harry had somehow figured out a way to explode the house, killing the Dursleys. As for Sirius Black, it was easy enough to convince the public. The man could just have convicted himself. He was laughing like a maniac in the streets when we arrived on scene. But when his wand was looked at, there was no spells recently done that would have caused such havoc. So immediately I knew that Sirius could not have done such a thing. He would have to have been telling the truth. But he was the perfect scapegoat. So he was sent to prison. Ironic, isn't it, how both the godfather and the godson are sent to the same prison, to the same cell? I always thought it was. Fudge picked up a pile of papers and straightened them. "Now if you will please excuse me, I have work that needs to be done." For the first time in his life, Albus was speechless. Never in all his days had he ever heard anything like that. The man had sent at least two. Albus Dumbledore would never eat another candy in his life if there were not more. Innocent people had been sent to Azkaban. And he had known that they were innocent. Known. And now those people had to pay the price for Fudge to keep his reputation. He stood up and left the office without another word. If it was the last thing he did, he would destroy that man, tearing down the minister's world little by little, until his reputation was tarnished beyond repair. He hoped that Harry could fend for himself for a few more days. There was some dire circumstances that could not wait to be attended. He only hoped that someone else had created a plan to save the boy. He was running out of ideas quickly. If he had not thought of anything better, then by the time he was done with the circumstances, he would give Sirius leave to break into Azkaban to free his godson. The fortress looked the same as it did when he had arrived there just 2 days ago. Was it really 2 days ago? It did not feel like it. Actually, it felt like an eternity ago. A part of him wished to turn around and leave before he set one foot in the penitentiary. He could join his wife and son in Glasgow and forget about Harry Potter, just like everyone else. He could join the crowd and forget about the boy, thinking he would be just fine where he was, that he would pull through just like he did every other time. No, Alexander could not leave Harry to such a fate. He refused to abandon Harry like everyone else had. He was glad that the ferryman had not wanted to talk to him. He did not think he could have stood listening to the man babble on about this new prisoner, or that officer. The boat ride had been horrid. He had been sure that he was going to lose his breakfast before they were even halfway to the large, gray fortress. Even as he under the large archway, He could feel the coldness seeping into his bones, into his head, his heart, into his soul. It was like a leech, sucking out every good memory he had ever had, every good thought, leaving only those he had forever buried to be dug up and replayed in his mind. Like he had learned from his training, he blocked out his memories, stopping himself from reliving the past. How could one live in a place like this? Alexander had already explained to the officer on duty that he was here to check on the prisoners, especially one Harry James Potter. He regretted that he had not accepted their offer of a guide. It would only hinder his mission though, so he had refused the woman's offer and headed down the hall he remembered from the other day. He knew the way to Harry's cell, but he did not like being alone with the lunatics, the madmen, the screams, the pain, and the coldness. He quickened his pace. The quicker he removed Harry from Azkaban, the quicker it would be till he left this desolate place for good. After this was done, he would find another career, spend more time with his family. Spending so much time away from his family was a price he was no longer willing to pay. Harry had taught him that. Those eyes, full of lost hope, had broken his heart. His mind had instantly put Robbie there instead. The brown-haired boy and the black-haired boy had morphed before his eyes into one person. He had known then that this was his last adventure before he retired to spend more time with his family. But first he had to rescue the boy who had no one. He descended down the stairs to the small holding area that now housed Harry. There was no sound coming from down there. Please let him be alive. Please let him be alive. The small mantra repeated in the back of his head as his footsteps echoed eerily around him. Please let him be alive and sane. The boy had to be alive, he just had to be. Harry Potter had held on all those years, despite the hand he had been thrown. He just had to hold on a little longer. What point did the boy have for hanging on? He had watched as Harry had lost all hope, all the fight. The inner strength he had seen in those green eyes had just disappeared as soon as he had been sent to Azkaban. But he had heard of the close friendship Harry had with Hermione Granger and Ronald Weasley. Would that be enough to keep him alive? Would he live for his friends? For those who cared for him? He hoped, pleaded with whoever would listen that it would be enough. That the boy would live for those who he would give his life for. Alexander gasped. Maybe it would be kinder for the boy to die. Several food bowls lay on the stone floor untouched, 2 full of water and 2 of food. It was not that concerned Alexander, though it was Harry. Harry lay there in the exact position Alexander had left him 2 days ago. The boy's lips were chapped and almost tingled blue. Whether from the cold or from his closeness to death, Alexander did not know. He could see blood seeping through the boy's shirt, as if the cuts had somehow been torn open by a sudden jerk. And there on the floor beneath the bench and Harry, he could see a small dark puddle growing. Alexander stared at it hard, and knew what it was. Blood. Harry must have had more wounds than Alexander had thought. That could be the only reason for that puddle of blood. Was the boy truly alive? Alexander crept closer to the cell. Pushing the key into the lock, he whispered a soft spell. He jerked the door open and did not bother to close it behind him. He doubted that Harry could have run anywhere had the boy wanted to. He moved slowly towards the boy, not bothered to look anywhere else. He now recognized the signs of malnutrition in the child. He was far too skinny for someone of his age. He was too small. Harry's chest rose a few millimeters. Alexander exhaled, letting go of the breath he had been holding. The boy was alive. He was still alive, despite the hard hand he had been thrown. Barely, but he was alive. Harry, he whispered, not expecting an answer. He pulled a bottle of general healing potion from his robes. It would help Harry, but it was not the kind of medical attention that he needed. Alexander skillfully avoided the blood as he knelt down beside the black-haired boy. He pushed open the stopper that held the vial closed and gently pressed it to the boy's mouth. Come on, Harry, it's all right. Just take a little sip, it will help. He gently lifted the boy up so that he would not choke on the liquid. Alexander poured a few drops of liquid on the boy's lips. It was a trick he had learned years ago during his training as an Auror. He was able to coax the boy to open his mouth so he could dribble the potion down his throat. If nothing else, it would stop the cuts from bleeding. Alexander stood up. There was nothing he could do here. He was no doctor and did not know what exactly was wrong with the boy. Even what he noticed, he could do nothing for. Harry needed medical attention soon, or he would perish whether they helped him or not. The boy needed to leave the prison. It was the only way he would receive medical attention. It was the only way that he could be shown that he was cared for. Here he was abandoned, left alone in his worst nightmare. The only way to take a prisoner out of Azkaban was to have a note with the Ministry's seal on it saying that Harry was to be moved from the prison. He could write the letter easily. He had seen enough letters asking for prisoners to be moved. It was the Ministry's seal that was the problem. The Ministry's seal could not be duplicated. The only way he could put it on the letter would be to use the actual stamp. And the stamp was only in the Ministry in the major offices. He looked down at Harry. He would not leave the boy in here any longer than he had to. He could not. Alexander sighed. He would have to slip unnoticed into the Ministry's main building and borrow the seal from one of the offices. If he was caught, he could lose his job, maybe even become an inmate of Azkaban himself. Alexander looked down at the boy who remained unconscious. It was worth the risk, he decided. End chapter 5. N. Sorry this chapter is out so late. I was sick for part of last week, so I couldn't write anything. As an apology, this chapter is longer, by about 5 pages. It is not written very well. Alexander seemed out of sorts for this whole chapter. Not to mention the fact that the chapter jumps all over the place. Erg. I won't rewrite it again, that would take a while. N. I challenge everyone to write a review for this story to try and get the number of reviews up to 100. It doesn't matter what kind of review you give. Any feedback I get is good, and suggestions are very helpful, so please review. Don't worry, I won't keep the next chapter back if the number of reviews doesn't go up to 100, I'm not that mean. N. Thank you so much to everyone who reviewed. You guys are great, 82 reviews. I can't believe it. When I first started this story I only thought I would receive maybe 15 if I was lucky. Thank you so much. Sirius B. Padfoot. Thank you. Don't worry, I plan to finish this story. It's the longest story I have written so far, and with people reviewing, I'm encouraged to finish it, unlike all my other stories. Sorry there's no Sirius in this chapter. He'll be in the next one, I promise. You did get to see a little of Harry though. It's not very well written, I'm afraid, but it is there. I went to your website and I thought that it was wonderful. I especially loved the picture of Padfoot at the beginning and how the mouse was turned into a star. That is so neat. You have done a great job. Mrs. Mooney. You liked that chapter? I'm glad, at least some people liked it, even if I didn't find it that great. Butterfly Queen. My sister says hi. Thank you for the review, and no, my isn't that much better than yours. Raven. Thank you. JVMR. Thank you so much. J Fairytale. Thank you so much for your review. I enjoyed your stories very much, they were good. Snape will play more of a role in the story, as you can see from this chapter. However, I do not know how much more, depends on the reviewers, whether everyone wants him in the story or not. I had originally planned the story without him, but I like Snape so could not help but add him in. He will probably stay in the story, but not as a main character. Sirius' secret shall be revealed soon, I'm not telling when. Hope you liked this chapter. Reaper. Tom Riddle's eyes were green like Harry's. Okay. I'll have to remember that for later, and when the story is finished I'll fix it. I just don't have the time to fix it right now. But thank you for that information, that is very helpful for later in the story. And Tom could look like Sirius, and James if I remember correctly. They all have black hair and they were all good students in school. Except James and Sirius kept getting in trouble, or at least I think they did. Anyways, I'm rambling. Thank you so much for the review. I hope you like this chapter. NJGAL. I'm glad that you think my story's getting better. I can't wait to write the next chapter and post it, to see what you guys think of that. Something exciting is going to happen. It isn't written yet, but hopefully I can write it soon. Falco. Yes, I agree with you, poor Harry. Hopefully someone will get him out soon, especially with all these plans being created. Wormtail? Maybe I'll add him somewhere, I'm sure I can. I had not originally planned to have him in the story, but I think he'll keep reappearing. Thank you so much for your review. Snowway 54. No, Alexander will not be going to Dumbledore, he thinks he has it all planned out. Alex does no longer trust Dumbledore, especially since he had, up until recently, believed every word Fudge said. He believes that Dumbledore is a little crazy and would not help. At one time he trusted Dumbledore, but he doesn't anymore. Sorry, I'm rambling again. Anyways, the point of this is that Alexander will not be going to Dumbledore. He will follow through with his plan. Lady Python. I'm sorry, you'll have to wait for Harry to be rescued. Thank you so much for the review. I hope that you liked this chapter with Harry in it, even though his part was horribly written. Death Eater. That has to be the longest review I have ever received. Thank you. Jay, I agree that it would be interesting to hear from Hermione's parents' point of view, however I don't know if I could add that in, even though that is a good suggestion. Well, I gave you a view of what Harry's going through. It's awful, but it's there. I managed to get my hands on the third book with the Dementors only after I had written it, and it doesn't match up, I tried. Any suggestions to improve that? If I think of anything else, I'll fix it as soon as I figure it out. And you got more of Alexander too, aren't I nice? Actually, I had that planned out already, that he would appear here again. He will be in the next chapter too. Yes, there are a great number of paths I could go from here, aren't there? However, I already had an idea of where I wanted to take this FIC before I even started, so it is not such a big decision, even though after that part I'm lost for ideas. Even though it would be interesting looking down one of those paths, Percy's view will be coming soon in the next chapter. Now revenge. That is going to be interesting. Probably won't happen till later. I don't know exactly what will happen to those parties involved in plotting, however it will be interesting. And I read of that torture that you described in a fantasy book I once read, Temple of the Winds by Terry Goodkind. It was a really good book. You might like it, it's the fourth in a series and I would recommend them to all those who like fantasy novels that are longer. Your favorite FIC? I'm so happy. Author jumps around her room gleefully, receiving strange stares from her cat. Thank you. You don't know how much that means to me. I hope you liked this chapter. Phoenix 353. The reason why I don't think my story is that good is because it really is not that well written. I was reading through it and there has to be at least 20 mistakes in the prologue alone. And have you read some of the other fanfics out there? Some of them are so much better than mine. Take Neutrals of Western Stars for example, which I suggest you read if you haven't. It's amazing. Or Fairy Tales stories. I'd suggest you read those ones too. My story does not compare to those. Anyways, I hope the part with Harry was not too disappointing. I had to write it without any of the books and use whatever quotes others used on their stories. And know if there is a connection between Voldy and Harry. Voldy does not know of it. Thank you so much for your review. I hope that this chapter was alright. Avalon Princess. Thank you so much for your review. I read your FIC, Black Summer, it's good. I hope that you update soon. I can't wait to see what happens to poor Harry. Does he get away somehow? Does someone rescue him from them? Rozabunny, you added me to your favorites list? Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad that you like my story. I hope that this chapter wasn't too much of a disappointment. Charma 1219. Thank you so much. J. Stonehenge. Yes, Sirius is Harry's father, however it has not been verified whether Voldy is Sirius' father. And no, I don't think anyone has ever done that variation before. Triskelion is writing a FIC where Voldy is James's father. I would recommend her FIC if you like stories about Harry and James. More action is coming. It will all begin in the next chapter. Thank you so much for your review. Aidendril Deiyaki. Harry will get out of there. I couldn't bear leaving him in Azkaban. The poor boy has suffered enough, don't you think? As long the story stays as planned, Harry should be out before the next few chapters are over. And I agree with you about Fudge. I haven't figured out exactly how revenge is going to be taken, but Fudge will receive his just nemesis. Harry's twin. Thank you, Jay. I hope that you keep writing your FIC. I would like to read more. Sarah Minks. Yes, I can see what you mean about chapter 4 being the transitional chapter. I know what you mean by Dumbledore keeps getting older and older. I read another FIC where he had aches in his back and looked ancient. I'm not sure which FIC it was though. I'm the fastest on your favorites list. Well, that's good. I'm glad that I'm not too slow at updating. I don't like leaving the readers hanging too long. Thank you so much for your review. I hope that this chapter was alright. Lady Foxfire. Thank you so much for your review. Why am I an evil person? Because I am torturing Harry. I only do that so then it makes more impact. Well, if Voldy is Harry's grandfather, the man will probably find out soon because of the events that are going to happen next. And Sirius' mother was just a nice lady from an old wizarding family who was the heir to a small fortune. I read your stories too. I hope that you continue them soon. I'm just dying to find out what happens to Harry in both of them. A.N. Thank you all so much for your reviews, Jay. I hope that this chapter isn't that bad. Chapter 6. The Calm Before the Storm to Walk Through Fire. Disclaimer. Once again, I do not own Harry Potter and the characters associated with him. They belong to J.K. Rowling. I am not making money off of this story. So please don't sue. Chapter 6. The calm before the storm. He was not a morning person. It was not that he did not like the mornings, he just did not like leaving his bed so early. And 5:30 a.m. was definitely early in the morning. Despite that, he would have left even earlier had the offices been open. They were not unlocked, however, until 5:30 in the morning. Alexander quickly pulled on clean robes and stumbled over to his desk where his shoes lay carelessly thrown on the floor. He did not have any time to waste, but if he arrived in the buildings disheveled, too many people would believe that something was wrong. Collecting a piece of paper from his desk, he ran down the stairs at a breakneck pace. He did not bother to stop in the kitchen to take anything to eat. He did not have the time. Besides, he did not think he could stomach food at the moment anyhow. Not after seeing Harry lying there on the wooden bed half dead. The man shook his head, but the image would not leave. He knew that unless he helped the boy, that image would haunt him for an eternity. Last night had been torture for him. After he had left Azkaban, he had rushed home to write the letter, so that he could just take it with him, borrow the ministry's seal for a second, then return to the fortress before anyone became suspicious. It had taken longer than expected to write the letter, as he could hardly remember the exact words that had been used on the last note the ministry had sent. By the time he had perfected the note to his standards, the main ministry building had closed, leaving him to wait till 5:30 the next morning. That had left him time to perfect his plan. He needed to steal Harry away before anyone noticed where the boy had gone. That much he had figured out before last night. It was the rest of the plan that had kept him pacing for most of the night. Alexander had worn out the old carpet as he walked back and forth, thinking of who would take Harry in once he was removed from the prison. He was sure that his wife would take the boy in with open arms, but he did not want his family involved, in any way, with this plot. No, it would be better if they did not know of it, and it would be better for Harry to be taken care of by someone he knew, someone who loved him. Alexander had racked his brains all night for someone who would take Harry in. The Weasleys' house had been too obvious. He knew that Molly Weasley would care for the boy, love him like her own, but the ministry would look at the Burrow, as it was known, first. Who else liked Harry, would take care of him? Albus Dumbledore. No, Hogwarts would be the second place the ministry looked in. And besides, the man had left Harry with the Dursleys. No, that would not do. Alexander had spent till 3 in the morning wondering who would Harry trust enough to take care of him. It had finally come to him when he had looked at the graduation photo that now lay on his desk. Remus Lupin. It was perfect. Remus had never committed a crime in his life, and the ministry, despite their hate of werewolves, would not suspect Remus. And the man had been Harry's teacher, as well as his parents' best friend. Alexander had absently wondered if Remus knew the truth of Harry's birth, of whom Harry's real father was. It was perfect. He even thought so now as he ran out the door, shutting it with a bang behind him. He had written a letter to the man last night. The werewolf should receive it sometime that morning. Everything would be set up before noon today. Harry Potter should be out of Azkaban before the moon had risen once again. No, he amended silently, Harry would be out of prison before the moon had risen once again. There was a small pop as Alexander disapparated from his front porch to the entrance of the ministry building. It was an older building, actually it was ancient. It had stood since before the time of Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin. He had never really liked it. Actually, he liked it less than waking up early. It radiated a falseness, one that he had always picked up on. Now he realized it was from the corruptness of politics. As much as he hated to admit it, he was starting to believe that Minister Fudge was corrupt. A gut feeling inside him said that Minister Fudge had known that Harry was innocent, that he had never committed those crimes. He pushed the thought away. A thought like that could end him in trouble. Alexander pushed the glass door open, and stepped inside. Ministry seals were held in different offices all over the building, but the place he wanted was on the 3rd floor. Only authorized personnel were allowed on the 3rd floor. Not for the first time was Alexander glad that he was an Auror. That gave him the authorization to traverse to the 3rd floor. especially now since Minister Fudge was now giving the Aurors more authority. The foyer was large, with whitewashed walls, which was unusual. It looked more like a Muggle building than a wizard building. However, it was an ingenious idea, since it allowed the janitors to keep the building so much cleaner. The only way to the third floor was through a set of stairs on the right. He took a deep breath. This was it, he was finally breaking the law. He was going too far in his job to see that justice was done. But this was more than for his job. This was for a boy who reminded Alexander of himself when he was small, of the lost boy he had been. He was doing it because he owed it to the boy. He was the one who had put Harry in prison, even though evidence had pointed out that Harry was innocent. Now he was the one who had to right the wrong done to the child. Without further hesitation, Alexander started to climbing the stairs up to the third floor, praying that the employees working in this sector of the ministry had decided to take today off, or at least arrive in the office late. The stairs seemed much shorter than they actually were. Alexander had heard once that they were spelled to shorten the distance. He was pretty sure that this rumor was true. Alexander looked around cautiously before he entered into the third-floor hallway, prepared to jump back down the stairs. A half-smile flitted over his lips. Now he was starting to act like Mad-Eye Moody. He probably looked more suspicious sneaking around like this, than if he were to stroll through the halls. He mentally kicked himself. One mistake and he would lose his chance to save Harry. Alexander straightened, and under the pretense of deciding which direction to go in, he studied the hall. It was much like the foyer in the front of the building. The whitewashed walls gleamed dully in the flickering light. There were no large windows here, due to the fact that it was in the middle of the building. He shivered. He really did not like it here. Turning left, he strolled down the hall slowly as if searching for a certain room. He already knew where he wanted to go. To one young Percy Weasley. The boy had been promoted since Barty Crouch's death. Now he was signing important documents for Minister Fudge. He was almost the minister's secretary, or so Alexander had heard. That would be the best place to start. The boy was still young and did not know the boundaries of an Auror's power, or at least Alexander hoped he did not. And besides, Percy Weasley had known Harry Potter. If worse came to worse, Alexander could explain the situation and convince the boy that he needed the seal. Unfortunately, he would not be able to use a memory charm on the boy. There were dozens of spells in this building that prevented that for obvious reasons. Percy's office was at the end of the hall, right next to the minister's private offices. Alexander strolled in there hoping that the boy had decided to sleep in late today. One look at the office dashed his hopes quickly. On the desk stood a still steaming cup of coffee. The red-haired boy was nowhere to be seen. Alexander sighed in relief. Percy must have stepped out of his office for a few moments. That left him very little time to do his mission. Quickly Alexander moved towards the desk. It was a simple wooden one that was standard in the ministry. As he approached closer, he could see the seal sitting right beside a stack of papers. Alexander absently pulled the letter from his pocket. He placed the letter next to the seal and pulled the small stamp up and pressed it down on the paper. Magically the ministry's symbol appeared on the piece of paper. He quickly shoved the letter in his pocket. It was then he heard the noise. Alexander looked up. There in the doorway was young Percy Weasley himself. He had run past his time limit. Percy looked at him suspiciously, as if he was a thief. Well, technically he was, but he would never admit it. That had stole something valuable from his desk. Alexander did not bother making excuses for his being there. He had learned after years of being an Auror. It was just better not to give any excuses as to why one was doing something that was obviously wrong. "Excuse me, sir," the young boy said stiffly, "what are you doing?" Alexander thought of some plausible plan as to why he was in the young man's office this early in the morning snooping around his desk. He could not think of anything. Nothing at all. He was about to break down and tell the boy the truth. He opened his mouth to speak. Then it came to him. "I was searching for a document that the Honorable Minister Fudge has signed for the Aurors. I was told that I could find the document in this office. Due to the fact that this mission was the utmost importance, I did not wait for you. I have found it, however, and I shall leave now." He started to walk towards the door. He hoped the young man would buy his story. It was credible, it had happened once before, but if the young man verified it, that would reveal the lie. "Wait, sir, may I see ID?" The young reed-head held out his hand to Alexander. He pulled it out of his pocket slowly so as not to disrupt the letter that lay beside it. It was a simple card with a picture of him, his name, occupation, date of birth and the ministry's seal. Percy nodded in acceptance. "I shall ask your supervisor later if he received the document," he said in a very business-like manner. That was not good. When the chief found that he had used the Auror's privileges for personal gain, he would be in trouble. He had as good as signed his resignation papers. He knew that the chief would not send him to prison for this, but he would lose his job. At least he had been thinking of resigning after this was all finished. It would actually be easier this way to leave, then none of the others could beg him to stay. He looked up at Percy. "Goodbye, sir," he said politely as he left the office. As soon he was out of sight of the office, he quickened his pace down the halls. Now all he had to do was go to Azkaban. But first he wanted to stop and find some clothes that would fit Harry, so that the boy could at least leave the filthy rags he wore behind. Anyway, his plan would not work until later. Till the prison guards were tired and no longer alert. He would have to wait until evening had almost fallen. Then they would not research any further into the reason why he was taking Harry out of the prison. As soon as he was out of that horrible building, he apparated to his house. He hoped that Robbie had kept some clothes that were small on him, ones that would almost fit Harry. It was hopeless. Whatever object it was that they were looking for was long gone. Albus had been wrong. It was not in this disaster. They had spent the last 2 days searching for something that was not there. And now he could no longer stand it. While they had been idly searching for an object that might not exist, his son had been in Azkaban. For 4 days. Harry had been in Azkaban for 4 days. Sirius kicked aside some more debris. The object crumbled even as his foot connected with it, breaking down into a pile of black charcoal. He kicked it again, out of his way. And kicked it again. If nothing better, then he could take revenge on the Dursleys for their terrible treatment of Harry over the years, for the way they had ignored him and locked him in his room. The chair, if that is what it had been before it had been burnt, had been completely pulverized underneath Sirius' foot. He glared down at it. He was about to stomp on it when something caught his eye. Something white poked out of the black soot. Bending down, Sirius pulled the object from beneath the debris. He gasped as he felt it. Magic. No, not just magic, dark magic. Yes, dark magic. Black magic. He could feel its residue radiating from the piece of paper. He had found his evidence. A Death Eater must have cursed the piece of paper. He picked it up again and ignored the residue of dark magic. It could not affect anyone now. Sirius looked at the page. Despite the soot covering the paper, he could read the words written on it clearly enough. "You are invited to join us for a party. Join the Malfoys in celebrating the return of their Cian. If you wish to attend, register at the fortress at 12 p.m. today. We hope to see you there." Why the little Malfoy? He was the one responsible for all this. And when Harry was safe, Sirius would take his revenge. Malfoy took Wormtail's place on the top of his revenge list. What Malfoy had done was unacceptable. He looked at the message again. He wondered what on earth Cian meant. Not that it mattered really, he had his evidence. "Moony," he called out softly, so as not to catch the neighbor's attention. "Moony. I found it, Moony." Remus appeared quickly from around the wall, if that is what it could be called. "What is it, Padfoot?" he asked softly, sounding almost hopeful. Sirius held the piece of paper up. "I found it," he whispered excitedly. "We can save Harry now. We have to take it to Dumbledore immediately." He was about to apparate when Remus reached out to take the paper from his hands. "Are you sure that it's what we are looking for, Padfoot? It isn't a trick or anything." Sirius almost jumped his friend. How could Moony doubt him at a time like this? His son's life was on the line. Of course he was sure that it was what he had been looking for. Instead of wasting precious time speaking, he shoved the paper into his friend's outstretched hand. The man's eyes widened in surprise. Padfoot watched as his friend nodded. There was no reason to speak, they both understood perfectly what needed to be done. Sirius left the paper in Remus' hands. He would not be able to carry it into Albus' office as a dog. That would look really suspicious. They both apparated to the edge of the wards at Hogwarts, where Sirius instantly became the Black Grim that had terrorized Hogwarts almost 2 years ago. He ran ahead of Remus, wishing that the man could move faster. They had the evidence needed. The quicker it was in Albus' hands, the faster that Harry was out of Azkaban. Padfoot sat at the door and waited impatiently to catch up. It seemed to take an eternity for Moony to reach him. He did not wait for the man to open the door completely, but raced in with the door partway open. Sirius ran down the halls, followed by Remus, who was having trouble keeping up with the large black dog. Harry. He had to save Harry. Those words repeated in Padfoot's head over and over again in a mantra as he ran down the halls panting. Harry. His son. He stopped suddenly in front of the gargoyle that marked the headmaster's office. He could hear Remus skid to a stop behind him. Lemon drops. His friend muttered urgently at the gargoyle. It didn't move. Sirius stared hard at the door, willing it to move. Nothing moved. Acid pops. Remus tried again, with the same results. This was not good. Albus had changed the password on them. Fizzing Whizbees. Chocolate frogs. Remus was starting to sound worried. Sirius whined. This was not good. Harry was rotting away in prison while they had to guess the password Albus had used. It was a waste of time. Sirius whined. Hurry up, Remus. Hurry up. Remus Lupin. What are you doing here, and with a dog too? A voice called out, causing both men to jump. Sirius whirled around to see his old Transfiguration professor standing in the corridor. The woman had not changed one bit. Sirius could almost imagine that he was back in school with James and Lily and that he was now in trouble for another prank. Almost. Not quite, but almost. I have to speak with Albus, Professor. Remus said evenly, quickly regaining composure. That had always been Mooney's forte, especially when they were in trouble. He would remain calm and talk them all out of trouble, immediately. I am sorry, but the headmaster is not here. He has left on urgent business and will not be back till tomorrow, she said formally. Tomorrow? No, how could that be? What was more urgent than removing Harry from Azkaban? Sirius almost felt his heart stop. They needed Albus' help to free Harry. If he was gone, then their plan was shattered. It had fallen to pieces right before his eyes. Is there any possible way I could reach him? Remus asked politely, his voice sounding strained. This is an emergency. I'm sorry, Remus, but there is no possible way for any of us to reach him. He has not told me where he was going. He actually left before I arrived late last night. Perhaps you would like to ask Severus where he is. The man may know. No, Severus would not know. The man did not know anything outside of his precious potions. He did not even know how to wash his hair properly. But if it was their only hope, then. No, I don't think that would help Minerva. If it was urgent as you say, he probably did not tell Severus where he was going. Do you have any clue what this urgent business is? Minerva shook her head. Sirius felt his heart sink. No, but if he returns I will inform him that you were here. Thank you, Minerva. Remus nodded in gratitude and left down the hall. Sirius followed after him. He knew that Remus would not give up that easily. No, he had an idea. Sirius just knew it. Remus turned down another hallway and out the doors of the castle. We are going to do a little research, Padfoot. We can find everything about it that can possibly be found, and all Albus has to do is show it to his contacts and prove what we have found. We'll go to my place to start. I have some books on the dark arts that can help us. Sirius looked up at his friend. He briefly wondered how Remus had managed to collect those books. Not that it mattered really if it would help Harry. He would do anything to save his son from that place, anything. As soon as they reached the end of the anti-apparition shield, both men apparated to Remus' small cabin in the middle of nowhere. The name Sirius had dubbed it when he had first laid eyes on the building. He transformed back into a man. All the concern and worry that had been briefly muted by his transformation came back full force. He stopped behind Remus and closed his eyes, taking in deep breaths. This would help Harry. They would have his son out of that place in no time. Remus had the perfect idea to research it before Albus showed it to his friends. Yes, that would work. He opened his eyes again to find Mooney staring worriedly at him. It's all right, Padfoot, we'll get him out of Azkaban. He won't die. He's strong, Sirius, just like James was. Remus tried to sound convincing, even though Sirius had a feeling that the man was trying to convince himself more than Sirius. It was true that Harry was strong, like James, but Remus had never been to Azkaban. He did not know the torment the Dementors created. The bleakness of it all. How the coldness seemed to eat away slowly at one's soul. Yes, Harry was strong, but was he strong enough to withstand Azkaban? Please let him be. If he was not, then Sirius did not know if it was worth the effort to keep living, to keep going on. Here, Padfoot. The piece of paper changed hands once again as Remus shoved it into Sirius' hands. See what you can derive from it by just using the common search methods. I'll go retrieve the books from upstairs. Sirius just nodded. And Sirius, don't do anything foolish. Remus added as he quickly climbed the stairs. Foolish. How could he do anything foolish with a piece of paper? He knew the common search methods well enough. He had been an Auror before Wormtail's betrayal. He must have looked at more than 100 objects when he was an Auror. Sirius just shook his head and went to work looking at the piece of paper. It seemed normal enough, probably just an ordinary piece of paper that the Muggles used on a daily basis. The magic that radiated from it though was strong. Even after several days the residue was still strong. Almost strong enough to make him ashamed that he had not seen it earlier. He should have found it earlier. He should have. If he had, then Harry would not have had to wait another day in Azkaban. His son would not have to stay near the Dementors. Harry would have been safe. He almost banged his head on the table. This would not help his son in any way. No, he needed to concentrate. He closed his eyes and concentrated on the residue of magic. For it to last this long, the spell would have cost a very large amount of energy. And talent. The residue seemed almost twisted, as if many spells had been used instead of just one. But what spells would create that kind of chaos? Sirius ran through the list of spells and curses he knew that would create an explosion. As he ran down the list, the spells became more and more simple, until he reached the simplest charm he could think of that would create an explosion. It was so simple that even a first year could have cast it. He looked at the object once again. Would the Death Eaters have used that simple charm? It was plausible. He studied the object harder. He would bet everything he had that they had used that simple charm and enlarged it several times over. That still didn't explain the black magic that radiated from the object. Sirius thought back to the scene of the crime, to what his son had been wrongfully accused of. The house had exploded, killing 2 of the Dursleys and putting 1 in critical condition. That was not very helpful. No, it was something else. It had been written in the Daily Prophet. Sirius racked his brain for an answer. Harry's life depended on it. The dark mark, it had lasted for nearly 12 hours before disappearing. That would definitely explain the black magic radiating from the object, as well as the spell that had allowed the Aurors to trace the spells back to Harry. He did not know the spell. He did not think it mattered. Whatever it was, no one beginning their 5th year of school could cast a curse like that. Sirius looked up as he heard the sound of feet coming down the stairs. Remus must have found his books, but what good would it do? They already knew 2 of the spells hidden within the piece of paper. Why bother finding out the third? Especially when they already knew what the third one did. It was a waste of precious time. They should go to the Ministry building and start convincing officials who could overthrow Fudge's decision. The piece of paper with Malfoy's name on it was enough to convince them. Or at least it should be. Moony, he asked as the werewolf dropped the books on the table. Why bother with the books? I found out which spells are on this paper. And they are? Moony prompted him. Well, there is that charm we used in first year to blow up Snape's cauldron, with a charm that would magnify it several times. Then there is the spell for the dark mark. And another one, I have never seen it before, but it must be the spell that links everything to Harry. Sirius told him, standing up, preparing to apparate to the Ministry buildings. Hold on, Padfoot. We need to convince them that Harry could not cast those spells. That spell you have never heard about is the one that needs to be researched and explained. If we can explain it to them, in detail, with the rest of the proof we have, they will believe us. Now come on, help me. This is pointless, Moony. We are going through a bunch of books while Harry is sitting in Azkaban. We need to do something more active. Searching through a bunch of old, dusty books is not going to help Harry. It could take years for us to find the spell. We need to show them the proof we have now. We're out of time, Moony. Sirius pleaded with his friend. He would not be able to go into the Ministry to convince them. He needed Moony's help. He did not like relying on someone for something this important. It was his job to protect his son, not Moony's, and now he had to rely on his friend. Padfoot, if we are able to explain every spell in detail, especially the one that they have never heard of, then they will think that you dabble in the dark arts, sending you to Azkaban right along Harry. Sirius added. Remus fell silent. They both knew that what he said was true. No one would tolerate a werewolf who knew a lot about the dark arts. Before Remus could think of something to say to his friend, an owl flew through the open kitchen window. Sirius looked at Remus. Neither of them were expecting any mail today. Sirius watched as Remus untied the small parchment from the owl. Maybe it was from Dumbledore telling them where he was so that they could contact. Sirius felt a small bubble of hope rise in his chest. That's strange. He could hear Remus mutter under his breath. Here, Padfoot. He handed the note to Sirius. Read this. Sirius took the note tentatively, wondering if it was a small ray of hope or a bomb. Remus. Meet me at Godric's Hollow tomorrow at 5 a.m. This is of utmost importance. Please come by yourself and tell no one. I know Harry's innocent. Alexander Brown. Sirius read it over again. Alexander Brown. That was the Hufflepuff they had befriended during their years at Hogwarts. He had become an Auror with James and Sirius. How on earth did Alexander know about Harry? And how had he known that Remus thought Harry was innocent too? Would the man truly help them? He was an Auror? That would give the evidence more strength. But what if Alexander was leading them straight into a trap? The man had followed Fudge and Crouch loyally. What do you think, Moony? He asked softly, still looking down at the note. No, Alexander would never do that to Moony. The man would never betray any of his friends. Once you were his friend, unless you did something unspeakable, then he would protect you with his life. He would never lead Moony into a trap like that, so why would he help them, out of respect for James? I think, Remus said slowly as Sirius looked up at him, that I should meet him at Godric's Hollow tomorrow. Alexander has not contacted me for almost 12 years. Whatever he knows must be important. Shouldn't I be with you, to protect you in case he really did set up a trap? Sirius asked cautiously. He knew that Remus no longer liked to think that any of his friends could be traitors, especially after. No, Padfoot, you need to go to Albus tomorrow with anything we find today. Harry won't last much longer in Azkaban. If Albus is not there, go to Severus and have him convince Minerva. Sirius opened his mouth to protest against talking to Snape. Severus is the only one who knows you are innocent, and he will help Harry, even if he has to deal with you. Minerva does not know that you are innocent, Sirius. She would have you locked away before you could even say a word. She has credibility within the wizarding world. If Snape convinces her, the ministry officials will listen. Sirius just nodded. He knew what Remus said was true, but he did not like trusting Severus Snape with his son's life. But if it was the only hope for Harry, he would do it. Let's start looking through the books, he said, putting the note down and grabbing a thick text. Remus just nodded and sat beside his friend. Even as he flipped the first page of the book over, he knew that they were running out of time. Harry would not be able to last much longer in Azkaban. And Voldemort could attack at any time. Please, let them save Harry on time. Hermione waved goodbye to her parents as she stepped into the fireplace. The Weasleys had put her on the Flow network for the morning, so that she could travel to the burrow that way. She had spent hours begging her parents to allow her to go to the burrow. They had not wanted her to leave them for a month, especially since she had spent a week in Bulgaria. They hardly had any time to see her at all. But when she had blurted out the entire story, her parents had stopped arguing. After a long discussion on the matter, her parents had finally agreed. It had taken almost 3 days to convince her parents to let her go. She hoped that she was not too late, that Harry had not lost himself within the walls of Azkaban. She arrived at the burrow in the Weasleys' living room. She had never liked flow travel. Actually, she did not think that anyone liked it. She quickly brushed the soot off her clothes before entering the room. None of the Weasleys were currently in the living room at the moment, though she could hear a few noises coming from the kitchen. She turned around just in time to see Mr. Weasley arrive holding her trunk. Thank you. She smiled at him, helping him remove the heavy box from the fireplace. You're welcome, I'll have the boys help you bring it upstairs, Mr. Weasley said, walking into the kitchen. A few seconds later 3 redheads came out, all with identical frowns on their faces. One of them smiled slightly as he caught sight of her, but the other 2 kept frowning. Hello, she smiled at them. Hello. The 3 muttered, hardly looking up at her. Here, Hermione, we'll take your trunk upstairs. You go into the kitchen to see Mom, she'll be happy to see you. One of the twins said, taking the trunk from her. She smiled in gratitude. Careful, she told the 2 boys, it is really heavy. We noticed. The other twin muttered dryly as Ron led Hermione away to the kitchen. She was surprised, to say the least, when she entered the kitchen. The room had always smelled of baking and happiness. Now the smell of fresh baked bread was almost non-existent, and the joy and happiness that usually radiated from the house seemed to have dulled. It felt as if a cold bucket of water had been splashed on her. The reality of Harry's imprisonment, which had seemed so unreal in her bedroom, suddenly hit her. "Mrs. Weasley," she said in greeting to the older woman, whose hair for once was left down. "Hermione." Mrs. Weasley said tearfully, giving the brown-haired girl a hug. "I'm so glad that you could come." "So am I," Hermione said warmly. "Would you like something to eat, dear?" the woman asked almost mechanically. "No thank you," she answered politely. "Come on, Hermione," Ron muttered into her ear. She nodded. It still amazed her how silent, how ghost-like the burrow seemed now. As soon as they reached Ron's room, he shut the door and pulled out a stack of papers from the top of his trunk. "Here, this is all the information I've managed to find out since your letter. I don't know how it will help, but I thought you might have an idea." He pushed the stack of papers into her hands. "Dad said that he would help us find more if it was not enough." Hermione shook her head. The stack of papers was more than she ever dreamed of finding. She had never thought that so much information could be found out about Harry's case. She started to flip through the pages slowly, scanning them all. The information on every sheet was very general and not specific, but she could work with that. "Ron," she told the red-haired boy watching her impatiently, "get out a parchment and a quill. We'll analyze this information and see what we can find out." He heard footsteps outside of his office. Percy looked up, wondering who was coming into his office. He held his wand tightly, ready to curse the intruder outside. He did not have time for any more silly questions or comments from the others in the building. It bothered him that they kept asking him useless questions. Then there was that strange man this morning, Alexander Brown. A familiar red head appeared in the office. "Afternoon, Dad," Percy stated politely, not really wanting to be bothered by his father. There were at least 100 more documents he had to check over and sign today, and that did not include the number of little errands that Minister Fudge had wanted him to perform. "What brings you here?" "Afternoon, Percy." Arthur Weasley replied politely, taking a seat in one of the leather chairs that stood before Percy's desk. "I have come here, son, to talk to you." There was a pause. "About?" Percy asked irritatedly. He knew exactly what his father wanted to talk about. Arthur had talked about it nonstop since it happened. It was not such a big deal. The boy was a traitor, and now he was where he deserved to be. "Where your loyalties lie, Percy. I know that you have always dreamed of working for the ministry, that you are proud to follow Minister Fudge. Normally I would not ask you to choose, son. However, recent events have shown that Fudge is pushing beyond boundaries that should not be crossed. Now I have to ask you, when the time comes, where will you stand? Will you stand with us, your family, your friends? Or will you stand with the ministry? I know what I am asking of you is hard, but you are a man now, Percy, and you must choose. If you stand with us, we need your help more than ever. If not, then I shall leave you in peace to do your work for the ministry." Percy stared at his father in amazement. Never had his father ever asked him to do something like this, to answer a question like that. He let the words his father said sink into him. Would he leave his family to follow Minister Fudge? Or would he stand by his family even though they were standing against Fudge? He had worked hard to gain his current position in the ministry, extremely hard. Could he give it up for his family? "What are you talking about, Dad?" he asked softly, not wanting to let his thoughts continue their current path. "I am talking about your beliefs, Percy. I always thought you believed that justice should be served where justice is due. That you believed in protecting your family and helping your friends. That you would help them in their time of need. Harry is a part of our family, Percy. Are you going to leave him to suffer in Azkaban? You know what the Dementors do to him. He will die if he is left there. You have a strong influence in the ministry, Percy. You can convince someone to let Harry out," Arthur told his son firmly. Percy sighed. His father had been at him with this for days. Ever since Harry had been imprisoned in Azkaban. This was just another way to convince him to help Harry. He truly believed that the boy had killed his relatives. How else would that have happened? He who must not be named had not come back from the dead. It was not possible. So the only plausible explanation was that Harry had gone mad and murdered the Dursleys, his family. If they were to free Harry, and his parents were to take the boy in, then he would be letting his family into danger. His father did not seem to understand that. He killed his family father. If we were to let him out of Azkaban, he would kill us too. I am protecting my family. And what I believe in. Harry is not innocent. He really did commit those crimes. How else would everything have happened? I do not know Percy, but I know that Harry did not kill the Dursleys. Arthur met Percy's eyes. Percy, what do you remember of Harry? Percy opened his mouth about to answer the question. No, I want you to really think about it. I will leave you with this now. Think about it this afternoon and tell me tonight whether you think that a boy like Harry is capable of doing something like that. And think hard about it, Percy. With that, Arthur stood up before Percy could say another word and left the office. That was odd. His father had never done anything like that before. Not that it mattered, he would be forced to answer the question. Tonight, he knew it, he had seen it in his father's eyes. Either answer the question, or lose his family's faith. What did he remember of Harry? The boy had always been small, too small for his age. He had eerie, bright green eyes that seemed to be capable of taking in every detail. Harry was an excellent Quidditch player. He was sure that the boy could have joined a professional Quidditch team with no problems. He had potential to do very well at school, except he did not have the aspiration to do so. His best friends were Hermione Granger and his brother Ron. Hermione was a highly intelligent girl who was easily one of the smartest witches who had gone through Hogwarts. That was all very well, but that was not what he was looking for, and he knew it. He sighed. What did he remember of Harry? What did he know of the boy's character? Harry had been quite shy and did not like attention. All right, he knew that. Actually, anyone with half a brain who had ever talked to the boy would realize he did not care for his fame. Harry was mystified by magic and really did not use it all that much. He had seen his brothers use more magic in a minute than he had seen Harry use in a week. So if the boy truly had cast those spells, would he not have needed to practice them, or at least practice magic more? Percy stored that away for further reference to later, after he had analyzed the rest of the information. What else? Harry always had a knack for finding trouble. No, that was not right. Trouble always seemed to find him. Sirius Black certainly had not been trouble caused by Harry, nor had the Chamber of Secrets been Harry's fault. And from what he had heard, Harry had never put his name in the Goblet of Fire for the Tri-Wizard Tournament. He was not ready to decide the truth of that statement yet. No, he would decide that after he had decided whether Harry was innocent or not. Harry always seemed to be involved in others' business, something that he should not know of, such as he had been with the Sorcerer's Stone. The boy had courage and a heart of gold. Percy had heard how, during the second task in the tournament last year, Harry had waited till everyone had been rescued from the merpeople's grasp before taking Ron and another hostage to the surface. The boy had risked his life. He had heard that if Harry had waited any longer, he would have drowned. Would someone like that kill his relatives? Harry had never talked about his relatives. Well, he had said that they were not the nicest people, and they had locked him in his room before his second year. His relatives could have pushed him too far. That could explain the explosion. But it still did not explain the dark mark that had decorated the sky above the house. Could his relatives have pushed him to become a follower of a dead man? Percy knew that answer to that. No, he could not believe that Harry had truly turned. That Harry had become a Death Eater. Nor could he believe that Harry had lost his mind. No, he did not believe that either. In his heart, he knew that Harry Potter could know. A knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. "Mr. Weasley, may I come in?" Minister Fudge asked politely. "Of course, sir," Percy said quickly, standing up. "Please have a seat." "Thank you," the minister said, slipping into the chair his father had occupied only half an hour ago. The man looked exhausted, as if he had not slept for several nights. Percy felt sympathetic to the man. To have to deal with all those people against his policies, it would be very difficult. Percy waited till the minister was comfortable before taking a seat in his high-backed chair. He did not say a word, waiting for the minister to speak first. "Mr. Weasley, as I am sure you are aware of, Harry Potter has been sent to Azkaban. Before I continue this conversation, I must ask you a question. Answer truthfully. You will not be incriminated with any answer. I just want your opinion on the matter. Do you think Harry Potter is guilty of the crimes he was imprisoned for?" Percy stared at the man, his mouth hung open in surprise. Out of all the questions he would ever think the man would ask, he had never suspected something like this. Never, not in a million years. But how could he answer the man's question? He already knew the answer, but if he told Minister Fudge that, then what happened to his job? His career? His life? Was he willing to sacrifice it yet? No. Besides, he did not truly have enough time to decide his answer, did he? He had not looked at the evidence that would incriminate Harry. He had not seen both sides of the picture. No, he needed to think more before truthfully answering. For now, he would answer what he always had, what he had told his father again and again over the past few days. Minister, I really do not have enough evidence to prove whether Harry truly is guilty or not. However, with the evidence I have, I believe that Harry Potter is guilty. As the words were spoken, Minister Fudge started to smile slightly. So you believe that I have done the right thing? Fudge asked almost cautiously. Yes. Percy answered immediately, almost mechanically. Something inside him refused to go against the minister, some instinct that had been inbred in him since he was small. Good. The man said. I am glad that one person at least you agree with me. He smiled at Percy. Relief seemed to be written on his face. I have had so many letters that I was starting to doubt my decision. However, I value your opinion very highly, Mr. Weasley. You have helped me to decide. Percy felt his world start to fall around him. He managed to keep his face neutral. He hoped, pleaded to any god that would listen, that he had not truly helped this man make his decision, that he had just sentenced Harry to Azkaban for life with no chance of escape. Minister Fudge was just testing him. Yes, that was what had happened. The man was testing his loyalty. He had not been truly asking his opinion, but had been asking the same thing his father had. Who he was truly following, what he believed. I would like to ask you a favor, Mr. Weasley. Do not answer me now, you can give me your answer tomorrow. Would you be so kind as to help me answer those letters? I believe that you have a skill with words that would help calm some people down. I would appreciate greatly if you would help. Please come to my office tomorrow with your answer. Yes, sir. Percy answered quickly. He knew he was running out of time to decide whom he would follow. Since I value your work greatly, Mr. Weasley, there is another matter that I would like to discuss with you. Your father has been talking with other employees about matters that do not concern him. Normally I would not care, however he is telling those employees lies about several others and myself. He has created a void between several employees and fights have ensued. I have already spoken with him, however he refuses to listen to me. He might listen to his son better. I would suggest that you warn your father to stop talking about Harry Potter and his case, or he will lose his job. The minister stared at him for a few seconds, letting the information settle in. I expect to see you in my office tomorrow, Mr. Weasley. Have a good day. Sir. Percy said, standing up as the minister did. He watched as the man left his office. As soon as the lime-colored pants could no longer be seen, Percy collapsed heavily in his chair. He had had no idea things were so bad. No wonder why his father was asking his help. Minister Fudge had convinced everyone that Harry Potter was guilty. And now he had told Percy to keep his father quiet about the whole affair. He was not allowing Arthur to speak out about what he believed in. The minister was taking away their rights, and he was lying to the people. But it was to stop fights, wasn't it? That was justified. Percy began to have doubts. For once in his life, he doubted the capability of the ministry. For once in his life, Percy knew that he could not follow the minister anymore, that their beliefs clashed. He knew what he had to do. Percy did not even give a second glance to the pile of papers that lay on his desk as he left the room, locking the door behind him. Alexander looked at his watch. 8 p.m. 2 more hours. He would have to wait. The guards changed in 3 hours' time, so in 2 hours, the current guards on duty would be exhausted from the long day. Then he would be able to get past them no problem. He only hoped that Harry could survive 2 more hours. The healing potion that he had given the boy should have held over until late this afternoon. He just hoped it would be enough. He was about to check everything for the 100th time when an owl came flying through his window. Alexander grabbed the bird and untied a torn piece of parchment. Alexander, quick, go to Azkaban, the fortress is under attack. It was unsigned. But that did not matter. Alexander knew that it was true. He had been waiting for something like this to happen. Quickly, he stood up and ran out the door, leaving everything he had prepared behind. He would not need it now. Only one thought floated through his mind as he pushed the door open. He had to save Harry, and without calling for backup, he apparated to the docks of Azkaban. He gasped in horror at what he saw. End chapter 6. *Cian means head in Gaelic. I do not know if I am using it in the proper context, but what I meant to say is that the Malfoys were celebrating the return of Lord Voldemort, their leader. It's just a sick joke Malfoy put on the note. He did not expect it to be found. A.N. Alright, I know I am cruel for leaving a cliffhanger, but I just couldn't help it. This was the perfect place to leave one. However, since I am not that mean, I will make a bargain. If I receive 40 reviews, then I will post the next chapter as soon as I see that I have 40. Since the next chapter is completed. However, if I do not receive 40 reviews, then everyone will have to wait until Friday to see what happens next. So it is up to everyone as to when I post next. A.N. Was this chapter okay? I tried to stop it from being so choppy like the last chapter. I hope it worked. A.N. Thank you so much to everyone who reviewed. You guys are great, really you are. USA 32. Thank you. I'm glad that you liked the last 2 chapters. I hope that this one is okay. Hermione and Ron will come back with a longer part in chapter 8. Mrs. Mooney. Thank you so much for your review. I am not telling you whether or not Voldemort is Sirius' father, although I am sure that if you read between the lines that you will figure it out. And whether Dumbledore knows about Harry's parentage will be found out soon. Probably in Chapter 9. Thank you again for your review. Butterfly Queen. Thank you for reviewing again. I'm sorry I haven't reviewed yours. I have not had time to read it yet. The teachers were giving me tests all last week. I'm glad that you think the chapter is not that bad. Is it still snowing over there? I wish it would snow here. My sister says hi. Silent Angel. I'm glad that you like my story so far. Well, the next chapter is where the Death Eaters finally attack Azkaban. That chapter will decide if Harry leaves Azkaban or not. I hope that this chapter was alright. Thank you so much for reviewing all those chapters. I am glad that you did. Death Eater. Thank you for reviewing. I am glad that you did like the last chapter and did not think it was that bad. I hope that this chapter is alright. I am using your suggestion about Percy here. Do you think I should keep writing his point of view every so often, and give him a bigger role in the plot? I don't know if I will or not. Thank you for reviewing. Snowway 54. Thank you so much for your review, and I did hit 100. Yeah, Jay. I hope that you liked this chapter, especially the part with Sirius. After the next part he will have a lot more parts in the story. Nemozine. The last chapter was a cliffy. It was not meant to be. This chapter was meant to be one though. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. You will find out what happens to Harry in the next chapter. Thank you so much for reviewing. Nikki. Thank you so much for reviewing. Giggle Girl 15. Thank you so much for reviewing. I hope that you liked this chapter. VMR. Thank you for reviewing. J Lady Foxfire. You'll see who rescues Harry first. The Death Eaters are coming, but Alexander is on his way to rescue Harry and so is Snape, but poor Harry is very weak, so he could die. No, I don't think I could kill Harry off. He's one of the main characters and without him I would not be able to write the story. Also I am not that mean. I hope that you enjoyed this chapter. Dark Phoenix. Thank you so much for reviewing. I am so happy that you like my story. How was Sirius in this chapter? Was his character portrayed alright? I hope he was. Don't worry, Harry and Sirius will meet again in the future. Phoenix 353. I am glad that you liked the twist. Thank you so much for reviewing. Moonlight. Thank you so much. Thank you for adding me to your favorites list. Thank you, it means a lot to me. Don't worry, Harry will survive. I don't think I could be that mean and kill him off. Fairy Tale. So you agree that the last chapter was a little disjointed? I hope that this chapter was not as disjointed. I tried not to jump around too much. I hope it's okay. The revelation will probably, depending if I follow what I have planned, happen in chapter 9 or 10, I think. I haven't written it, but I have a pretty good idea what is going to happen. It is a ways away, but the things that happen between now and then are going to force Sirius to confess. I hope that this chapter was alright and that you enjoyed Sirius' part. Lily Marie Potter. Thank you so much for reviewing. Rose Bunny. Thank you for reviewing. I am glad that you like my story. Blizzard. Thank you so much for your review. Don't worry, by the end of the story Fudge should get the punishment he deserves. Any good ideas on how to go about that? I have some, but any suggestions would be very welcome. Janai. Thank you so much for reviewing. I am glad that you like my story, and thanks for the tip about spelling the Chudley Cannon's I. Wasn't sure if it was spelt with one D or two. Coke Freak. Thank you so much for reviewing. Sarah Minks. Which FIC is it where everyone is dying? I don't think I've read one like that before. And I thought my story was dark. Thank you so much for reviewing. I hope that this chapter was alright. A.N. Thank you again for reviewing, it is so encouraging. A.N. Please review. Any comments and suggestions are welcome. Also, does anyone have any ideas for a summary of this story? I read through it and I realized how horrible it was. If you have any ideas, please do tell me. Thank you. And remember, if I receive 40 reviews, I will post the next chapter immediately thereafter, or as soon as I see it. Chapter 7. The Storm to Walk Through Fire. Disclaimer. Once again, I do not own Harry Potter and the characters associated with him. They belong to J.K. Rowling. I am not making money off of this story, so please don't sue. Chapter 7. The Storm. Only one thought floated through his mind as he pushed the door open. He had to save Harry. And without calling for backup, he apparated to the docks of Azkaban. He gasped in horror at what he saw. Alexander Brown had somehow apparated right onto the island of Azkaban. Right before him stood the great fortress, left unguarded by the anti-apparition spells that had been used for thousands of years to keep it safe. He looked back over his shoulder, across the water that separated Azkaban from the mainland. Alarms went on in his head. He now knew, without a doubt, that the note was no hoax, it was true. Suddenly Alexander realized that he was standing in the open, where an enemy could see him. He quickly berated himself and flew up against the wall. It was hopeless to save Azkaban. One man could not do that. It would take too long to call back up. But one small boy could be saved. Alexander refused to allow Harry to suffer anymore. He did not care what it cost. He was taking the boy out of this place, out of the Death Eater's reach. He scanned the barren, rocky land before him. As far as he could see, there was no other living soul outside the fortress. That was odd. There should have been prison guards standing all around the fortress, prepared for an occupant to escape. And Dementors, there should have been Dementors guarding the prison at this time at night. The Ministry had become slack in their security. That had to be the reason there were no guards standing around. He could not be too late. They could not have already attacked the fortress. Could they? No, if they had attacked the fortress, then the Death Eaters would have set up their own guards to keep an eye out for Aurors. Alexander was sure he would have seen them, but maybe he would have missed them in the dim light. He hoped not. Prayed that it was not true, just the idea of an overreactive imagination. He would have to tell the Ministry later about this, warn them to increase their security in other buildings. He heard a soft noise behind him. Alexander turned around, ready to curse whatever creature it was that had made that sound, but he saw no one. A cold, nameless fear descended upon him. He should have spent the extra time to find more Aurors to help him. One person could not survive against an army of Death Eaters, and maybe the Dementors as well, but he did not need to. He needed to enter the prison, and take Harry away from here as quickly as possible. The nameless fear still remained. Alexander looked around once more. He scolded himself, and pushed the nameless fear away. He was becoming too much like Mad-Eye Moody in his old age. Starting to jump at shadows and soft noises created by an overreactive mind. He pushed himself from the wall, prepared to run towards a side door of the prison, one that only several Aurors and Ministry officials knew about. Just as he was about to take his first step, a hand grabbed his shoulder. Alexander stiffened. He was too late, they had already arrived. He turned around, but stopped suddenly when the hand on his shoulder tightened. If it was a Death Eater who had caught him, then it was pointless to struggle. They all enjoyed watching people suffer. He stood stock still in the Death Eater's grasp. He had been wrong, the Death Eaters had posted guards, he had just not been able to see them in the darkness. Alexander hoped the man would take him to his master, so if nothing else, he could find out who the true leader of the Death Eaters was. Harry's situation was hopeless now. The boy was as good as dead in the Death Eaters' hands. They would kill him without a second thought. Unless, no, please don't let them make that connection. They couldn't. If they did, no, they would not figure out the connection between Harry and he who must not be named. He shivered slightly, pushing his fears away. He could not dwell on his fears now. What do you want? Alexander whispered to the man. He winced. He sounded frightened. That was not good. He steeled his resolve. Even though he was captured, he refused to beg mercy from them, no matter what. The man, or at least Alexander assumed it was a man from the strength in that hand, spun him around, so they were facing each other. It was too dark for Alexander to distinguish any details, other than the man's figure. The blackness of his clothes seemed to keep the man in shadows. There is very little time. The man hissed urgently. You must listen, they will be coming soon. He seemed to be looking over Alexander's shoulder to the water. Do you understand? There will be no time for questions or repetitions, so listen carefully. The figure waited for a minute. It was not until Alexander nodded in understanding that the man continued. Do you know which cell Harry Potter is kept in? What? Harry? Why would the man want to know where Harry was? Was this an elaborate plot to make him spill his secrets? No, it could not be. They would already know where Harry was if they had taken over the prison. The guards had kept records of where every prisoner had stayed. The man had said that they were coming. So did that mean he had made it in time? What was going on? Wasn't this man a Death Eater? Yes. He said slowly, prepared to refuse to tell the man where the exact location was. Good. The masculine voice said. That will save some time. You have only several minutes to enter and leave the prison before the Death Eaters come. So they had not come yet. Alexander almost sighed in relief. That statement proved that the figure in front of him wasn't a Death Eater. Who was he then? If you value your life, then you will do exactly as I say. Go to Harry Potter's cell, take the boy out of there and leave the prison. When you get to the boy, put this around his neck. It has several protective spells that will keep him safe for a while. He felt something cold pressed into his hand. He took it gingerly and strung it about his neck so as not to lose it while running through Azkaban. Harry will probably not be conscious enough to move around. If this is true, then give him this potion. It will bring him around for a while, so that he can run on his own if you are attacked. You will not be able to apparate off the island, unfortunately. The old protective spells will not allow you to do so. However, here's a portkey that will activate as soon as you are out of all the protective wards, which reach 10 meters into the channel. Alexander felt something pressed into the same hand. He looked down and could faintly make out the shape of a handkerchief. He just nodded and pocketed the object. The man continued. The portkey will take you somewhere safe, where you will be met by someone who can help you. By that time the potion will have worn off the boy and he will probably faint. Alexander nodded in understanding. The potion must be one of those that all Aurors were supposed to carry around so that they could function during an emergency even if they were on the verge of a collapse. He wondered where this safe place was that the man was talking about. This man definitely was not a Death Eater. He was trying to help free Harry, even offering Alexander tools to aid him in the rescue. Who was this man and why had he appeared now? The Dementors will give you no trouble, for Voldemort, Alexander shivered at that name, has a spy who made sure they were out of the way until the fighting is over. Alexander nodded in gratitude at that statement. He had honestly not thought of how he would get past those creatures before. At least now he did not have to face them, did not have to relive those horrible memories again. Will you do everything that I have told you to do? If you will not, then return the objects and be on your way before all the Death Eaters get here. You will never be able to fight them all off. The man whispered dangerously. This man was not one to be fooled around with. Yes, I will. The fate of the world revolves around this rescue, doesn't it? He had wondered that from the beginning. Had wondered how much of the world the boy held on his shoulders. Yes, Alexander, it does, and if Harry is not saved, dire consequences could ensue. The boy carries a great burden. He is the one who can save us, or destroy us. And with that the man disappeared into the growing darkness. Alexander looked around trying to find the man, to thank him for his help. But he was not there. Thank you. He whispered softly into the night. He wondered who that man was and how he had known his name. It was strange. The man had come out of nowhere and given him help, even though it was unasked for. He hoped that one day he could meet this man again, if just to thank him for his help. Without wasting another precious second, Alexander took off towards the door, his wand in his hand, believing that he was prepared to face whatever came next. He watched the man walk away. It had been too easy. The Auror had agreed all too readily. He knew that the man was not a Death Eater. No, he had never seen him near Voldemort. So why had the man agreed immediately with the plan? It could not be so elaborate. Plan to gain status. The man was already one of the most respected Aurors still working for the ministry. Did the man discover the truth about Harry's parentage? He seriously hoped not. If an Auror knew that information, he did not dare think about it. Too many terrible events could happen. Maybe the man just understood the importance of removing Harry from Voldemort's reach. Yes, that had to be the reason. Alexander had always been smart and quick, figuring out mysteries quickly. The dark figure looked out towards the water. He hoped that Alexander would hurry and quickly move the boy away from this place. The hour that the Death Eaters were going to attack was fast approaching. The sudden appearance of the Auror on the island had shown that. He could see a tiny light coming from the mainland. He would bet everything he owned that Voldemort was standing there right now, removing all the protective spells that surrounded the island. And he was not a betting man. As much as he wanted to stay to make sure that Harry was safely taken away from this place, he could not. If Voldemort found out that he, the famous potions master, had helped Harry Potter to escape from Azkaban and the Death Eaters, then he shook his head away from those thoughts. He slipped into the shelter of several large boulders that surrounded the island. Severus turned around and looked back at the looming fortress. He shuddered. He had been cast into one of the cells there once, long ago. Albus had saved him, though, from a life spent wasting away in Azkaban. The man had vouched for him. Despite the fact that it had only taken several days for the jury to agree that he was innocent, the horrors of Azkaban still haunted him. He honestly wondered how Black had survived there for so long. He highly respected the man for that, not that he would ever admit it to anyone. And now Harry had suffered in there for several days. The boy had to survive. He just had to. Harry had a knack for survival that would pull him through. Right? And Severus was sure that Black would hover over the boy like a mother hen. The boy's godfather, no, father, was the best man he knew to help the boy through his troubles. Black would know the horrors and would be able to help Harry deal with the nightmares and memories. And he, Severus Snape, would be there to help the boy too, even if he was Black's son. A figure appeared in front of the fortress. More followed him. No, it could not be time yet, it just couldn't. Alexander had not come out with Harry yet. They were still inside. Severus looked around. There was no way he could run through the Death Eaters and help Harry out. They would recognize him in an instant. He was not supposed to be participating in this attack. Instead, he had been given leave to complete a certain potion for Voldemort. He was expected to be at Hogwarts at the moment. Maybe some would call it cowardice, others self-preservation, but for Severus Snape it was one of the hardest decisions he ever had to make. He turned around towards the rocks, towards the water, and started walking, his feet making no sounds as they touched the tiny pebbles. He could not help Alexander and Harry now. He had done all he could. He would only put them in more danger. Now all he could do is wait. Severus kept walking towards the water. His eyes glued on the horizon as he forced his feet to move forward, away from the boy he had promised to protect. Bang! Severus Snape looked back towards the fortress at the sound of the noise. His foot caught on the edge of a sharp rock. The next thing he knew was that he was falling. He could see the rock coming up towards him. Agony erupted through his head. Then all went black with the finality of a dungeon gate slamming shut. Wormtail watched as his master whispered the last counter-curse. The Dark Lord had ordered that he be present to watch the destruction of Azkaban, one of the greatest fortresses in wizarding history. He had not wanted to watch. Actually, he had not wanted to see more people die. He was sickened by all the death. He had been forced to watch as Voldemort had tortured people, muggles and mudbloods alike. It had disgusted him to no end. He was beginning to wonder why he had joined the Dark Lord in the first place. Power. That had been the reason. He had wanted power. It had not worked. The Dark Lord had given him no more power than he had had before. To tell the truth, he had even less power than he had had with the Marauders. And no friends. He had lost everything that mattered to him when he had joined Voldemort. Not that he, Peter Pettigrew, realized that when he first joined. No, he had thought that he would gain the power that Sirius Black had, that James Potter had. That had never happened. After the betrayal of his best friend, the other Death Eaters had shunned him as a traitor. Some even believed that he had known that Harry Potter would destroy the Dark Lord. Of course he had not. How could he have known? But he was still marked as a traitor. And the Death Eaters hated traitors, not that any of them realized that they had been turncoats when they renounced the Dark Lord, and he had been branded one. None of the others seemed to realize that he had brought their master back, sacrificed his hand to bring him back. His master had hardly rewarded him for his sacrifice with a silver hand. The Dark Lord just dragged him around and used him as if he were a slave. Had the sacrifice been worth it? Peter was not sure. It stopped Siri, no, Black, from revealing that he was a traitor. His one-time friend would be too busy trying to help fight in the war against the Dark Lord that he would not have the time to compile a case against Peter. But now he had to deal with the killings, the blood, and the smell of fear. He did not know how much longer he could stand it. At first he had not found entertainment nor disgust in the activity of tormenting another being. Now he was revolted by the idea. And in a few moments he would have to watch as another dozen human beings were tormented till they were dead, or insane. Well, more insane than they already were. He grimaced. The Dark Lord had promised him a prize out of this massacre though. His master had promised him a reward for his loyal service. Wormtail was not sure whether he wanted this prize or not. It could be another human to torment, or it could be something else. He hoped that it was something else. He did not want to torment another human being. He would not even subject Sir, no, Black, to the kind of torment that the Dark Lord enjoyed. Come Wormtail, we shall watch my army. His master hissed from beside him. Wormtail shuddered at that voice. He feared it, and yet for some reason he felt drawn to the man. That had been the second reason why he had joined the Dark Lord. Peter bowed his head and followed his master obediently. They both apparated to the island. Malfoy had killed the ferryman earlier so. There was no other way to cross the channel unless one knew the currents. It was dark and hard to make out any details, but despite that Wormtail did not like the island one bit from the moment he stepped on it. Fear, pain and death seemed to radiate from the fortress like a beacon. He shuddered again. Rats usually thrived in places like these, but of late, Wormtail had started to feel the desolation in places like this. It had happened around the same time he had started to question the reason he had joined the Dark Lord in the first place. Ever since he had heard of the Dark Lord's plans for Harry Potter. Master. Wormtail could hear the shuffle of robes as the man bowed low to their master. I present you with Azkaban. Now? Have the guards given up so easily? The Dark Lord hissed, almost sounding surprised. No, my lord, however they are only few and we are almost 50 strong. Suddenly a light flew right by Wormtail's head. He could feel the heat of it brush against his face and the smell of burnt hair wafted to his nose. It seems, Malfoy, that you have misjudged the enemy. The Dark Lord stared coldly as another curse came towards them, almost hitting Malfoy. I would suggest that you go help your troops fight. They seem to be having some problems. Wormtail watched as the dark figure of his master turned towards him. Wormtail, you will go with Malfoy and protect him. Now go, the both of you. I don't want to see either of you until this business has been completed. Yes, master. Both men bowed respectfully. Wormtail started to shake as he followed the other figure towards the fighting. In the back of his mind he wondered if he would go to the underworld when he died. He probably would. No one granted mercy to a traitor. Equals. And he decided as he followed Malfoy that he would never be a traitor again. He would not betray his master, the man to whom he owed his life. His footsteps echoed off the stone as he made his way quickly through the maze of Azkaban. No torches lit his way down the halls, only a small Muggle flashlight lit his way. He was glad that it was required for an Auror to carry the flashlight around, or he would never have been able to use the secret entrance on the side of the building. It was not possible to use magic without alerting the guards, or at least it had not been possible before. He did not want to try now. He could not waste his time explaining the reason he was here. A dim light appeared ahead of him. Alexander relaxed a little. He was getting closer to Harry. How much time had passed? Was he too late? Had the Death Eaters already attacked? The strange man had said that he had only a short time to take Harry out of here. It must have only been minutes since he had pushed the ancient door open. But several precious minutes had been wasted trying to open the side door. Alexander felt panic rise in his chest. He had never faced a whole army of Death Eaters before. If they had arrived, could he fight his way through them to the water? Could he protect Harry? He squashed the thoughts down. These thoughts would only lead to failure. He had to find Harry first before he left the island. There was no way that he was leaving this island without the boy. He owed Harry that much. Alexander had been the one to put him here and he would take the boy out no matter what it cost. The dull light from a torch washed over him as he passed it. Alexander put away the flashlight in his robes. There was no point in using it anymore. The torches created enough light to see by, and they would light the rest of the way to Harry's cell. He was about to take a step further into the light when he heard footsteps coming from the other direction. Alexander quietly stepped back into the darkness. They would not be able to discern his figure out of the blackness. His heart raced against his chest as he watched a figure appear at the end of the hall. There was no time for this. He did not have time to waste waiting for the guard to make his rounds. His breath echoed loudly in his ears. He was sure that every creature a mile away could hear him. He could not approach the guard. That would take more of the precious time he was given. No, he needed to wait. He held still as the man came closer towards him. Please don't let the guard see through the darkness. The guard stopped before the darkness and stared into it. Straight at Alexander. The Auror held still, holding his breath as he waited. Both men stood completely motionless. Waiting. Staring. The seconds dragged on. To Alexander it seemed they stood there for an eternity. Then in a smooth, practiced motion, the guard spun on his heel and headed back towards the main office. The man's boots smacking smartly on the stone floor. Slowly the even sound of footsteps faded. Alexander let out a sigh of relief. He was safe. For now. But he had lost almost 5 minutes waiting for that guard to disappear. He did not know if he could afford that much time. He hoped that he did. Alexander quickly dashed down the hall. He recognized it from years ago. He had not been in this part of Azkaban for many years. He remembered it though. And he knew the way to Harry's cell from here. Good. That would save time. As long as he did not run into any more guards, he should have enough time. He was sure of that. The Death Eaters could not attack so quickly. Besides, he had not heard any noises coming from outside. The flickering torchlight made it hard to see the stairs as he descended down them. He almost tripped on the bottom stair, but he managed to right himself, hurrying quickly towards the high security cells. He had forgotten that the high security cells were watched at all times. Just as he turned the last corner to the high security cells, he ran straight into a hard surface. Alexander fell to the floor in a heap, stunned. He looked up towards the wall he had hit. There had never been a wall there before. Suddenly the wall moved. Alexander blinked. His vision snapped into focus. Instead of a wall, he saw the figure of a man. Oh no. This could not be happening. It just couldn't. Time was running out and fast. Throwing caution to the wind, Alexander pulled out his wand. Before the man could even react, with speed and agility born of years of practice, Alexander waved the wand at the man. Stupefy, he called out softly. The man collapsed on the floor with a sudden bang. Alexander could hear the shuffle of another set of boots come towards him. He looked up. There stood another man, twice as large as the last one, who still lay crumpled in a heap of cloth on the ground. The man had his wand trained on Alexander. Put your wand down now. I won't hurt you, just put your wand down. If you put it down now, I'll not tell a soul what I saw you do. The man told Alexander gently, as if he was talking to a child. Put his wand down. Now why would he do something like that? Alexander looked up into the man's face. The man looked worried, frightened and surprised. The man was surprised to see him. Why? He had never seen the man in his life. Alexander did not waste time contemplating on this fact. He could do it later while he was in Glasgow with his family. Alexander started to put his wand down. Just as it was about to touch the ground, when the guard was starting to relax, Alexander brought it up again. Stupefy. He called out a second time. The guard dropped like a log to the floor. Alexander smiled. He had learned that trick from Sirius Black when they had first begun their training. He pulled the keys out of the larger guard's pocket. At least some good had come of relieving these guards of their duty. He still did not like wasting the time it took to bring them down though. Those precious seconds could be used to take Harry out of Azkaban instead of getting to the boy. He quickly unlocked the door and dashed across the small room to the boy's side. Harry did not look any better than he had the day before, but he did not look any worse. Alexander took that as a good sign. The potion he had given the boy had helped, if only a little. The Auror pulled the vial the stranger had given him from his robes. Harry, you're going to have to drink this all right. I'll hold you, I just want you to swallow. He whispered softly to the boy. He was sure that Harry could hear him, for when he gently lifted the boy up and poured the potion down his throat, the boy tried to swallow. It was painful to watch as the boy slowly swallowed the small mouthfuls. How could anyone do this to a boy?